Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents No Safe Place by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by John Solo and Jennifer Walden. 1. The Watcher. Counting down the 24 hours. Mia squirms and thrashes in the corner, making more noise than I'd have thought possible from a woman restrained and with duct tape over her mouth. I shoot her a dirty look, but she doesn't glance my way, so I turn to the others. There has to be something else we can do with her. I'm going to put her in another room. Lourdes stands in front of me. She stays where she is. My shoulders droop. Who died and made you Omega? I'm not letting her out of my sight. Remember what happened to Shane? He escaped. Not happening with her. Fine. Whatever. I storm into the kitchen and get a drink of water. Not that I'm able to get away from all the noise Mia's making. This is an apartment, and not even a big one. We should take her to my house. It's huge, and we can use one of those expensive baby monitors to watch her. I'm going to lose my mind if I have to keep listening to her. Lourdes appears in front of me. We can't go there. Are you crazy? The new cops are swarming the entire neighborhood. Fleur's lawyer really threw a wrench in everything. I glance at my watch. How much longer, then? She yawns. For my sister to take the fall for the murders? Until we let Mia go. She's seriously giving me a headache. I told Fleur 24 hours, so we're at about 22 at this point. Something gets knocked over in the other room, as if on cue. Any chance she'll turn herself in early? Lourdes shrugs. Knowing her, she'll want to hang on to every last second of her remaining freedom. I sigh. We need another plan. Why? What good is Fleur being in jail? She needs to pay. My entire life was ruined because of her. I still can't show my face in my own hometown. You're here now, aren't you? Donovan finally joins the conversation. He's been quiet all night. Lourdes gives him a dramatic eye roll. I can't walk around freely. Most everyone thinks I'm dead. And whose fault is that? I snap. You didn't have to keep going with the whole missing girl facade. It didn't start out that way. Your boy Shane tried to kill me. He thought he did. The jerk left me for dead. I was in that bad of shape. It wasn't like I could waltz back into town. He needed to think he'd been successful. I knew the guilt would eat at him. That was what I wanted. That's why you decided to stay away for 15 years? Is this important? If I'm going to agree to let Fleur take the fall for the Drake murders, then yes. She glares at me. You couldn't be more annoying if you tried. Why do you care so much about my sister? Blood drains from my face. I can't admit to having feelings for either of the Bardot sisters. I'm trying to stick to the plan. Everything has gone sideways since you showed up. Poor baby. Lourdes grabs a beer from the fridge and takes a swig. Why did you pretend to be dead for all that time only to show up now? I stare at her, letting her know I'm not going to drop the subject. If she's going to be one of my wives, she needs to start learning her place now. We hold a staring contest before she finishes her drink and shoves the bottle on the counter. Everyone was talking about me like I was some kind of immortal. There wasn't any talk about the things I did to get to the top of the social ladder. People made me sound like a saint. My best pictures were being spread far and wide, and the whole nation was talking about me. My story was tragic, and the world was hooked. In other words, for the attention. I grab my own drink and guzzle half of it. Lourdes shrugs. Nobody ever talked about me like that before. People feared me, but with me dead, they adored me. It was more attention than I ever got. In other words, Shane did you a favor. She runs her fingers along a scar on her neck. I wouldn't say that. Donovan clears his throat. What does it benefit you for your sister to take the fall? It isn't like they can tie the murders to you. If she goes down, she's out of my life, and Shane's. It's the best of both worlds. I bristle. You want Shane back? After what he did to you? Him? She scrunches her face. No. I was never into him. It was everyone else who wanted us together. That's why I encouraged the relationship between Fleur and him. I set down my drink. And you secretly dated that kid who won the prize at the science fair? How do you know? Pink creeps into her cheeks, but then she smiles. Yeah, we were still together when your boy Shane tried to kill me. Stop calling him that. I glare at her. Does it bug you? Her eyes shine like she's enjoying this. Yes, actually. She picks at something in her teeth like she's trying to show me she doesn't care. If I killed her, nobody would ever know. Just Donovan, and he'd help me clean up the mess. If Mia saw and tried to tell anyone, who would believe her? Lourdes has been presumed dead for a decade and a half. Maybe I'd be better off trying to protect Fleur from her sister. While she clearly has a wild streak, she's a lot friendlier than Lourdes. A shift in priority might be well worth the consideration. I'd have to act before Fleur turns herself in to save her friend. It's something I need to put some thought into. The more time I spend with Lourdes, the less I want her. Some women are too difficult to tame, and Lourdes is proving to fall into that category. Her sister? Not so much. My original plan might have been my best one. Now I have to figure out a way to keep Fleur from turning herself in to save Mia. Then there's the issue of Shane. He needs to die. At least Lourdes is on board with that idea. Once Shane is out of the picture, then I can be there for Fleur with open arms and a strong set of shoulders to cry on. That could work.
2. Fleur, Friday, early morning. My alarm wails, but I'm too exhausted. I don't feel like I got any sleep at all to even reach over to snooze it. Everything floods back into my mind. Lourdes is alive and holding Mia hostage. She was pretending to be Donovan's sister, trying to earn Mia's trust. Donovan belongs to the cult. It's all tied together. And my sister, who is very much alive, wants me to tell the cops I killed the Drake family in exchange for Mia's life. I have no time to spare. Somehow, I have to figure a way out of this mess. There has to be a way to save Mia and keep myself from going to prison for the rest of my life. The alarm keeps wailing, so I fumble to find it and shut it off. It's barely after 7 and still dark outside. I'm running off only a few hours' sleep. I tossed and turned most of the night because of the shock over seeing Lourdes. She's alive and has been hiding and scheming all this time. It doesn't seem possible, but I saw her with my own eyes as she held a gun to Shane. If she's willing to harm him, she wouldn't bat an eye at hurting Mia, who she doesn't care about. Given my 24-hour time frame, I can't spare another second to rest. Too much is at stake. I reach over to wake Shane, but his side of the bed is empty. My heart drops. Something didn't happen to him too, did it? No, it couldn't have. I scramble from bed and out of the room. A strange noise comes from the direction of the front entrance, so I hurry toward it, pausing only to check on Mimi Pearl, who is sound asleep in her bed. After I got Shane away from Lourdes last night, we found my grandma at Richard's house. They were playing board games at that ridiculously late hour. She'll probably sleep all morning. Shane is hunched over the knob at the front door, back to me, his body blocking my view of what he's doing. Zorro was curled up near his feet. Is everything okay? I ask. He turns to me. I'm changing the locks. I've already updated the code to open the garage. Next, I'm going to put up more cameras around the house. Nobody's getting in, and if they try, we'll get a video of them. I stifle a yawn. Have you gotten any sleep? A couple hours. You need more. After we get out of this mess. But you are still recovering. If being held against my will for 2 years taught me anything, it's that sleep can wait. Mia's life is on the line, and so is your freedom. Sleep is a luxury at this point. He returns to the deadbolt. As much as I want to object, I can't. He's right. We need a plan. I don't know where to begin. How long have you been up? Long enough. I need coffee. Want some? Sure. I'll have some more, thanks. He steps back, opens the door, then steps outside. At least we won't have to worry about anyone sneaking in. Whether they got a key or garage code from Caroline, those options are now obsolete. Lourdes said she was the one leaving the hexes, and I believe it. If I'd have thought she was alive, that would have been a clear sign she was the one messing with me. It all makes sense now. The locket left outside, the hexes, Donovan's fun sister Cleo, whom Mia was certain I would love. Even the name Cleo should have been a clue. When Lourdes and I were little, she loved a cartoon cat named Cleo. Nobody ever found my sister's body. I never should have believed she was dead, not when Lourdes has always been 1 or 2 steps ahead of everyone else. There would be time to beat myself up later. Now I need to figure out a way to free Mia while still preserving my freedom. What if I simply rat out my sister? It would be obvious she was the one in the video since she isn't dead. That's how she easily made the doorbell camera footage look like me. Our heights, our builds, even our gaits are similar. She probably wasn't even trying to mimic my walk. The thing that really gets me is that she was planning on killing me. My sister wanted me dead. She might have gotten her way if Shane hadn't intercepted her. No, I'd have fought her. I've always been stronger and smarter than she ever gave me credit for. I can't believe Shane thought he killed her for me. He kept that from me all these years. Was it from guilt? Fear? Did he think I wouldn't believe him? Why would he kill for me but not follow me across the country? These are questions for another day. We only have until early morning to figure this out. It was about 3 in the morning when Lourdes gave me her ultimatum. I have to confess to murdering a family of 5 or Mia dies. A lump forms in my throat. It's an impossible decision. I can't let my best friend die. But I also can't spend the rest of my life behind bars for a crime I didn't commit. There has to be another way, some other solution. And there is. If something happened to my sister, nobody would know. She's been assumed dead for the last 15 years. Nobody would miss her because she's been faking her death all this time. That's it. To avoid going to prison for a murder I didn't commit, I would have to get away with one I did. I have to kill my own flesh and blood. Can I? Do I have a choice? Do I have time? I don't know where she's staying, and I can't spend too much time figuring it out. Shane rounds the corner. No coffee? I pull myself from my thoughts and stare at him. We might have to finish what you started all those years ago. His eyes widen. You want to kill Lourdes? I don't want to, but she hasn't left us with any other options. She held a gun to you last night, and she's threatening to kill Mia in less than 24 hours. She's dangerous. If the choice is her or you or Mia, then it's obvious what we need to do. We need to find another way. Trust me, you don't want the guilt of killing someone hanging over you. It's a beast to deal with. I study him. How did you manage? Shane's expression falls. I let you go across the country when I should have gone with you. That's why you let me go? In part. The guilt was eating me up, and I couldn't confess to you what I'd done. Or, rather, what I thought I'd done. You didn't think I'd understand? She is, your sister. You looked up to her. If I told you what happened, not only did I risk you hating me forever, but it would also crush you to know she wanted you dead. More than wanted, she was planning it, and was dangerously close to acting on it. I throw my arms around Shane and cling to him. It would have been easier to take with you there. Instead, I suffered a series of bad relationships with unavailable men. I'm sorry. He rubbed circles on my back. All I ever wanted was for you to have the best, even if it wasn't me. My chest tightens at the thought of all the wasted time. I'm not going to let my sister steal anything more from us. I straighten my back and look Shane in the eyes, fire burning in my chest. I don't know what to do about my sister, but we need to find a way to break Mia free. After that, we'll figure out what to do with Lourdes and the cult members. Is she one of them, do you know? He frowns. I'm out of the loop, so I wouldn't know. But it seems clear she's working with the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. As long as it benefits them, they'll protect her. We can't do anything about that. They're losing their grip on this town. That's going to work to our advantage. No. No? I stare at him incredulously. You don't understand them like I do. With the feds here looking into everything, they'll double down. They're going to fight back like a cornered animal. No matter what we do, things will get a lot worse from here. My heart skips a beat. In that case, we'll have to be even more shrewd than them. We have to beat those people at their own game. We don't have any other choice. After a long, tense silence, he finally nods. I'm in. Let's do this. Whatever this is, we need a plan. 3. Fleur, Friday, early morning. After 3 reviews of my entire texting thread with Mia since she met Donovan, Donnie, as Lourdes called him, I still don't have any idea where he might be keeping her. Mia didn't say one thing about where he lives, works, or anything. She didn't even send me any pictures of him. Everything I've learned about the guy has been gathered elsewhere. I saw him at the cult service, found out he knows Lourdes directly from her. Donovan must have been secretive with Mia from the start. Even though she seemed to like his sister more than him, she never showed me pictures of her either. She just told me how great Cleo was and how much I'd enjoy meeting her. It's kind of strange that she never noticed the resemblance between Lourdes and me. Everyone has always said I look so much like her. People have even seen pictures of us and mistaken us for each other. But then again, we all thought Lourdes was long dead. Why would Mia suspect she was pretending to be her boyfriend's sister? I just wish Mia had gotten more information. Not that it matters. I'll find her either way. It'll be more difficult, but I can do it. Maybe I can figure out where Darby and her girls are staying. Even though she claims not to know much about Donovan, she might know some obscure, unimportant detail that could help me, and that's a lot more than I have right now. I send Darby a quick text asking where she is, but don't get a response back. Next, I pore through Mia's social media profiles with a fine-toothed comb. A lot of her content is about properties she's selling, but even her personal posts don't focus much on Donovan. There are some pics here and there, but she doesn't give any helpful information about him. Wait a minute. I scroll back through, looking at each of the pictures of him again. There's something there, but what is it? I download each, then study them until it finally strikes me. All were taken in the same part of town. Each place they went to is close to the bar Mia took me to, which is far from her home. Donovan must live nearby. It may not be a huge clue, but it's more than I had a few minutes ago. I have to go there. A search might not turn up anything, but it could take me a step closer to finding my best friend. Her life is in my hands, and I have less than a day to break her out. I make myself a cup of coffee, race back to the bedroom, to gather what I need, then hurry outside. Zorro runs over to me, he licks my hands, and I pat him while looking for Shane, who must be near if the dog is in the yard. I find him by the garage, where he appears to be installing a camera. He glances over at me. You going somewhere? I think Donovan might live near a bar Mia took me to. I'm going to check it out. There weren't many homes, but it was dark when I was there, so I could be mistaken. If there are only a few, I might be able to figure out where they're keeping Mia. He puts the hammer in his tool belt. I'm coming with you. No, keep doing that. This may not be anything. I don't want to waste both of our time. Shane frowns. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go anywhere alone. You can't stop installing cameras. We need those. He starts to object. One of us needs to be here when Mimi wakes up. You're right. I'll let you know if I find anything useful. He takes my hands in his. Promise you won't do anything risky. If I find Mia, I might have to. Text me. I'll be over there as fast as my car will take me. Shane laces his fingers through mine. What exactly are you looking for? Anything I can find. Mia's car, a sign of Lourdes, other cult members. His expression turns doubtful. I know it's a long shot, but it's all we have. 24 hours will fly by if we let them, and our options aren't great. I have to do something. Put out an alert that Mia's missing. If the cops won't do anything, you have reach. Lourdes will retaliate. I can't risk her hurting Mia. You can't help it if another of Mia's friends puts out the word. What do you mean? Because I know you're not referring to yourself. That would be as bad as me putting out a podcast episode. She has work colleagues, family, other friends. Any of them could start posting on social media about not knowing where she is, as long as it isn't coming from us. You have a point, but their platforms are a lot smaller than mine. Besides, I don't have time to private message all of her contacts. I need to get over to that bar and look around. The front door opens and shuts. My grandma shuffles out looking as exhausted as I feel. She has curlers in her hair and a fuzzy pink bathrobe wrapped around her. Do you two ever sleep? We have things to do, Mimi. Go back to bed and get some rest. What's so important? She leans on the railing close to where we're standing. I exchange a quick glance with Shane. We haven't told her anything about finding Lourdes alive or her threatening Mia's life. You two are hiding something from me. Mia's missing. I debate giving her more information. I'm going to look for her. Shane's putting up more cameras in case that burglar comes back. Good thinking. Mimi gives him an approving look. I still can't believe that man was so bold as to come into the backyard. She turns to me. What can I do to help? I have a big following on several of the sites. Why am I not surprised? We can't have it coming from my family, unfortunately. Mimi Pearl's eyebrows furrow. And why not? I glance at the time, which is passing too quickly. It's complicated, and I really have to get going. You got to bed late. Please get some rest. That's the best thing you can do. She harumphs. I can direct message Mia's friends and ask them if they've heard from her. If they get worried and start posting things, that can't be helped. I stare in disbelief at my elderly grandmother. That's a great idea. Clearly. She pulls her smartphone from her bathrobe and wanders back inside. Shane chuckles. She isn't a typical granny, that's for sure. Not even close. He gives me a tight squeeze. Keep me updated and let me know your every move. If anything goes sideways, I'll be right there. I tell him where the bar is before we kiss goodbye. Hopefully, I find something useful. 4. Fleur, Friday morning. Sitting in the parking lot of the bar, I'm not sure what I was hoping to find. It isn't like I expected Mia to be waiting by the door, or for a flashing neon sign to point where Donovan is keeping her. The area is a mix of living spaces and businesses. The bar sits off in its own lot, but most of the other buildings along the street have shops and restaurants on the ground floor, with apartments above them. In the distance, there's a neighborhood to one side and medical suites on the other. Donovan could be anywhere. Does he live in an apartment or a house? Perhaps he works in the area instead. I can't remember if he or Mia ever said what he does for a living. Maybe he mentioned something to Shane the evening I found the hex in the bedroom when the two came for dinner. I look at Mia's social media profile again. Aside from the pictures of him, she didn't post any helpful information. If he has an account, I can't find it. She hasn't tagged him in anything, and if they're friends, I can't see the connection. He could have me blocked, and given his ties to the cult and my sister, that wouldn't surprise me. Plenty of people are out and about at this hour, and everyone who passes by the bar glances at me. I'm far from inconspicuous, parked in the lot of a drinking establishment before 10 in the morning, so I drive up and down the main street until I find an open spot on the street. I finally parallel park in front of a deli. Everyone walking out is eating breakfast sandwiches. My stomach rumbles, so I head inside and get in the long line. The place has a cafe vibe, so I order a pumpkin spice latte along with 3 sandwiches. The other 2 are for Shane and Mimi Pearl, and I get those to go. Sitting at a little table, I watch people coming and going as I down my food and sip my second coffee of the day. I have about 2 more bites remaining when someone says the name Donovan. Forcing myself to swallow, I glance in the direction of the conversation, then scan the rest of the eatery. Mia's boyfriend, who is likely really Lourdes's boyfriend, isn't anywhere in sight. Someone else says Donovan, and I whip my attention back in that direction. I don't recognize anyone in here. Not that I'd know everyone from the cult. I only went to that one service, and even though it felt like it lasted 12 lifetimes, I didn't meet or even see everyone. I sip my latte and keep my head down like I'm looking at my phone. But I'm watching a trio of men who have said Donovan 3 times now. It isn't the world's most popular name, so I want to find out if these people are talking about the guy I'm looking for. The group inches toward the door, so I slide the 2 remaining sandwiches into my purse. It's a good thing I brought a fairly big one today. I finish the last 2 bites of my breakfast, then crumble the wrapper, ready to leap up at a moment's notice. Nobody's repeated the name, but they've said it enough that I need to see where they go. It's possible they all disperse and leave in different cars. That, too, is information. For now, they're just standing near the door, and I can't hear as much of what they're saying unless I get up. Even though they're not moving, I rise and slowly make my way toward the door, toss my garbage into a bin, decrease my pace even more. Someone bumps into me. I apologize, which earns me a glare, and the guy hurries outside. One of the threesome reaches for the door. I stay back and wait to leave until they're all out and a few paces away. Can't make it obvious that I'm following them. They stick together as they continue down the sidewalk to the left. I stay behind them, trying to keep at a distance where it doesn't appear I'm paying them any attention. I keep my phone out and glance down at it to further my ruse. Not that any of them seem to notice me. Maybe I make a decent spy. I'd rather be recording a podcast episode, but since that won't help me find Mia alive, I'm stuck doing this. Hopefully my efforts pay off. I have to rescue my friend from my sister and the evil cult. The group ahead of me stops without warning. To look natural, I have no other choice but to walk past them. I pretend to take a call and stop, watching them from the corner of my eye. I swear one of them says Donovan again. Maybe I'm imagining things. It can't be this easy. Not that this is exactly easy. But what are the chances the deli I go into has the people I'm looking for? Unless I'm right about 'em living or working near here, and it just happens that everyone in the area gets breakfast at the one eatery. One of the people from the group goes into a shop right next to them. It takes all of my self-control not to crane my neck to see what the store is. Instead, I carry on with my fake conversation, throwing in an overdone laugh, which catches the attention of one of the 2 remaining guys. Time to tone it down, even though my nerves are on fire. How could they not be? My best friend is being held hostage, my dead sister is alive, and I haven't heard from Darby, who's hiding with her girls from her husband. I haven't even had time to reach out to her. The other 2 men step into the same shop as the first. My breath catches in my throat. I need to follow them, but I have to be careful. One more obnoxious laugh in reply to a fake conversation could get me into trouble. I wait a few moments before inching toward the store, carrying on with my fake phone call. Once I'm sure they can't see me, I shove my phone into my pocket and go inside the bookstore. It's unlike any other I've seen. in that it's filled with books about casting spells, like the hexes left at my house. There are other types of books, but the entire front section is the witchy type. I've never seen anything like it. I'm curious to see what they're about, but that isn't why I'm here. Mia has a timeline. My stomach churns acid at the thought. Will these people lead me to Donovan? Or is this a false lead? I grab a random book and tuck it under an arm as I make my way through the aisles. Those 3 men must be somewhere, but I can't hear them talking now. It's probably the medieval-style music coming through the speakers. It reminds me of a Renaissance fair I went to with my family before my traitorous sister faked her own death. A woman steps from behind a shelf and stops me. She glances at my book. "What brings you in here? I've never seen you before." Great. It's one of those places where they know all the customers. I just moved from New York. It's the most truthful statement I can give without actually answering her question. I glance behind her, not seeing anyone else. "Are there similar shops back east?" "Yeah, well, I'm in a bit of a hurry." She starts to say something, but I excuse myself and rush past her. There's no time for this, and for all I know, she's trying to keep me from following those guys. Not happening. 5. Mia. Friday, mid-morning. The zip ties have dug so far into my skin, it feels like my flesh is healing around them. I don't know how long I've been here because this particular room doesn't have any windows, but it feels like a week. In reality, it's probably been a day or 2. I've only been allowed out of here to use the bathroom, and not with any regularity I can notice. They give me food at random intervals, too, usually with bites already taken, like I'm getting leftovers. It's gross, but as I'm determined to keep up my strength, it's my only option. Hopefully someone has realized by now that I'm missing. My calendar is clear, so no clients are expecting me for showings. Donovan told me he had a romantic getaway planned. But now I know better. This is what he had in mind. Our entire relationship has been a lie. He's actually seeing Lourdes. Lourdes? When I get out of here, telling Flora about her sister is my first priority. She's never going to believe it. For the last 15 years, everyone has believed her to be dead. But she's actually alive, and for whatever reason, chose to keep up the ruse. I can't even imagine going to all that effort. What would be the point? To watch her loved ones suffer? Now that I'm seeing the real her, and not the woman pretending to be my boyfriend's sister, I can believe she'd hurt her family like that. The woman doesn't appear to have an ounce of compassion in her body. Noises sound continuously in the rest of the apartment. I keep waiting for the moment everything goes silent to make my move. But so far, someone is always here and awake. That's a lot of effort to keep me captive. What do they even want with me? The only connection that makes any sense is Fleur. Other than her, I don't know anyone these people know. I've never had any interest in the cult, so it can't be that. The way they all talk, they're deep in it. All the more reason to avoid the group. However, I have to get away in order to do that. I scoot along the floor and press my ear to the door. Lourdes is talking to someone, though I can't hear anyone responding. She must be on the phone. Could she be distracted enough that I could get past her? My heart races at the thought. Even though my wrists and ankles are bound, if it's only her, I stand a chance. My hands are in front of me because nobody wanted to feed me. It's a slight advantage. I'll take every little bit I can take. Lourdes continues talking, her voice getting louder and quieter. She must be walking around, getting nearer and farther away. The apartment isn't big, but it does have a circular shape. I've shown several of these units to clients recently, so I'm familiar with the layouts. Something else in my favor. I'll bet Donovan and Lourdes didn't consider that when they brought me here. If I play this right, I'll be able to sleep in my own bed tonight. The thought of that is enough to convince me to stand up and twist the knob. It turns. They don't even have me locked in here. Can escaping really be this easy? I still have to get past Lourdes and out of this building without being seen by her, Donovan, or the others. Then I have to get home without my purse, car, keys, anything else I need. One thing at a time. I have to get out of here, past Lourdes. Since she's distracted, now is my time. I can't question a good opportunity. I pull on the doorknob. It resists. My heart sinks. I knew it couldn't be that easy. I pull again. Again. The door budges. Something makes a scraping noise outside the room. They put together a setup to lock a non-locking door. I pull slower. The scraping continues, but it isn't loud. It's possible, with Lourdes yammering on, she doesn't hear it. I have to keep trying, and I do. The door opens a crack. That's when I see it. What they've put together to keep me in here. A chair. It's pressed underneath the knob. If the door opened outward, it would keep me from opening the door. If the getup was supposed to keep the knob from turning, they messed that up too. I wait and listen. Don't hear Lourdes talking. My mouth dries more than it already was. Then her voice drifts my way. I thought I heard something, but I guess it was nothing. I freeze in place in case she comes down the hall. She doesn't. Either she isn't very smart, or she's extremely trusting in the chair. At least that works to my advantage. Holding my breath, I try to hold the chair in place while pulling on the door. It would be a lot easier without my wrists and ankles tied together. Then I could quickly take care of the situation. Now it's like balancing on a high wire while restrained. The chair still scrapes along the uncarpeted floor. Lourdes stops talking again. Footsteps sound. I swear under my breath and close the door as carefully and quickly as I can, then make my way back to the other side of the room where I've spent most of my time. Shuffling sounds outside. Then the door flings open. Lourdes looms in the doorway, her hands on her hips. She looks so much like Fleur. I don't know how I didn't see it before. What have you been doing? I moan and roll my head so I'm looking at her. What? You heard me. Do I look like I've been doing anything? Her expression contorts. I heard something. What was it? You tell me. Her brows draw together and she stares me down. I don't have energy. Lourdes looks around. You were doing something in here. I moan again. She flips the light switch, the brightness blinding me for a moment. Then she marches around the room, moving around the sparse items. What were you doing? Maybe you heard someone else. Nobody else is here, you idiot. It's an apartment. There are neighbors. Lourdes makes a growling noise. I don't know what you're doing, but you need to stop. Don't try anything, or you'll regret it. Got it? I have no idea what Donovan sees in her. Got it? Her face reddens. Sure. I'm serious. You're not getting out of here, and nobody's coming to rescue you. You're pitiful, and nobody cares. Stay where you are, or you'll get even less food and fewer bathroom breaks. Okay. She doesn't look like she believes me. Maybe she's smarter than I gave her credit for. With a huff, she turns out the light, then slams the door as she leaves. At least now I know what I'm up against. A chair pushed against the doorknob when the door opens inward. I'm being held by idiots. This is doable. I can outsmart them. 6. Fleur, Friday, mid-morning. The men talking are so loud, it only takes me a minute to find them tucked away behind some dusty shelves. I stay behind another aisle, listening and ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. They're talking in muffled whispers, so I can't make out half of what they're saying. One of them might have said Donovan, but I'm not sure. One of them said his name earlier, and that's good enough for me, as it's not a common name. The chances of it being the same guy are pretty good in a place this size. New York would be a different story. I'm willing to follow this lead. It's the only one I have. The conversation halts, and I straighten. All my senses are on fire. Did one of them figure out I'm listening in? My breath hitches. I glance around for an escape. The rows of shelves are tight and maze-like. I could easily get lost trying to find my way to the entrance. These guys could know this shop like the back of their hands, and the shop owner would likely side with them. She had to have been trying to distract me when asking me all those questions. Coming in here wasn't the best idea. No, it was. This is my best shot at finding Mia. I need to keep her safe. My phone plays a jingle in my purse. Why didn't I put that on silent? I fumble to quiet it while looking around. Then I back up until I'm in another aisle. These books are even more dusty than the other ones. My nose itches, tickles. Oh no, I can't sneeze. The sensations grow stronger. I try to hold it back, and my eyes water. Why can't I be allergic to flowers like normal people? Dust sends me into a sneezing fit every time. The men I'm trying to follow have fully stopped talking. My body is fighting against me, trying to expose my location to everyone here. I hurry down the aisle to another one. These books aren't dusty. They're fresh and new. I relax, and the urge to sneeze dissipates. But I still don't hear anything. What's going on? I peek around one shelf. Nothing. Then I try another. Still nothing. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take. If Mia's life wasn't on the line, I'd get out of here as fast as I could. In the meantime, I need to do something. A door slams shut near the back of the shop. Could that be the men? Only one way to find out. I hurry in the direction of the noise, checking each aisle before passing. All empty. Then I reach a door marked emergency exit, employees only. Customers can't leave safely? I like this place even less now than before. I glance around, trying to see if an alarm will sound if I open the door. Doesn't appear to have anything. Not that it matters. The men had to have gone through this door. There isn't another in sight, and they've disappeared. It's the only explanation. I hesitate for only a moment. Push open the door. Wait for the wailing. Silence. Relief washes through me, but I step through the doorway and let the door close behind me. I press my palm against it to keep it from slamming. It clicks into place with barely a noise. I'm in a dimly lit hall with nothing other than numbered doors. They must lead into other shops. Where did those guys go? I cup my hands around my ears, trying to listen for any little sound. All is quiet. I can head in either direction. Either could be the right one, or the wrong one. My gaze darts back and forth. Then I decide to go right. I hurry, keeping one hand cupped around an ear. Magnified silence is still silence. A door closes up ahead, someone either coming or going. I don't hear conversation. Maybe the men went in a door up ahead. I'm not too far behind. I speed up. After turning down a corridor, I start twisting knobs. Locked, locked, locked. Unlocked. It turned. Could they have gone this way? I hesitate for a moment before twisting the knob as far as it will go. Pause for a split second. Push the door open. Two shaggy guys about my age who are vaping turn my way. The first eyes widen. The other looks like he could fall asleep right now. I don't offer an apology or explanation before closing the door and trying the next one. After nearly a dozen more, I'm about to give up. The group who was talking about Donovan could have had a key to get where they're going. Though, even if I'm going to stop searching for them, I still need to find an exit. Footsteps sound from behind. My stomach falls. A cheery woman close to Mimi's age rounds the corner. "Are you lost, dear?" It takes me a moment to find my voice. Yeah. "You're probably looking for the apartment entrance. How'd you know?" "It's so complicated down here." She reaches into her pocket. "I keep telling Chase, he's the owner of this building. He needs to put more lights in here and mark everything better. Then I wouldn't find people wandering around like yourself." I force a smile, still trying to recover. The lady fumbles with the keychain before unlocking the door nearest to her. "Maybe I'll make a sign myself. At least that would be something. That would help you, wouldn't it?" "Definitely." She holds open the door for me. "The apartments aren't marked much better than down here, so I hope you know where you're going." "I'll find it, thanks." "My pleasure, hon." I step through the doorway and come to a staircase going both up and down. The upstairs is brighter, and the downstairs is pitch black. Would the men have gone up or down? No doubt the apartments are up above. What would be below ground? Parking? Storage? Something more ominous? If they're holding a hostage, my bet is on them being downstairs. That's where I have to go. 7. Fleur, Friday, mid-morning. The staircase gets darker with each step down I take. Not only that, but the air gets colder and damper. And what is that sour smell? It's hard not to gag. More than anything, I want to pull out my phone and use the light, but that would expose me. The last thing I need right now is 3 men chasing me down here. My eyes start adjusting, but I can't make out anything useful. The odor is getting worse, but at least it doesn't smell like rot. Nothing dead is down here. That gives me hope of finding Mia alive. And if she is down here, I need to get her out right away. This place is nasty. My foot bumps into something. I stop. Press whatever it is. Doesn't budge. It's small and heavy, not a body. The temptation to shine my light is growing stronger. Who knows what's down here? I imagine turning on my light and seeing faces staring at me. I shudder at the thought. Maybe I should see what I'm up against. At least then I'd know. Chances are it's just a garage. Street spots are limited, so it makes sense residents and employees would need somewhere reliable to park. Yes, I need to know. Even though I'm hidden by the cover of darkness, I'm not necessarily hidden. If someone is keeping Mia down here, they might have night vision goggles or cameras that can pick up movement in the dark. Even the new doorbell camera does that. That's how I was supposedly caught in my red jacket prior to the Drake family murders. Of course, now I know Lourdes was trying to set me up. My sister hasn't matured a bit, despite now being in her 30s. Now that I know she's alive, I don't have to worry about not speaking or thinking ill of the dead. That pressure is gone. I'm not even sure what I want to do with the locket anymore. She doesn't want it, and Mimi Pearl doesn't care about it. I'm the only one who ever liked it, and now it's tainted. Focus. I pull out my phone, then turn on the flashlight before changing my mind. It illuminates what I bumped into. A cement block stopping a driver from pulling any further while parking. This is a community garage. It's about half full, and all of the cars have permits hanging from the rearview mirrors. It isn't a dungeon. There isn't anywhere to keep someone captive. I'm not sure why it's so dark, and can't explain the foul smell. But at least I can rest easy knowing Mia isn't down here. The only place anyone could hide her would be in a car, and I can look inside all of them. There aren't any windowless, creepy vans or delivery vehicles down here. Unless she's in a trunk. I need to make sure, so I hurry to check every car. When I shine my light in each one, I just see normal stuff. Fast food wrappers, books, clothes. Nothing out of the ordinary in any of them, and every knock on a trunk is met with silence. If she or the trio from the restaurant are nearby, they aren't down here. I was fortunate enough to overhear those guys talking about Donovan and ended up in this building, so I can't give up now. To find Mia, I'll follow any lead, even if it takes me somewhere like this sketchy garage, which means I have to go upstairs. If it's apartments, I'm not likely to find anything helpful, just a bunch of closed doors, but I need to at least look. After looking around one more time, I make my way back to the steps, head up, past the door I came in, go up toward what I assume are apartments. The higher I go, the brighter it gets, and it smells a lot better. I can finally breathe without activating my gag reflex. Another door. If it's locked, I'm stuck. I stare at it for a moment before grabbing the knob. It turns. Relief washes through me. Something is going my way. Hopefully my good fortune continues and I find Mia. I've wasted so much time I won't see the men in the hallway. If they came in, they've long since entered an apartment. But maybe I'll hear them through a door. The hallway is surprisingly nice compared to the dark, smelly place I just left. It's well lit and boasts a newer carpet and fresh paint. All the doors look sturdy and have fancy numbers on them. It's like a totally different world from the garage. How could someone living here tolerate parking in a place like that? Not that I have time to entertain these thoughts. I hurry down the corridor, listening. Don't hear anything other than my feet padding on the carpet. I pause between two doors and cup my ears again. Nothing. The doors look thick and expensive, which equates to sound dampening. Each unit is likely well insulated too. After a few moments, I take a few steps, then listen again. I continue repeating the process until reaching a corner. Conversation. At first, I think I'm imagining it, but it's real. I hold my breath and scoot as close to the turn as I can without risking being seen. Some guy is talking. Could it be one of the men I followed to the bookshop? Are they connected to Donovan and Mia? It isn't out of the realm of possibility. Those guys were in the building. They went into the hall that led here. I can't make out anything being said, nor can I tell if the voices are the same as the ones I heard earlier. If only I could peek around the corner for even a moment. All I can do is inch closer, but much more, and I risk being seen. I grab my phone again, and while putting most of my attention to listening, I check social media. Surely by now Mia's friends and family are posting all about her disappearance. Mimi sounded so sure that she could find and DM them online. Nothing. Not one post about her having gone missing. How is that possible? Nobody thinks she's in danger? Or did I overestimate my grandmother's ability to navigate her smartphone? I checked my notifications to find the call earlier was from Mimi Pearl. She called several times, actually. But after silencing my phone, I missed them. Maybe she wanted to let me know she didn't have the success she'd hoped. Something to deal with once I figure out if the people talking know anything about my friend. It's starting to feel like a long shot. I knew it was when I drove over here, but I've spent so much of my morning chasing this lead. I hate to think it was all for nothing, especially when I have so little time. 24 hours from the time Lourdes threatened me. That was about 3 a.m. Can I really find Mia in that time frame? 8. Mia, Friday, late morning. There isn't anything in this room that will help me break off the zip ties. These sadists planned to bring me here and make sure I couldn't get out. I still need to try getting out of this room. Thankfully, Lourdes, Donovan, and the others think the chair will keep me locked in. Good. Let them think that. I look around the room again in case I've missed anything, even though I've already scooted around multiple times. There's literally nothing sharp that I can use to free myself. Scrape. Someone's moving the chair. I scurry back to where I was last sitting when Lourdes left before. The door opens. Donovan steps in. Hatred pulsates through me like a stream of fiery hot coals. This man pretended to care about me, fed me lies, acted like we had a relationship, and was dating Lourdes the whole time. Worse, he did this to me. It takes every ounce of my self-control not to leap up and attack him, zip ties or not. But I won't give him the satisfaction of knowing just how much he hurt me. Lourdes says I have to let you use the bathroom. Do you do whatever she tells you? The snide comment flies out of my mouth before I can stop it. His stance relaxes. I never meant for things to go like this. No, you weren't her boyfriend the entire time you were pretending to be mine? I'm not hiding my true feelings very well. I blame it a little on hunger, and a lot on being held against my will. I thought she wanted to get a good deal on a house. That's all. Doesn't matter. I never got that attached to you. I'm just pissed about this. If you needed something from me, you could have just asked. You didn't have to abduct me. He frowns. It wasn't my idea. Oh, that makes it okay then. Come on. He motions for me to leave the room. I want to tear him apart, limb from limb. I'm tied up. Maybe you didn't notice. Sighing like he's the one put out, Donovan crosses the room and reaches for my arm. Instead of allowing him to help me up, I pull away from him. Do you want to stay here and sit in your own pee? What I want is to go home and forget I ever laid eyes on you. My anger is intensifying with every moment I'm forced to spend looking at this traitor. He can blame Lourdes all he wants, but he's the one who did this to me. Donovan's the reason I'm here. He kneels and leans close. Look, nobody wants you dead. All Lourdes wants is for her sister to take the fall for the Drake murders. That's it. Once she does that, you're free as a bird. I stare at him in disbelief. She wants Fleur to confess to committing murder? Then you go free. You people are messed up. Lourdes has family issues. What can I say? What can you say? How about stand up to that psycho and tell her no? That would be a great place to start. I can't do that. Of course you can. He leans even closer. She has dirt on me. I don't want to be involved in any of this, but if I don't help her, I'm going to prison for a very long time. If you keep helping her, you probably will anyway. Do you want to argue with me, or do you want to go to the bathroom? Because if I'm back here too long, she's going to get suspicious. I lunge forward and hit him in the nose with my forehead. It hurts more than I expected. Stars dance before my eyes, and I fall backward. He stumbles back, rubbing his face. I deserved that, but if you pull anything else, you'll regret it. I'm done arguing with you. You don't want to believe me, and I can't do anything about that. I'm taking you to the bathroom. I start to object, but before I get a word out, he yanks me up. Despite my protests, Donovan drags me from the room, down the hall, then into the bathroom. He shoves me in and closes the door. You better hurry. As much as I want to chew him out, I do have to relieve myself. I take care of business as best I can with my ankles and wrists bound. Then I flush and run the water in the sink. With all the noise, I go through the drawers. Bingo! A pair of scissors. I slide them into the back of my pants, which is no easy task, and fluff out my shirt, making sure it doesn't show through. When I open the door, Donovan gives me an apologetic look, but says gruffly, "Can you walk to the room, or do I need to help you?" Has he been this eager to please Lourdes the entire time we were together? I can do it myself. The last thing I need is for him to realize what I have. Even though I want to throw myself against him and kick the lies out of him, I have more important things to focus on. I manage to get myself down the hall and back to my little prison. Donovan closes the door and slides the chair underneath the knob, scraping loudly. I've never hated someone so much in all my life. If I hadn't been so blinded by his good looks, I wouldn't be in this situation. If he hadn't lied to me, if he hadn't been in a relationship with Lourdes the whole time, then I'd be showing a property right now. Maybe sleeping, possibly having lunch with Fleur, any number of things. When I get out of here, Donovan and Lourdes are going down. I'm going to see to that. But first, I have to make my escape. I wait a few agonizing minutes to make sure Donovan doesn't return. Once I'm sure nobody's coming in anytime soon, I pull out the scissors. It's no easier getting them out than it was hiding them, but I manage. I'm scrappy like that, and that's what's going to get me out of here. It's what's going to make sure those two get what they deserve. They'll regret ever messing with Mia Winter. 9. Mia, Friday, late morning. Cutting the tie around my ankles didn't take too long, but this one around my wrists is starting to concern me. I don't know how long I've been working on it, but it feels like forever. Donovan or Lourdes is likely to come check on me soon. I wish they'd bring me some food, gross as it is to eat someone else's leftovers, because I need more energy. Given my hands are pressed together, I can't easily maneuver the scissors, much less get them at an angle to break the zip tie. It was hard enough cutting the one on my ankles when I had more control and a better angle. I managed to get the handle between the mattress and bed frame. With the blade sticking out, I'm able to rub the tie against the sharp end, but I'm not making much progress, and I've already cut myself a few times. Not enough to bleed, but enough to be noticeable. Footsteps sound in the hall. Terror grips me, squeezing my chest. I manage to shove the scissors all the way underneath the mattress. Then I leap over to the spot I've spent most of my time against the wall. I tuck my legs underneath me in a way that's believable that my ankles are still tied. If they figure out I cut the tie, I'm done for. The chair outside the room scrapes, the knob turns, and the door slowly opens. I close my eyes and lean my head against my shoulder. My back aches from everything I've been through, and that doesn't begin to compare to my sore shoulders. They would be far worse if my hands were behind my back. Time to eat. Wake up. That's Lourdes. I want to hate her more than Donovan, because she's behind all of this. But she isn't the one who tricked me by pretending to care about me while planning this the whole time. I'll exact revenge on them both, but he's the one who fuels my fury. I said wake up. She couldn't be more annoying if she tried. I slowly open my eyes, as if I'm pulling myself from a deep sleep, as if that would be possible under these circumstances. What's going on? Eat, you pathetic piece of trash. Come to think of it, hating her as much as Donovan might not be so difficult. I'm about to say something, but then the broken zip tie catches my attention. It's lying on the floor right in front of the bed. How could I have been so careless? Look at me, she demands. I turn to her, watching the tie from the corner of my eye. Lourdes glowers at me. You're going to need your energy for what we have planned for you. My heart sinks. What? Just eat. She shoves a plate in front of me. Don't let me find out you didn't eat every last bite. Got it? I don't reply. Did you hear me? It takes everything in me not to spit in her face. Drop dead. She slaps me across the face. The sting isn't the most shocking part. Tell me you're going to eat every last bite. I flinch. I will. Lourdes gets in my face. You better. You're only here to serve my purpose. It's a good thing for her that I haven't freed my hands yet. I'd choke her if I could, make my situation all the worse. She finally steps back and scoffs. Her gaze roves over the room, stopping near the broken zip tie. My heart sinks. I prepare to fight her. Her attention returns to me. Eat your food, you ingrate. I don't respond, mentally prepare myself for another strike. Lourdes glares at me, but doesn't move toward me. She leaves the room, slamming the door behind her. There's no way I'm eating that second-hand food, even though I do need my energy. I'm getting out of here, and then I'll eat proper food. I make my way over to the scissors and get back to work, breaking into a sweat. It might work better to jimmy them between the mattress and the frame, so I can rub the tie against the blades. Anything has to be an improvement over this. After kicking the zip tie under the bed, I fix the scissors and get to work. I don't know how much time passes, but it feels like forever, and I'm hardly making any progress on my restraint. It's tempting to give up, but if I manage to free myself from the other one, I can get out of this one too. It's just a matter of time. Conversation drifts from the other end of the apartment. Lourdes and Donovan are talking with another guy. At least they're distracted, but that could change at any moment. I work the zip tie even harder, manage to scrape my skin even more. I need a break. And that disgusting half-eaten food. Most of my energy is gone. No, I have to keep working on my own strength. Who knows what that crazy woman put in the food? She's so eager for me to eat it. There has to be a reason. Probably trying to knock me out. I'm done with their games, regardless of what it costs me. I'm getting out of here. Snap. The zip tie flies away from me. I stare in disbelief. It's actually off. I'm free. Almost. Now I have movement on my side and a weapon, if the scissors have any sharpness left after all of that. Even so, they're better than nothing. I yank them free from the mattress and stick them back into my waistband. I'm glad I picked a loose-fitting shirt when I last got dressed. I never would have guessed how much I'd need it. I shoved the second zip tie under the bed, just in case. Even though I have no intention on being here when someone returns to check on me. There's no time to spare. I wipe sweat from my forehead, then press my ear to the door. They're still talking, still sound far away. Good. I twist the knob slowly and then pull just enough to fit my hand through the gap. Then I grasp the back of the chair and pull the door, careful not to let the seat drag or fall. The door is open, and it didn't make a peep. Now, to get to the main door without being seen, that's going to be the tricky part. As if the rest of this hasn't been. But it isn't going to get any easier, that's for sure. I take a deep breath, check the scissors, then step into the hallway. My heart thunders so loudly, I'm sure they have to be able to hear it from where they stand. I take a few more measured breaths before closing the door and returning the chair back to its spot. Can't let them think anything is amiss. I follow the hall the long way, avoiding the kitchen and living room. This would be a lot more challenging if I didn't know the layout of these units. When I near the front door, I crouch down and listen. They're definitely in the living room. If they're in the far corner, nobody will see me leave, but the likelihood of all of them being that far over is low. I need to be prepared to run. Maybe I should have eaten that gross food Lourdes brought in. No, I can do this on pure adrenaline. My hatred for Donovan by itself could power a small city. The front door is barely out of my reach. My captors burst into laughter and clink glasses together. They're celebrating while holding a woman against her will? Their depravity knows no end. Once all of this is behind me, I'm going to take them all down. Nothing will bring me greater joy. They laugh again. I don't waste a moment. While they're distracted, I leap for the door, twist the deadbolt, turn the knob, pull the door, scurry outside. Lourdes calls out first, then Donovan. I slam the door and run. 10. Fleur. Friday, late morning. I've gone through the entirety of the hall twice and not come across anyone. If those 3 guys are in one of the apartments, they're hiding well. I've listened to each door, even though I'm sure multiple doorbell cameras have caught me, and I look guilty of something. Who goes around pressing themselves against every single unit? I even knocked on each one to no avail. Nobody answers their doors for strangers anymore. It isn't like I can get on the bad side of the police more than I already am. Besides, if doorbell cameras are going to pick me up doing something suspicious, it may as well be me, not my vindictive sister. I check my phone again. It's nearly noon by this point, and there still aren't any posts about Mia's disappearance. I don't get it. Nobody else is worried about her? If I'm going to get anything done today, it looks like I need to return home. Most residents are probably at work, and that group of men I've been following isn't going to announce their locations with shouts. I came here on a flimsy lead, found a potential clue, but it's a bust. I need to do something that will make a difference before I'm forced to turn myself in for 5 murders I didn't commit. Even if I do, there's no guarantee Lourdes will release Mia. I can't trust her to do that. But I can trust her to hurt my friend if I don't do what she says. My sister will surely follow through on her word to inflict harm, even if I can't believe she'll do any good for anyone other than herself. I send Shane a quick text to let him know I'll be heading home shortly. He doesn't respond, so hopefully he's busy with something that will actually move us forward. I'm tempted to go around the units one last time, but there's no point. I've already wasted enough time. Nobody's here, and if they are, they aren't going to show themselves to me. And even if they did, what then? Am I going to attack 3 men? No. This is all too much for one person. I should have taken Shane up on his offer to come with me. At least then we would have stood a chance against the group. A heavy weight presses on my shoulders as I make my way back to the staircase. Tears threaten. I blink them away, but can't help being angry with myself. Time is of the essence, and I've wasted the entire morning. In a few hours, we'll be down to 12 hours, half a day. 3 in the morning has never felt so close. I'm going to be forced to admit to killing a family. I'll go to prison and never see the light of day. Shane and I will never have the chance to marry, to have kids, to grow old together. Our love has remained strong over all these years, all these obstacles. And now we'll have to throw away our future, all thanks to Lourdes. The irony isn't lost on me, since she was the one who pushed us together initially. She that gives also takes away. And she'll find great joy in that. I don't know what I ever did to her, but she hates me. Does she actually have feelings for Shane, and I was supposed to say no all those years ago? Is that where I went wrong? Or maybe it's the simple fact that I was born. I took attention away from her. She spent 2 years as the only child, not having to share our parents' time or affection with anyone. But there's no way she remembers that. She can't possibly hold that against me. Can she? Anything is possible, and I'm wasting even more time thinking about all of this. It doesn't matter why my sister wants me out of the picture. She does, and I have very little time to figure it out. The best I can hope for is the evidence will clear my name. I was never in the Drake house while any of them were alive. The only time I went inside was after they were already killed, and I didn't go past the entry. Plus, I've already secured one of the best criminal defense attorneys in the area. Vince will get me out of this mess if I can't do it myself. It's hard to shake the deep disappointment over all of this. Even if I turn myself in, there's no guarantee Mia will be okay. But it's her only chance. My sister still knows me so well, despite having spent no time with me for the last half of my life. Of course, that goes both ways. I can probably predict her next move, not that it'll do me any good. I'm not going to be able to get myself out of this mess. Mia's life is more important than my freedom. I'm going to spend at least some time in prison for crimes I didn't commit. If I'd have stayed in New York with Ian, then none of this would have happened. Can't change it now. I need to get home, talk with my attorney, and see if we can figure a way out of this mess. My feet feel like lead weights by the time I reach the door to the staircase down to the exit. I hesitate before grabbing the knob. If I had the luxury of time, I'd slink to the ground and sob. But I have to keep my head and figure a way out of this. There will be ample time for mourning once I'm behind bars. I'll just have to cry quietly so as to avoid marking myself as a target for inmates as demented as Lourdes. She's the one who should be getting arrested. Faking her death and framing her sister for murder are no small infractions. But again, I can't risk Mia's life. I'll take the fall. We both know it. A few tears escape. I wipe them away before opening the door, then stepping back into the stairwell. Something behind me catches my attention. I turn back around and peek through the door. It's most likely just someone leaving their apartment. Maybe the group of men. If so, I could potentially figure out where Mia is. She might be in there. I step back into the bright hall and look around. Can't hear any more noise. Not sure which direction the sound came from. Someone darts around the corner. My knees turn to rubber. Mia!
11. The Watcher. Counting down the 24 hours. Lourdes was right about my neighborhood swarming with cops, not just local police, FBI too. It's ridiculous. And worse, none of the uniformed officers are anyone from church. That's one less layer of protection. I don't know where Alpha and Omega are either. They're not at their home or at church, and neither is answering calls. Anger roils in my stomach. How dare they ghost me? After everything I've done for them? I've never attained favorite insider status no matter how hard I've tried. It's so infuriating. I've literally done everything they've asked of me. Everything. Now that things are falling apart, they need me. They need anyone they can get. And I need them. That's the main thing, but they're making it clear they don't care. How can they live with themselves treating me like this, especially now? With cops all over, I can't get near my home. They have it under surveillance. There isn't even the option of sneaking in. Now I'm on their radar, but it shouldn't be long before they figure out I'm not who they want. My phone rings. Lourdes. Why did Donovan have to bring her into the fold? Everything went down the toilet the moment she got her fingers into this mess. Granted, I was glad at first to learn she's alive. I've always had my eyes on the Bardot sisters. They were shining stars all throughout school, and the fact that neither would even glance my way only made me want them more. I have to stop Lourdes from letting Fleur go to prison for the Drake family murders. That won't work for me. Both of them will be my wives. I will have an entire harem, more wives than anyone else in the church. My seed will spread far and wide, giving me the most power. Alpha and Omega want large families with tons of wives and kids, and I intend to be the best. I'll finally get their attention. They won't be able to deny me the coveted spot of their favorite. It will be mine. I'm just not sure how to make that happen. Lourdes is still focused on that idiot Donovan, and she is eager to see her sister arrested. I don't know what her plan is, but I'm going to stop it. Both sisters will belong to me, and then I'll be up to 3 wives. That in itself won't make me the man with the most, but it will make me closer. I'm already trying to figure out who will be next. There aren't a lot of single women left anymore. Now that Alpha and Omega gave us the okay to have as many wives as we want, men have been snatching them up like candy. It's getting to the point where I'm going to have to start looking at teenagers. The marriages won't be legal, so I don't have to worry about breaking any laws. Aside from that, their fathers will give them away. Then, authority over them will transfer from the dads to their husband. Me. Once I get rid of Shane and Donovan, then Lourdes and Fleur will see what's obvious. Their best option will be to join me. We'll be one big happy family. There might be an adjustment period, that's fine. I'm nothing if not patient. Lourdes sends me a string of texts since I didn't answer her call. She thinks I'm supposed to submit to her will. Stupid woman. She has it backwards. Won't take me long to make her see the light. Problem is, she's not an actual member of the church yet, so she doesn't understand the proper working order of things. I glanced through her texts. It's obvious she wants me back at the apartment. I'll go along with her idea for now, since I can't go home, but I also don't respond to her texts. She can sweat it out. I don't care. It's better that way. She needs to learn her proper place, and me not responding to her beck and call is a good first step. I cannot wait for her to be under my total control. That's how it should be. Traffic is light on the way back over to the apartment building. I hate dealing with the parking garage since Donovan decided to break all the lights. He said that was the only way for all of us to be able to park. I also can't deal with the stench. He needs to do something about that body before someone calls the cops. At least it isn't in my vehicle. When I get to the apartment, the living room is filled with people. Lourdes glares at me. Your phone broken? I'm here, aren't I? Next time, respond right away. If I feel like it. Her nostrils flare. Good. She needs to get used to frustration. When I take her as my wife, she's going to experience a lot of it until she learns her place under me. Donovan hands me a beer. One of the other guys cracks a joke and everyone else bursts into laughter. It grates on my nerves. You okay? Lourdes cocks a brow. Fine. What crawled up your butt? Some needy woman who wouldn't stop texting me? Her mouth falls open. The other guys mutter and chuckle. You gonna take that? Donovan asks, smirking. She imitates his expression. I don't care. It's cute that he thinks he can get to me. Hot rage pulses through my body. Can't act on it. All of the other guys would jump me. I'll just have to wait until Lourdes is mine. Then I can punish her all I want. It'll be my right. She'll have to take it to learn obedience. I can't wait. Everyone is staring at me, and it's irritating me to no end. I'm going to check on the prisoner. Whatever. Lourdes waves me off, and they all turn from me. She'll get what's coming, and I'll either be the one to deliver it or I'll enjoy watching from the sidelines. Obviously, I'd prefer being the one in charge, but I'll never stop a woman getting what she has coming. Like that winch tied up in the spare bedroom. From what Donovan has said about her, she sounds as terrible as every other one of her gender. In fact, maybe I should give her a taste of the punishment she has coming. So far, she's had it good. She's getting food multiple times a day, gets bathroom breaks instead of having to hold it or sit in it, and her arms are tied in front of her. She won't stop complaining, but she doesn't know how good she has it. I walk a little louder with each step I take. That way the prisoner knows I'm coming and can anticipate it. It actually makes my mouth water thinking of her fear building to terror. Power is the most amazing feeling. Every man should experience this, but most these days are weak. They won't stand up and show the weaker half who's in charge. The state of this world is a truly pitiful place. I pause in front of the door after having just stomped exceptionally loud. If there were people down below, they'd be furious. That woman in the room must be shaking in her boots, and she doesn't even know what's coming. She's going to pay for Lourdes humiliating me. I take my time, slowly moving the chair, making as much noise as I can. She's probably whimpering and crying now. Pathetic. With as much care, I open the door. It's quite the production, but it'll be worth it when I see her face. It'll be so worth it. Even better when I can take out my rage on her and be done with it. After I fling open the door, I wait a few agonizing moments to drag it out as long as possible. Then I step into the room with gusto. This would be an Oscar-worthy performance if anyone important was around to see it. She isn't in here. I blink a few times, trying to make my eyes work properly. Of course she's in here. If she wasn't, someone in the living room would have told me. Then I see it. The broken zip tie. My skin crawls as I look around the room. That despicable piece of trash isn't planning on attacking me, is she? I'll kill her if she does that. I've always held back with women, but if this one comes after me, she won't know what hit her. I whip out my phone and shine the light around. The only place she can hide is under the bed. There isn't even a closet in here. She's nowhere. After checking the empty bathroom, I march into the living room. Where is she? Lourdes throws me a smirk. Who? If there weren't all these other people here, I'd tear her limb from limb. The prisoner, of course. In the room. Your eyes aren't working? I clench my fists. One day she'll pay for humiliating me. She isn't there. Did you look around? Do you think I'm stupid? I shout. Shut up and stop talking to me like that. You lost her. Lourdes folds her arms. I did no such thing. Then where is she? I don't know. Apparently you lost her. This is ridiculous. I just got here. If she's gone, it's on you. Don't blame me. I glare at Donovan, who should be the one putting this little shrew in her place. He's her boyfriend. The jerk has the audacity to look amused. Lourdes storms down the hallway. I turn my attention back to Donovan. You need to get her in line. He crosses one leg over the other. Not my fault you aren't man enough to earn respect on your own. Everything in the room takes on a red hue, and I lunge at him. Fists swing. I see stars. Pain shoots through my knuckles. Sticky blood covers them. Donovan's nose is bleeding. Someone pulls me off him. Before I can react, Lourdes returns, her face white. Mia escaped. I told you. I rub my eye. Everyone talks at once as we scramble and head toward the front door.
12. Fleur, Friday, late morning. It takes me a moment to find my voice. Mia? She nods before flinging herself against me. Donovan and Cleo, they kidnapped me, and Cleo is Lourdes. Mia steps back. You know? It's a long story. Let's get you out of here. A door slams down the hall. People shout. Someone calls Mia's name. Her eyes widen and her face pales. I grab her arm and drag her to the staircase. We hurry down as fast as we can. When we reach the next landing, the door above slams shut. Harried voices sound. Mia starts to say something, but I drag her into the dim hall rather than going down to the smelly, dark garage. I'm not sure how we'll get out, but we can't wait around here and run into Donovan and Lourdes. I already know she has a gun. How'd you find me? Mia asks. Another long story. I close the door quietly, so as not to alert them that we came through it. We race down the corridor where I first came in. All the doors look the same, so I don't know that I can find the one leading into the bookstore. I'm not even sure I want to go in there. The shopkeeper could be working with Donovan and Lourdes for all I know. Considering how she tried to stall me, she probably is. A door slams shut behind us. Mia yelps. We'll get out of here, I assure her, even though I have no idea how that's going to happen. Footsteps thunder down the hall. The concrete floors and walls make everything echo. I reach for the nearest knob. It turns. Mia and I scramble inside. We're in an employee break room. I close the door as quickly and quietly as possible, then lock it. My heart feels like it's going to burst through my chest. What now? Mia looks around. This way. I lead her through the cluttered room, but she stops. What? Without a word, she opens the fridge and pulls out some food. I'm starving. The doorknob leading out into the hallway jiggles. I nearly lose control of my bladder. Let's go. She slams the fridge shut, then we go through the other door. Now we're in a toy store. Hey! Someone says from the left. You can't be in there. We're leaving. I pull Mia in the other direction. That's my lunch! I dig into my purse and toss some bills down on the ground. Keep that. Mia and I weave in and out of cheery aisles of children's toys until we reach the exit. I throw myself against the door, opening it. Cold fall air engulfs us, and the sidewalk is considerably more crowded than it was earlier. I glance around, trying to gain my bearings. I parked near the deli. Was that to the left or right? Only one way to find out. I run toward the left and hope for the best. Mia gasps for air. Do we have much farther? No. Even if I'm wrong, it won't help her to know that. We squeeze our way between the busy shoppers. Nobody even notices how terrorized we look, or how bad of shape Mia's in. She's nowhere near as rough as Shane had been, but she's obviously been through an ordeal. I'm about ready to turn around when we reach the deli. We're actually going in the right direction, almost to my car. It hardly seems possible. When we get to it, I remote unlock it, and we climb in. We're both gasping for air. I lock the doors, then start the engine. She unwraps a sandwich, making my new car smell like egg salad. I hope you don't mind if I eat in here, because that's what I'm going to do. Have at it. I buckle in and look around, not seeing Donovan, Lourdes, or anyone from the cult. We're free and clear. Not that I'm going to rest easy. I pull out of the parking spot, squealing my tires in the process. Honk! I wave an apology, but keep going. We have to put miles between us and them. My muscles don't relax until we're out of that side of town. How'd you find me? Mia asks. All your pictures of Donovan were in that area back there. I wandered around and happened upon some guy talking about him, so I followed them. That's crazy. It's a little more complicated than that, but it worked. How'd you get out? She explains a wild story about getting scissors and cutting zip ties while she was bound. What were they planning on doing to you? Why kidnap you? They never told me. As we near my neighborhood, I turn the other way. Where are we going? Mia asks, her tone incredulous. Police station. No! We need to report what happened to you. You know as well as I do that the police department is run by the cult, who I now hate more than ever. They're under new management as of last night. It's hard to believe it was only last night that I was arrested and interrogated at the station. Are you serious? Yeah. Let me guess. Another long story? Basically. The short version is, Lourdes is framing me for the Drake murders. What? Mia exclaims. The whole thing is crazy. I'm still trying to come to terms with her being alive. Did you really not notice how similar we look? She wore a wig when she was pretending to be Cleo. Not to mention the fact that Lourdes was supposed to be dead. How long has she been playing you? A month? I don't know. Donovan didn't introduce us right away. He also failed to mention that she was actually his girlfriend. I was just a pawn. We need to tell the cops everything. I pull into the police station parking lot. I still don't trust them. You should be able to request someone who's a new hire. Pretty sure we don't get to pick who we talk to. I take the first empty spot. Sure you can. You aren't under arrest. If you're giving information, you can ask to speak with a particular member of the force. Mia draws a deep breath. I just want to sleep. You should talk to them while everything is fresh on your mind. You don't want to risk any details going fuzzy. Fine, but after that I'm sleeping for a week. Sounds reasonable. Then I'm going to hunt down Donovan and Lourdes and kill them. I nearly choke on air. My friend has always been a pacifist. Or we can let the professionals handle it. After what they did to me, not a chance. Let's just talk with an officer first. After your week of sleep, we can see where everything stands. She doesn't look convinced. The best thing you can do is report this. It needs to be official. Mia wrings her hands together. Okay, but only if you go with me. Of course. I cut the engine. Let's do this. She nods. I give her arm a gentle squeeze before climbing out of the car. Once inside, we have to wait behind a few people before we can check in at the counter. The clerk tells us to take a seat, but then an officer walking by stops and stares at me. I recognize him, and he wasn't one of the detectives questioning me last night. I'm about to ask him what his problem is when he speaks. That's her, Fleur Bardot. At least he didn't call me Fleur. Congratulations, you remembered my name. I start to turn so I can sit with Mia. Stop! The door to the waiting room opens, and the officer bursts through it. There's a warrant for your arrest. The words are like a slap, but then I pull myself together. I was released last night. Turns out I was framed. You can't hold me. He takes a step toward me. Your DNA was found all over the crime scene. You lied about not being there. My mouth falls open. That's not possible. But he cuffs me while reading me my rights. How can this be happening again? And more importantly, how did they find my DNA all over the murder scene? Because I'm being framed. My sister will stop at nothing to make sure I go down for this crime. I turn to Mia. Call Shane. Tell him to call Vince. 13. Fleur. Friday, early or mid-afternoon. This is a nightmare that will not end. I'm back in an interrogation room, this time with different cops coming and going. I know better than to say anything stupid. So the only thing I've told them is that they're wrong about me being the killer. I don't see how that can go wrong, considering I'm not the killer. What I don't know is how Lourdes got enough of my DNA to spread all over the crime scene. That part baffles me. Did I get up in the middle of the night once, go to the bathroom, forget to flush? Then my sister snuck into the house to collect my urine, which she spread all over the crime scene? That's obviously ridiculous. But how did she manage? Could Donovan have collected something while he was here? I'm not sure what to think. Another mystery is whether Lourdes was wearing my red jacket in the video footage of her walking toward the Drake house before they were killed. My coat was missing, but then it showed up again. It would have been easier for my sister to find a similar jacket. What I need is to talk with my lawyer. He got me out of here last night. He can do it again. I'd think the cops would get tired of arresting me. I know they can only hold me for so long without actual evidence. Except they clearly think the DNA is solid, or they wouldn't have arrested me. Now it's been twice. The cops last night shouldn't have, though. They didn't have enough evidence, and if these new guys have to let me go the next day, that isn't going to look good. Where is Vince? I couldn't reach him with my one call, but someone at his office said he was already aware of the situation, whatever that means. At least Mia is free now. Lourdes can't use her as leverage against me, although she clearly now has this. Knock, knock. I jolt at the noise. I'm not sure why anyone bothers knocking. It isn't like I have a say as to whether they enter. Vince steps in, taking up most of the doorway. Here we are again. What's going on? Do they actually have my DNA all over the crime scene like they said? It appears so. How? I wasn't there. I bury my face in my palms. He says a bunch of legalese echoes over my head. To be fair, at this point, a children's cartoon would probably be too much for me to grasp. Vince pauses, and I think he's expecting an answer from me. I glance up at him. Can you repeat that last part? Shane is gathering what proof he can as to where you were that night. But the problem is, you two weren't together the entire time. You went over to the Drake house alone. After the fact! That video looks a lot like you. They're saying it doesn't look doctored. Because it was Lourdes. You can't use that as a defense. I stare at him, words escaping me. She was declared legally dead years ago. Pinning that on a dead woman will make you look desperate and like a liar. But it was her. You're going to have to prove she's alive after all these years. How am I supposed to do that from in here? I don't make the rules. This whole legal system is a joke. I wouldn't say that in front of anyone else. I rack my brain. There has to be a way to prove Lourdes is alive. Mia! She saw Lourdes. We came here so she could report her kidnapping. Whose kidnapping? Mia's. Donovan and Lourdes are in on it. Keep up. She's here? At the station? I don't know if she's still here, but she saw my sister alive. Lourdes also had a gun to Shane's back last night. He'll tell you. For a dead woman, she's letting a lot of people see her walking around. Vince scribbles notes on his pad of paper. I'll be back. Great. He leaves, and I bury my face into my palms again. There are 3 of us who will admit to having seen Lourdes. Surely that has to be enough to prove that she's alive and framing me for murder. Not that it explains how she got my DNA and spread it all around the Drake house. I try to think of how that might have happened, but come up blank. I must have fallen asleep because I jolt awake when the door slams shut. I'm pretty groggy and can feel some drool at the corner of my mouth. I wipe it while Vince is distracted reading something on his notepad. What's going on? He glances over at me. Good news. I try not to get my hopes up. Yeah? Shane was able to prove you weren't at the Drake house in the window of the time of the murder. His mouth keeps moving, but I can't understand a word he says after that. I'm free. That's the only thing that matters, not what evidence he found, not how much convincing it took on Vince's part, and not even how my DNA being all over the scene plays into any of that. My attorney looks at me like he's expecting me to say something. Sorry, what? I'm still stuck on the fact that I can go home. Again. He nods. I asked if you have any questions. I did have words with the new head detective about this second wrongful arrest and made it clear this won't happen again. What'd he say? She said they're treating this case as new, and since your previous charges were dropped, they don't even see it as having happened. I see it differently. They've noted it. For what it's worth, these detectives are leagues above the other ones. Even though they arrested me without cause, DNA evidence is pretty solid. But the good news is these charges are also being dropped. None of this will be on your record, and soon this will just be a memory. A bad one? Correct. Let's get you out of here. I couldn't agree more. I scramble out of my seat, eager to finally return home after what feels like forever. 14. Fleur. Friday, early evening. You three are a shame to young people everywhere. Mimi Pearl glances longingly toward the couch, which is now set up as a bed for Mia. Who goes to bed this close to dinner time? Shane guides her toward her bedroom. I'm sure you'll be fine playing on your phone for a few hours. You are all being out-energized by someone in their 70s. I shake my head, not bothering to point out that two of us are recovering from being abducted, even if Shane won't admit to still not being in tip-top shape, and that I've spent a significant amount of time over the last 2 days under arrest. Mimi knows all that. She's just being her ornery self, and I love that she's being funny instead of babying all of us. Mia fixes the covers on the pulled-out mattress, an amused expression brightening her features. She hasn't changed a bit. Not even a little. I smile. Do you need anything? She yawns. Just some sleep. Same. I could wake up next week and still not feel fully rested. Tell me about it. Thanks again for letting me stay here. I don't feel safe at my place with Donovan and Lourdes running around. For all I know, he gave copies of my key to everyone they collude with. Stay as long as you need to. I'm glad you're safe. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't run into you at the apartment building. You'd have figured something out. You got yourself out of there on your own. Mia shudders. They were right behind us. And now the police are looking for all of them. She climbs into bed, then pulls the covers up to her chin. Do you think the police believe Lourdes is still alive? They'd better, given they have 3 eyewitnesses. Mia glances at the door with suspicion. You don't think they'll try to get in here, do you? As if on cue, Zorro jumps up on the bed and licks Mia's face. I chuckle. They'll have to get through him first. She relaxes a little and rubs Zorro's head. Maybe I need to get a dog. They're a great alarm system and give the best snuggles. I give her arm a quick squeeze. Get some rest. Mia squares her shoulders. I'm going to move and get a dog. You can figure out everything later. You're safe now. Not only do we have all the new cameras Shane just installed, but Zorro will alert us if anybody comes near the house. Her eyes are already closing, and my pup snuggles up to her. When I pass Mimi's room, she's already glued to her phone, chuckling at something on her small screen. I tell her good night before heading to bed. Don't get arrested again, she says without looking up. Thanks, Mimi. I'll try. It's getting a little old. That it is. By the time I get into bed after cleaning up, Shane's already sound asleep. Not that I'm surprised, given he was up before me this morning. I close my eyes, but my brain won't slow down. Ever since I was arrested, I've been trying to figure out how my DNA got inside the Drake house. I'm certain Lourdes is behind it, but it's driving me crazy that I can't figure out how she pulled it off, or how the cops could have gotten the results to compare to my sample. I'm no DNA expert, but they didn't take a swab from me until last night. How did they have my results on file so quickly? This isn't TV, where results are instantaneous. It's all a mystery, and even if I do figure it out, I'm still better off getting sleep. If only I could get that message to my brain. After an hour of tossing and turning, I get up and wander out toward the living room. Mimi is still on her phone in her room, tapping away on the screen. She doesn't even notice me pass by. Mia and Zorro are both snoozing on the hide-a-bed. Given how heavy my eyelids are, I'm surprised I'm not sound asleep, too. I warm some milk in the microwave and drink that, hoping it'll help. My parents swore by it when I was growing up, but I was never fully convinced. At this point, I'll try anything, though my racing thoughts will likely win this battle. Why does my brain always try to figure everything out when I'm trying so hard to sleep? I'm tempted to try some calming tea, too, but after the milk, my bladder will keep me up once my mind lets me rest. Instead, I pace the living room and dining room in hopes that'll tire me out. I also let my thoughts go where they want. I pause and pass the front door for the 4th or 5th time. Something sounded out there. The app for the outside cameras doesn't show anything. Maybe I'm imagining it, because Zorro hasn't budged from a spot. Even so, I peek out from one of the blinds, then jump at the sight. Someone is out on the sidewalk, staring at the house. He motions for me to join him. Unless I'm imagining that. There's no way he could have seen the blind budge slightly from that distance. Maybe he was scratching himself. That makes more sense. Why would he be trying to get me to go out there with him? He does it again. Same motion. Either the man has an itch that won't go away, or he knows I see him. The second option is impossible, especially since there's no way I could have heard someone walking out on the sidewalk. It's so far from the door that Zorro often wears himself out running in the yard. The man motions for me again. I check the app. Still nothing. If I go out there, it'll activate it and capture the guy on camera. Might not be a bad idea. Not saying I'm going to join him, but I can at least let him know I see him. Hesitating for just a moment, I grab my jacket. Then I unlock the door. 15. Fleur, Friday night. Zorro perks up at the sound of the deadbolt unlocking. He lifts his head, looks toward me, and perks his ears up. Good boy. As I'm sliding on my shoes, he leaps off the couch and races toward me. Now I feel even better about stepping outside. Zorro races ahead of me onto the porch. He stares right at the man, who hasn't budged from his place on the sidewalk. My heart skips a beat. I debate locking the door. On one hand, it'll keep everyone inside safe. But if I need to run inside, I won't want to fumble with my keys. I leave it closed but unlocked and keep my phone in one hand. The guy nods at me as I step down from the porch. I don't recognize him. I can only make out his basic shape. Zorro stays a few steps ahead of me, clearly cautious. He stops near the edge of the property, and I do as well. The nearest streetlight doesn't reach this far, so I still can't tell who he is despite being closer. I wait for him to speak first. Fleur, he says. It takes me a moment to place his voice. Troy? Yeah. What are you doing here? He runs his fingers through his hair. Was hoping to get into my house, but it's taped off. I mean, what are you doing here, at my house? Thought I'd wander the neighborhood to clear my head. So you stopped here? I guess. A million questions run through my mind. I haven't spoken with Darby since I saw her at the police station, talking about bloody clothes she found in the garage. Troy clears his throat. Have you talked with Darby? I've been a little busy, but I plan to call her soon. I assume you haven't? He fidgets. Not yet. What do you know about the bloody clothes she found? No point in beating around the bush. Those aren't mine. No, they aren't. Whose are they? I take a step closer. Zorro steps in front of me and sits on my feet. Don't know. Guess we'll have to wait and see what the cops say. They won't find my DNA on them. Will they find any of the Drake families? I counter. How would I know? They were in your garage. Anyone could have put them there. Anyone? Troy sighs. Anybody who's been to the house. How do I know you didn't plant them? When you and Shane were over, you went to a different room to take a phone call. I went to the living room. Did you see me carrying a bag of bloody clothes? You weren't in my line of sight. Also, word around town is that the cops are still looking at you for that. My DNA is there because I was the first person who found them. I heard it was all over the house. Word really gets around. The only way that could have happened was sloppy police work. I was in the entryway, slipping on a pool of blood. Then I spoke to an officer. Any one of them could have spread my DNA to the rest of the house, if they weren't careful. Interesting theory. So is the one about somebody else planting evidence in your garage. We should work together. Did I hear that right? Come again? I give him a double take. Wish I could read his expression. Cops are looking at both of us for it. We could help each other out. A little quid pro quo. You don't think I'm guilty? Troy laughs. I take that as a no. You killing 5 people on your own? Not a chance. At least he can see the truth. But he also wants something from me. What do you mean when you say you want to work together? Are you considering it? I'm asking what you meant. Just that it could benefit us both. You didn't kill them, and I didn't kill them. Yet, for reasons unknown, we're the prime suspects. We could get more done together than on our own. On my own? I have a competent attorney. Yet your DNA is all over that house. I'll take my chances. You sure? He crosses his arms. I'm not the one with evidence from the murders in my house. And I wasn't seen anywhere near the Drake house that entire week. Were you seen there outside of that week? He doesn't respond. I need to get back inside. It won't be good if someone sees us talking together. It's pitch black out here. Exactly. I need to get back inside. Think about it. I don't dignify that with a response. You have my number. Text me when you realize we're better off working together. Right. I'll be sure to do just that. It makes sense. We can help one another. Good night, Troy. I wait for him to walk away so I don't have to turn my back to him. If you talk to Darby, let her know I want her to call me. I'm not making any promises. What's holding you back? From passing a message along to your wife, who would contact you if she wanted to? No, from working with me. That isn't obvious? The cops clearly want us working on our own. They can work against us more easily that way. If we band together, then we can figure out what's going on. Prove that we're both innocent. I know I'm innocent, but I can't say as much about you. Why would someone plant bloody clothes in your garage? It doesn't make any sense. How does it make any sense that you were seen on multiple doorbell cameras that night, in the red coat you're known for wearing all the time? My blood runs cold. How do you know about that? Troy hesitates for a microsecond. Neighbors talk. Don't come back here again. Text me when you see the light. Goodbye, Troy. I stand taller. He doesn't move, and for a moment I think I'm going to have to call the police. But then he turns and moseys down the sidewalk. I stare at him in disbelief. What makes him think I would even consider working with him? He has to know I'm aware of how he treats his family. Nothing would make me happier than to see him behind bars. 16. Derby, Saturday, just after midnight. I'm glad the girls can sleep. Somehow I convinced them this is a fun vacation, even though we can't leave the hotel room. For the 100th time, I use the peephole to check the hall. Once again, Troy is nowhere to be seen. If he was in jail, the police would call me. The only thing I've heard from them was a lady officer checking on me and bringing some food, which I've made last long enough with using room service here and there. I keep forgetting to ask who's paying for this hotel and the food, so I don't want to rack up a huge bill. If those bloody clothes really do belong to Troy, who else would they belong to? Then he's going to jail. When that happens, there won't be any money for the girls and me. The church should help us out, but given I turned in the items, I'll be seen as the one in the wrong. As the wife, it's my job to protect my husband's reputation at all costs. It doesn't matter if I have to lie or otherwise commit a sin. The most important thing is serving him and lifting him up. God knows he won't let me forget any of that. I'm on my own. This was what I feared about standing up to him or leaving before. Not only am I completely dependent on him, but he's made it clear I'll never make it without him. I don't have any skills and could never get a job because I have no work experience. I went from school to wife, from father to husband. I've never lived without the authority of a male watching over me. Sometimes I wonder what life would be like without the rule of my husband, my church, or my parents. They all have authority over me and my life. Obedience is the most important virtue for a woman and child. It really is like there's no difference between the two. Not when we have no say over anything in our lives. The only difference is that I have authority over my children, but only so far as it lines up with my husband. He is surely furious at me. How could he not be when I turned in that bag of clothes to the police instead of leaving it where I found it? I didn't protect him or his reputation. Click. That sounded like the lock on the door. My hands shake as I stare at it. The handle shakes. The door opens slightly. The manual lock prevents it from opening. Someone is trying to get in. What if it's Troy or someone from the church? If so, I'll be in the worst kind of trouble. I've committed the gravest of sins. The only way I could have done something worse was if I'd also turned in Alpha or Omega. If they were involved in whatever led to those clothes getting bloody, then I did go against them too. The door is getting louder as the person on the other side keeps trying to open it. My knees feel like rubber as I make my way to the door. I can't lock the handle because it's controlled by a key card. It locks automatically when the door closes. How did someone manage to unlock it then? I haven't given my key card to anyone. Not even the girls can reach it. I press myself against the door, push the top lock down. Click. The person is trying the lock again. I hurry over to the table and bring a chair over, stick the back of it underneath the handle. Need to do more, but what? The police. There's supposed to be one nearby at all times. I race to my purse and dig out my phone. The battery is almost dead. I don't have a charging cord. Hopefully, it has enough life for me to make this call. My fingers keep pressing the wrong buttons. Somehow, I pull out the business card the lady officer gave me and manage to press the numbers followed by the send button. All the while, the person is still trying to get in. It rings. I wait. They'll know it's me, even if I can't answer. The police know my situation. Then they will come and find the person trying to break in. Just when I think it's going to voicemail, it stops mid-ring. Officer Petrosky. I relax slightly, even though she could be across town for all I know. This is Darby Wilson. I'm at the hotel. Is everything okay? No, someone's trying to get into my room. Do you have the safety lock in place? Yes, and I shoved a chair under the handle. Good, and you haven't given either of the keys to anyone? Either of the keys? I ask, my voice squeaking. The key cards. I have the only key card. Silence. After what feels like an eternity, she speaks. You only have one? They only gave me one. It's standard issue for hotels to give 2 key cards, even if it's only one person. Maybe they gave one to an officer for safety? I hope. They shouldn't do that, she says. Not unless you requested it, did you? No, I checked in but didn't pay. Maybe whoever paid for me has one? That isn't standard procedure. Let me call you back. My heart skips a beat. You're sending someone to the room, right? The person is still trying to get in. Yes, of course. I've already texted the officers near there while talking to you. They should already be on the way. You really didn't get a second key card? No! A lump forms in my throat, and I fight back tears. It seems there is no safe place. Will I be able to protect my girls? 17. Darby, Saturday, early in the morning. I finally climb into bed after what feels like hours. The girls and I are in a new room. When I woke them, I said we were getting a better room. They believed me and think this room is an upgrade, even though it's exactly the same. Except one major difference. It's on a different floor on another side of the building. Whoever has the key card to the other room doesn't know where I am. As before, I'm under a fake name, a different one from the first. And only a few select police have the room number. Officers new to the force who haven't been influenced by the church. And I have both key cards this time. I didn't even know it was standard to give out two no matter how many or few adults check in. I won't forget that in the future, especially now that I'm going to be a single mom. Even if Troy turns out to be completely innocent in the matter of the bloody clothes like he claims, I'm done. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'll figure out a way. That's a problem for another day. For now, Ashley, Emma, and I are safe. Hopefully, we'll at least be able to pick up some of our things from the house. Everything belongs to Troy. He's the income earner, and everything is in his name. I've never worked or even graduated high school. I was told all of those things were worldly and unnecessary since my purpose was to be a wife and mother. With Troy as the head of the household, everything belongs to him, including the girls and me. He made it more than clear that I owe him everything, and if I ever leave him, I won't get even a penny. Even if the girls and I have to start over with nothing, we'll be better off. I can't keep living with his constant criticism, disapproval, impossible expectations, and yelling. That doesn't even touch the threats, intimidation, or coercion. Thanks to Fleur, lately I've been reading up on controlling relationships and various forms of abuse. He lied about almost everything. Legally, I'm entitled to half of all we owned, even though I haven't worked a day of our marriage, even without laying a hand on me, which has happened from time to time. He meets many of the legal qualifications of abuse. In the eyes of the law, I can divorce him even if the church won't acknowledge it. I shouldn't call it a church. Fleur is right about it being a cult. They're just as controlling as Troy. In fact, I don't think he'd be half as bad as he is without their influence. And since I've started reading the scriptures on my own when Troy was out of the house, I'm seeing that control and abuse isn't taught in there. Some of the teachings have been twisted, but that isn't what the Bible actually says. It's even more obvious since I started researching scholars who have spent their entire career studying the cultural and linguistic meanings. Words that were meant to bring freedom were used to oppress. My whole world has been turned upside down in the last few weeks. I feel like my entire life has been a lie, and aside from a new life, more than anything, I want to bring down the Beacon of Truth Fellowship, to expose them for the frauds and liars they are. I won't stop until I do. Alpha, Omega, and the other leaders will live to regret ever controlling and oppressing me. They're the ones who teach parents and husbands to abuse their power, to rule harshly over those under their authority. My own parents might not have known better, but if they did, I won't let them get away with it either. They'll all go down and be exposed for the frauds they are, even if it takes me until my dying moment and costs me everything I have left. 18. Fleur. Saturday, late morning. When I wake, it takes me a moment to realize I'm home in my own bed. After everything I've been through in the last few days, including countless hours at the police station and falling asleep in the interrogation rooms, it's hard to believe it's all behind me. Well, not everything. We still have our work cut out for us, and I have a feeling I haven't heard the last about my DNA being at the Drake house. But for now, I can put it out of my mind. Once we expose the Beacon of Truth Fellowship for what they really are, the truth about the Drake family murders will also come out. Clearly, I don't know who killed them, but it wasn't me. The only thing I can think of is they were planning on leaving the cult. Mia told me rumors she'd heard of people going missing when trying to leave. So, maybe they're upping their game. A shudder runs through me. That's a serious consequence. Haven't these people heard of NDAs? Most other high-control religious groups I've heard about in my research usually force people to sign those. I thought that was bad, but murder? That takes it to a whole new level. It's hard to know what to focus on, Lourdes or the cult. Perhaps both, since she's involved with Donovan. Everything is connected. Shane's side of the bed is already empty. Other than when he first moved in, he hasn't slept in it at all. Sadness washes through me. He probably wasn't allowed to sleep well those 2 years he was held captive. That must be why he gets up early all the time. I can't even imagine how I'd react after such an ordeal. If we're going to take down a cult, we're going to be busy. I don't bother finding Shane before taking a shower. Once I'm ready, I head down the hall. Mimi's voice sounds from her room. "When are you going to post another episode?" People keep asking online. I'm still waiting for my shout-out. Seriously? My friends and I are some of your biggest fans. A couple of them are literally your biggest fans. Did you see Agnes? That woman has to be at least 400 pounds. I stare at her in disbelief. What? She looks genuinely confused. That's rude. It's funny. No, it isn't. You can't go around making fun of people's appearances like that. It's not nice. Everyone is so sensitive these days. For good reason. People could take a joke when I was young. That doesn't make it okay. She waves me off. I'll try to remember your shout-out when I record my next episode, but I'm not making any promises. Not with everything that's going on. You do realize I've been arrested twice this week? Yeah, it's not been a good look for this family. I start to say something, but then realize I can't remember if anyone told her about Lourdes being alive. See, she says. You can't even argue that point. I'm here, aren't I? The charges didn't stick. Good. Now, you have time for another episode. What's it going to be about? An insider's view of the interrogation process? It's my turn to wave her off. I find Mia still sleeping in the living room, and Shane is sipping coffee while scrolling on his phone at the table. He greets me with a warm hug and a kiss. Want some coffee? Sure, thanks. You okay? Just annoyed with Mimi Pearl. I guess it's a generational difference, but it still doesn't sit right with me. Shane goes to the coffee maker. What'd she say? She was making fun of someone's weight. He makes a face. My grandpa was like that too. But Mimi is so on top of current trends. I expected better from her. She also likes to buck conventions. I'm sure she doesn't realize this isn't one of those issues. Would it help if I talked to her? He hands me a mug. I doubt it would do any good. I sip the warm drink. Besides, we have a cult to take down. We can worry about an old woman's narrow-mindedness later. Who are you calling old? Mimi asks from behind. I apologize for offending you. I was just trying to make you laugh. I didn't mean to step over the line. I appreciate it. She nods and gets herself a cup of coffee. What's this about, taking down a cult? They're behind everything, Shane says. Caroline's murder, my abduction, Mia's too. And the murders. Who knows what else? Sounds like a cause I can get behind. What do you need me to do? I exchange a glance with Shane. She sighs. I won't do anything crazy. No comments about how anyone looks. No starting rounds or songs at restaurants. Why don't you cover social media? I say. You seem pretty good at that. I'd rather be involved with the real action. At your age? Shane's eyes widen. Yes. She stares him down. Mia rounds the corner, rubbing her eyes. What's going on? Sorry, I say. Did we wake you? No. She glances in the kitchen and darts in. Oh, coffee. My grandma thinks she's going to help us take down the cult. Mimi scowls. You say I can't talk about how people look, but you can discriminate because of my age? I see how this goes. I throw my hands in the air. It's a matter of safety. It isn't like I'm pushing 90. I'm not even 80. When you get to my age, you'll see. Do you think you can outrun a killer? I can knock his lights out. Mia snorts. What? I can. Mimi Pearl glares at each of us in turn. When you all gain a little wisdom, you'll see where I'm coming from. Then you'll know. Shane rests a hand on her shoulder. Why don't you help us figure out a plan? We have a lot to figure out, and we can use all the brainpower we can get. You aren't afraid of my old mind will fail you? That isn't it at all. I give her a knowing look. Even you have to admit you aren't as agile as you used to be. I can hold my own. Let's figure out how to take down a cult. My breath hitches at the thought, and I still haven't told Mimi about Lourdes. I was going to bring that up when I got annoyed with her. She studies me. Something on your mind? I hesitate. Actually, there is something I need to tell you. Maybe we should talk privately. This sounds serious. It is. We head back to her bedroom, coffees in hand. My heart races at the prospect of giving her the news. Hopefully, it isn't too much for her heart. I'm not sure I can take anything else happening to someone I care about. I check to make sure my phone is on me, just in case I need it. 19. Fleur. Saturday, late morning. Mimi looks expectantly at me as we both sit on her bed. She seems small and frail now that I'm about to tell her the news. Not the larger-than-life woman I've always seen her as. The person who got kicked out of a retirement villa for throwing a racket at someone, among other things. Spit it out, she says. We don't have all day. There's a cult that needs to go down. This is going to be hard to hear, especially as I tell you more than the initial news. Then you better just say it. No sense in beating around the bush. I don't know where to begin. My mind swirls with different ways I can present it. Not that any of it will soften the blow. Her granddaughter faked her own death for 15 years, which eventually led to the death of both our parents. Mimi's own daughter. Whatever it is, I can handle it. Lord knows I've lived through enough already. And this will pile more onto that. She arches a brow. Go on. I promise I won't faint. You definitely aren't the fainting type. I manage a small smile. Then drop the bomb. It can't be any worse than a real blaster. I take a deep breath. Lourdes is alive. Mimi doesn't so much as blink. Are you okay? I rest my hand on hers. She nods, blinks, but doesn't express anything on her face. Her coloring remains the same. Lourdes is safe and healthy. She has been this whole time. That's good. Have you spoken with her? I chew on my lower lip. Briefly. And? I'm not sure she has much interest in reuniting with us, unfortunately. But she is alive and well after all this time. Is she involved with the cult? Mimi leans a little closer. How'd you know? It's the only thing that makes sense, given you wanted to tell me now. The only reason I didn't mention it before is because I've been dealing with so much. 2 arrests in as many days. Right. Mimi rises and paces. How deep is she involved with this cult we're taking down? Are you sure you want to know? She squares her shoulders. Yes. I fidget with my hair, building the nerve to tell her. Well, Lourdes played a big part in Mia's abduction. Mimi nods. Is there more? She's taking this strikingly well. I swallow, my throat like a parched desert. Lourdes also framed me for that family being murdered. Mimi stares at me, unblinking again. It takes me a moment to find more words. I'm not saying she killed those people, but she went to a lot of effort to make it look like I was there at the time they were killed. How'd she get there at the scene of the crime? Did you know she was alive then? No, that was a coincidence as far as I know. I don't see how she could have orchestrated that. Shane and I went looking for you, and I happened to be the one who went in the direction of the Drake house. Unless Shane's also involved. That's crazy. Is it? Your sister is back from the dead. How can anything be off the table? Shane was held captive by these people for 2 years. And by your own admission, Lourdes was involved with that. I said she was a part of Mia's abduction, not his. He was held by the cult, and your sister is part of that group. I'm not sure she's a member, but she's involved somehow. Her boyfriend Donovan is a member. Mia's Donovan. He was only pretending to date her. She leans against the doorframe. We are going to have to write all this down. That's a good idea. How are you feeling? Fine. I just told you Lourdes is alive and you're fine. Like I said, I can handle whatever you throw at me. Maybe she's in shock. I'll have to keep an eye on her. If you say so, we should help Shane and Mia. Great idea. She scurries out of the room. I don't budge from the spot on the bed. How could she have taken that news in such stride? Had she always held out hope? And finding out the truth was a relief? Either that or shock. At least she didn't take it badly. At least, not yet. I'll have to make sure Shane knows to watch her. Who knows when the news will sink in? My phone rings. Darby. Air deflates from my lungs. I fumble to accept the call. Darby, are you okay? Kind of. What does that mean? The girls and I are in a hotel. Someone tried to break into our room last night and... What? You need to go somewhere else. We're in a new room, and I have the 2 key cards this time. Was Troy behind the Drake murders? Is that what those clothes were about? I'm not sure. The police haven't updated me about that. Do you think they were? Silence. You don't have to talk about it. I shouldn't have asked. No, it's okay. Her voice wobbles. It's just... I'm having a hard time coming to terms with everything. I knew things were bad, but I didn't know how bad they were. With just the little space I've had from him, I'm starting to see things I couldn't before. I'm really sorry. Don't be. I need this. For the first time in my life, I have the space to face the truth. Shane appears in the doorway. Are you ready? I hold out the phone. Give me a minute. He nods, then leaves. Am I bothering you? Darby asks. Not at all. Shane was just asking me something. We're working on something. Does it have anything to do with exposing the reality of the Beacon of Truth Fellowship? Actually, it does. I want in. As much as we could use all the help we can get, I don't think that's a good idea. You don't trust me? A hurt tone laces her words. That's not it. It's the opposite. I don't want to put you at risk. If you come here, they'll know. You need to stay where you are. Then put me on speaker and let me brainstorm with you. I'm in the thick of everything, even more than Shane. He's been out of the loop and nobody trusts him. How could they, after what they did to him? Are you sure? I don't want to put you in more danger than you're already in. If the church is going to collapse, I want to be a part of that. Okay then, let's do this. Let me get the girls set up with a movie so they'll be distracted. Great, I'll let the others know, then we can get started. Now that we have 5 people working together on this, maybe we do stand a chance at taking down the cult.
20. The Watcher. Fretting. Here I am in the stupid apartment doing nothing. Mia got away and we have nobody to hold her watch, yet I'm stuck here, while the others are in a meeting with Alpha and Omega. Lourdes, Donovan, everyone except me. How can they fail to see how valuable I am to this group? They're going to need me. For some reason, Lourdes seems to have it out for me. Every time she speaks to me, it's like she's testing me, pushing me, wanting to see me crack and crumble. It's almost enough to make me give up the idea of making her one of my wives. Almost. But she doesn't know how determined I am. The fact that she's making this so difficult on me only adds fuel to my fire. It'll make victory all the sweeter. The thought of making her submissive and sweet is enough to make my mouth water. Everyone will see how strong and powerful I am once that happens. They'll regret overlooking me. I'm not sure what it is about me that makes people think I'm nothing. There isn't anything I do to give off those vibes. I'm someone to be revered. But most people just don't get it. It's beyond frustrating. Alpha and Omega saw the value in me. For a while. I'm not sure what happened. I was in their inner circle. Well, not the innermost circle. That was just out of my grasp. But I was so close. And now I'm nowhere near where I want to be. It has to be Lourdes. I was moving in the right direction until Donovan brought her into the fold. It's like she took my place. That will make my victory all the more sweet when I put the woman in her place. All of them. My wife, both Bardot sisters, and any other woman I decide is mine. Indignation rises in my chest. Heat pulsates from there, then out through my limbs and to my extremities. I will not continue sitting here in this stupid, empty apartment while everyone is yucking it up with our leaders. I'm done playing the nice guy to try and climb ranks. Everyone has underestimated me for the last time. I'm going to make things happen, and in a big way. Go big or go home, as the saying states. I intend to follow that. If I can't have what I want, then everyone else will suffer. I'll fight for what I'm owed, and make it mine, no matter who I hurt or what I lose. It'll be worth it in the end, and after that I can rebuild. If I just sit around like Lourdes's lapdog, nothing is going to happen. Ever since Donovan brought her in, everything has changed. I won't stand for it. Things need to go back to normal, back to the way they're supposed to be, regardless of what anyone else thinks. I sure don't care. From this point forward, the only thing that matters is what I want. And I'm starting with the 2 sisters. Since Lourdes is clearly a problem and will take longer to convince and make submissive, I'll begin with Fleur. She's got to be weak from everything she's been through lately, which definitely makes her the easier target. All the people around her are weak, too. Shane? He's a joke. Thoroughly laughable. He couldn't even keep the reins on one wife. I could take both him and Fleur down in my sleep. It might come down to that, with as little rest as I've gotten lately. I'm not stopping until things finally turn around and go my way. I'm done with this stupid apartment. It isn't like Mia's coming back. She escaped. If Lourdes and Donovan think the woman is going to return on her own, they're fools. She's probably back at her home, after telling the cops all about us. That means they'll be looking for us. I'll have to be extra careful. Alpha and Omega lost their hold on the police department, so we can't count on them covering for us anymore. What's next? Are they going to lose control over City Hall next? The mayor? Wouldn't surprise me at this point. Without the cops who run things on the ground level, everything is going to come crashing down. They're so used to having that arm of the town under their thumb. So few officers hired weren't one of us. Not that it's my concern. I have bigger fish to fry. Starting with Fleur. She thinks she's safe now that the cops aren't looking at her for the murders. Not that I know of, anyway. I can barely get anyone to tell me anything. That's going to change. When they see I've won over Fleur, everyone will respect me. Just as it should be.
21. Fleur. Saturday, early afternoon. Mimi, Shane, Mimi, and I are all gathered around the kitchen table with Darby on a video call with us. We're all sharing what we know about the cult, which varies wildly. Darby has been in it her entire life, knowing nothing else from the day she was born. Shane knows a lot, having been in the mix for a while, but he's now out of the loop. Mia and I barely know anything, and Mimi knows even less than us. She keeps forgetting what the church is called. Our brainstorming session is interesting, but I'm not sure we can actually take down an entire cult, especially one that's been gaining so much power over my hometown over the last 20 years. They were so small before I moved away, I don't even remember hearing about them back then. How I wish I still hadn't. Darby's explaining how their meetings work. It sounds like every Sunday is as tediously boring and soul-sucking as the day I visited. They also meet several times during the week to keep everyone accountable, and the leaders and their favorites meet even more often. Troy is sometimes part of that privileged group, Darby says. He bounces in and out of it a lot. I'm not sure if that's normal. My parents never had the drive to be leaders, just rule followers. Father was happy reigning over his little kingdom at home. Shane nods with a frown. That tracks with most of the men I knew. Mimi Pearl glares at him. Were you like that? No, never. He shakes his head vehemently. When I joined, I thought it was just a normal church. The people I was given access to kept things light and didn't give me any indication what things were really like. My grandma doesn't look convinced. How could you not know? Because nobody showed me. I swear that's the truth. Caroline and I began going to Sunday services. Then we started getting invited to other things one by one, until we were in over our heads. Suddenly, we were getting pressured to start a family and have a bunch of kids. Then it got crazy, and Alpha had a serious talk with me about taking more wives. Mimi just blinks. That aligns with my experience, Mia says. Not that I've made it past Sunday services. I give her a double take. You were going to join? No way. I didn't even know Donovan was part of it. I was told the story about him having a twin, remember? And I thought Lourdes was his sister. Mimi looks down. I changed the subject. What can we do that will give us the best chances of taking all of this down? These people killed Caroline and the Drakes, and they kidnapped Shane and Mia. Darby's nostrils flare. And taught my husband and father to rule over me with an iron fist. They approved of me not getting an education, saying it would be a waste. They do that to all of the women and girls. Mia squeezes the table. And Donovan lied to me and used me. I'll do whatever I can to make him pay. I'm with you, Darby says. Troy needs to go down, along with Alpha, Omega, and everyone in leadership. How are we going to get close? I ask. I don't think they'll trust any of us. Shane clears his throat. I can pretend to want back in. No! I grab his arm. They've already held you hostage for 2 years. We can't risk that happening again. But you all know what's going on. I didn't have anyone looking for me before. not until you started the podcast series about Caroline. This is different. I still don't like it. Mimi looks at me. If we're going to stand any chance at taking them down, then that's the only choice. All of us are going to have to be willing to risk it. Even you? I exclaim. She nods. No, I definitely draw the line there. My grandma squares her shoulders. I'm pretty sure Richard has ties to the group. That's my in. I said no. When did you become my guardian? The moment I brought you home from Flowing Boughs. She waves me off. We both know that was because I'm too much for them to handle. I can't deny that. We all continue back and forth, sharing ideas about how we can try to worm our way in and break them up from the inside. Mia's the only one who isn't willing to go near the group, but she's more than happy to meet with Donovan in a public place, under false pretenses. All of us agree my best option is the podcast. I already have a lot of attention, and since I haven't published an update in a few days, people are eager to hear from me. We can use that to put pressure on the cult leaders. Since Mia was kidnapped by them, an interview with her could be our most provocative angle. That will definitely put pressure on them. If that happens, they'll be on edge and more likely to make dumb decisions. Then it will be easier to take them down. I just hope nobody else gets hurt in the process. 22. Chasing the Forgotten Ones podcast. Murder House Series, Part 11. I'm finally back. I appreciate all the messages and comments on social media asking about updates. Things have been really crazy the last few days. All of that would warrant its own episode, and that isn't even the wildest thing I have to share with you. That will definitely have to wait, but trust me when I say you won't want to miss this announcement. I'm going to focus on the case rather than anything else for now. As a quick recap for those of you who are new, I started this Murder House series to solve the mysterious murder of Caroline Porter from my hometown. I moved from New York across the country to Washington State and into Caroline's empty house in hopes of finding clues that others have missed. I had no idea the can of worms that would open. While, yes, I did figure out who killed her and who held her widowed husband captive for the last 2 years, everything goes so much deeper than that. Emmett Wycliffe is responsible for both, but he is only one person in a religious cult that is filled with people. You can learn more about them in the episode where I talked with Shane Porter. But first, I have an interview with someone else who was recently held captive by the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. I would like to welcome my best friend, Mia Winter. Fleur. I'm glad you're able to join us today, Mia. Can you start by introducing yourself and telling us how you got involved with the members of the Beacon of Truth Fellowship? Mia. Thank you for having me. I was only vaguely aware of the cult, as I think most people in town are. They've been getting more and more involved with the community over the years, making their presence known by way of service projects and immersing themselves in local politics. Perhaps due to my career as a real estate agent, I've been more aware of the politics than others. Fleur. When did you become personally involved with the group? Mia. I'm not and never have been, but several of their members have approached me under romantic pretenses. Nothing came of most of them, until I met Donovan Hall. Fleur. What was different about him? Mia. I didn't know he was part of the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. He hid that from me for the entirety of our so-called relationship. Fleur. So-called? Mia. As it turned out, he already had a girlfriend and was only seeing me to draw me into the cult. As it turns out, they expect their men to have multiple wives. They want to take over the town by sheer numbers. Fleur. They want to take over the town? Mia. I know, it sounds crazy, believe me, but that's actually their goal. I heard a lot when they held me captive this week. Fleur. That's a lot to take in. How do they manage multiple wives when that's illegal? Mia. My guess is only one is actually legal. They didn't discuss the logistics. Fleur. It sounds like I need to interview Shane again. He would probably know more. Mia. Maybe. Fleur. When did you find out Donovan was part of the cult? Mia. Only recently. I was under the impression we had a normal relationship. Fleur. If I'm understanding you correctly, you didn't suspect he was part of the group until he kidnapped you? Mia. Right. Both he and his sister said their brother was part of the church, but it didn't come up much. Fleur. Who's Donovan's brother? Brief silence. Mia. There was no brother. Actually, there was no sister either. Fleur. But you said she told you about their brother. Longer silence. Mia. His girlfriend was pretending to be his sister, so they could earn my trust and bring me into the fold. Fleur. That's really messed up. Mia. Tell me about it. Fleur. So, Donovan's fake sister is also part of the cult? Mia. Yes. She was involved in my abduction. Actually, she seemed to be in charge of it. It felt like she got a twisted sense of joy in it. Fleur. Do you know why? Mia. I'm sure she didn't want to share her boyfriend. I bet she hated pretending to be his sister. Fleur. You don't think there was another reason for it? Mia. The fact that I'm your best friend probably played into it as well. Fleur. What makes you think that? Mia. Because of who she is. Fleur. Donovan's girlfriend? Mia. Her identity. Fleur. Don't leave us hanging. Mia. She's Lourdes Bardot. Fleur. My sister. Mia. Yes, she's been alive this whole time. Fleur. And she's involved with the cult trying to take over this town? Mia. Correct. Fleur. It sounds like they'll do anything to make that happen. Abduct people, take in people who are supposed to be dead, and hide known killers. Mia. Unfortunately. Sorry to end it here, but I'm going to continue this conversation next time. If you've been a listener for long, you know the entire point of starting this podcast was to find my sister's killer. Knowing she's alive changes everything. While you wait for more, leave your comments on social media. Until next time, stay safe and hug your loved ones tightly. You never know when one of you might go missing or turn up alive after 15 years. 23. Fleur. Saturday, early evening. As soon as I release the episode, the downloads skyrocket. Social media comments start almost immediately after that, given the short episode and some people listening at double speed or faster. Then I get what I was hoping for. A text comes in from an unknown number. Not that I'm surprised she found me so quickly. Unknown. We need to talk, now. Fleur. Is this Lourdes? Unknown. You're going to regret all of that. Fleur. Someone sounds a little desperate. Scared, maybe? Unknown. Meet me at our spot. Fleur. Do we have a spot? You've been dead for the last 15 years. Unknown. Come alone. Fleur. What do you want? Unknown. You have 20 minutes. Fleur. I'd rather go somewhere else. Hello? Lourdes, talk to me. You obviously have my number. Answer me. I resist the urge to throw my phone. Everyone around the table is staring at me, including Darby on the tablet screen. Lourdes is demanding I meet her. Where? Shane's nostrils flare. A spot in the woods where we used to play as kids. In the woods? Why not somewhere else? She isn't exactly reasonable. I'm going with you. So am I, Mia says. You two will have to hang back and hide. She said to go alone. Not that I'm giving in to her demands. Mimi runs her hands through her hair. You sure this is a good idea? It's clearly a bad idea, but I need to talk to her. Shane clenches his fists. It's a trap, which is why you two will be there. I'm taking my gun. He hurries out of the room. Mia gives me a bewildered expression. I don't know how to use one. We'll find something for you to use as protection. I have several things at home. Bear spray, knives, that type of thing. Assuming Donovan didn't sneak any of them out of my apartment. He might have, I sigh. People from the cult had the key to this place, and I've had issues since moving in. Things showing up, disappearing. We're going to have to change your locks. She groans. I think you're right. What can I do? Darby asks. I feel so useless here. You're keeping your girls and yourself safe, I tell her. That's the best thing you can do. I need to do something. You be the touch point. We'll all check in with you. You keep us updated on what's going on with the others since we'll be separated. Darby nods, looking determined. I can do that. Mimi holds up her phone. I will be in charge of social media. If anything goes south, I'll tell the world by leaving comments on your podcast's posts. Sounds good. I check the time. I'm going to have to get going. Not that I'm going to bow to my sister's demand, but I don't want to risk her leaving if I get there too late. Mia stands. I'm coming with you. You and Shane will have to follow me. We can't risk any of Lourdes's cronies seeing me arrive with anyone else. I have to at least pretend to follow her demands. We all run around, and I explain to Shane and Mia where my sister and I used to play as kids. That's the only spot she can be referring to. Nothing else comes to mind other than there. We didn't meet anywhere by ourselves once she became a teenager. They both know the general area and are sure they can get there on their own. I need to leave before them, so it appears I'm going in alone. Given how many people are working with Lourdes, and even more from the cult would be willing to help her now that I've called them out so badly, I have to assume there are eyes everywhere. Even more than before. Hopefully it goes the other way now, too. My podcast series has gained serious momentum. It even got a brief mention on a famous morning talk show. That means even more people here in town are listening. Anyone who is like me and didn't realize the reach the group has now knows better. It's going to take more than 5 of us to take down an entire organization. Maybe I can find out what made my sister join them. Ideally, I'll talk her out of it. Not that I'm going to hold my breath on that happening. There's only one way to attempt it, and that's what I'm going to do. Meet my sister alone in a secluded location in the woods. Here goes nothing. 24. Fleur. Saturday, early evening. Lourdes couldn't have chosen a worse time to meet in the middle of the woods. This time of year, it gets dark early and it rains a lot. Both are true tonight. I glance in my rearview mirror. Shane and Mia left after me to be far enough behind so as not to raise any eyebrows. If people are watching the house, it won't matter. They'll assume, and rightly so, Shane and Mia are my backup, even despite them taking a different route. My pulse quickens the nearer I get to the woods. I haven't gone to our spot in years. Lourdes and I stopped the day she turned 13 and declared herself too mature for baby things. After that, I went by myself a few times, but it wasn't the same on my own. Once she disappeared, I went there a lot, secretly hoping she would show up and let me know she was okay. I imagined myself bringing her home and saving the day, pulling my parents out of their grief and depression. As time passed, I gave up on that pipe dream. Now I know she faked it all. Doesn't she feel even the slightest bit guilty for our parents' deaths? They would still be here if she hadn't gone missing and been presumed dead. Considering she never reached out to let them know she was alive, even if she didn't tell them where she was, I have my answer. At the edge of the forest, I pull into a tiny gravel parking lot that used to be an encampment for the unhoused. My guess is the cult enticed them to join by offering to take care of their basic needs in exchange for their loyalty. My phone shows that I'm almost at the 20-minute mark. It buzzes with an incoming text. Lourdes, I don't see you. Fleur, I don't see you either. Lourdes, are you here? Fleur, getting near the spot. Lourdes, I said 20 minutes. Fleur, and I'm doing the best I can. Almost there. Lourdes, hurry. You don't want anything happening to your precious Zorro. Fleur, excuse me? Lourdes, just saying. Fleur, touch him and you'll die. Lourdes, sure you want that in writing? Can't take it back now, though. Fleur, you know, texting you is slowing me down. Lourdes, then stop texting me and get over here before it's too late. Fleur, don't touch my dog. Lourdes, don't be late. Anger pulses through my veins. If she does anything to Zorro, I really will kill her. No question. I get out of the car and head into the woods, giving a one-finger salute to whoever is watching for my sister. Then I send a quick text to Mimi telling her not to let anyone in the house. She should know that, but now that Lourdes has threatened Zorro, I can't take any chances. I can only hope someone as heartless as her wouldn't really hurt an innocent dog, is only making empty threats to get under my skin. Mud splashes up my legs and squishes into my shoes as I make my way down the path. My phone's light doesn't illuminate much in the cover of the darkness. My phone buzzes in my hand, but I quickly turn off the screen. If it's Mimi, it'll have to wait. As long as she doesn't let anyone in, we're good. If it's Lourdes, she knows I'm on my way. I can't waste another moment. I have to hurry for Zorro's sake. I check my pocket for the various weapons I brought. If she so much as mentions my pup, she'll regret it. She can threaten me, but not my dog. Water sloshes in my shoes, squishing against my socks. My feet are cold and slippery. I nearly crash into a large tree trunk. My pants are clinging to my legs, the mud itching. Finally, the old shack comes into view. I'm surprised it's still standing, given it was falling apart back in the day. Lourdes and I used to sneak inside and play house. It had a strong odor, which now I know was drugs. Unlikely older users, probably upperclassmen. I'm surprised we never ran into anyone. They couldn't have been happy with the way my sister and I decorated and sprayed strawberry perfume all over the place. I'd laugh about it if the situation wasn't so dire. When I reach the dilapidated building, the door opens. Surprisingly, the structure doesn't collapse. Lourdes steps out, wearing a red coat just like mine. Are you copying me now? I ask. Have to make sure we're twinsies. I hold back an eye roll, not that she'd see it. Twins? Yeah, didn't you know? What? That we're twins, separated by 2 years. This time, I actually do roll my eyes. That's not how it works. Not usually. Can we get on topic? Why did you drag me out here? That is what we need to discuss. What are you talking about? I inch closer, trying to get a better look at her. Not that it helps. We're twins, little sis. Maybe you missed out on the science lesson since your fake death, but twins are born at the same time, not 2 years apart. Like I said, most of the time. I release an annoyed breath. Stop playing games. I'm not. Then tell me what you brought me out here to tell me. Keep your hands off me. If I don't get home in a timely manner, the real cops will be called. You think I want to hurt my own twin? Stop saying that. She laughs. But it's true. Then explain it to me, like I'm 5. I would expect anything less. My fists clench. We're IVF babies. Did you never stop to consider why our parents were older than our friends' parents? They wanted to focus on their careers first. No. She pauses. I don't take the bait. They couldn't have kids naturally, and they didn't want to adopt. So they went the expensive route. They fertilized the eggs in a lab. You and I came from the same egg, which split. All other attempts failed, except our one determined egg. If that's true, then why did they have us separately? After everything they went through, Mom didn't want to put all of her eggs in one basket. Lourdes laughs. I don't. Oh, come on. That was funny. I refused to respond. They tried one egg the first time. That was me, in case you didn't figure that out. You don't say. Then, 2 years later, they tried again and got you. We're identical twins, 2 years apart, thanks to the magic of science. Why did they tell you, but not me? Because I was older. It wasn't long before I disappeared, so I'm sure they were going to tell you when you reached the same age. But they must have been so heartbroken after losing me that they never told you. Maybe they figured it didn't matter since they didn't expect us to see each other again. Even if I bought that story, why are you telling me? You wouldn't say anything unless it benefits you in some way. You know me so well. Probably because we're practically the same person. Lourdes laughs again. Not even close. Why are you telling me? You deserve to know. Right. My sister takes a step closer to me. Ever wonder how your DNA got all over the Drake murder scene? It barely takes a second for all the pieces to fall into place. We have the same profile. Bingo! I'm so glad you figured it out, because if you aren't smart, then that means neither am I. My mind races as I try to make sense of all the ways this could work against me, especially since Lourdes is legally declared dead. I can tell people all I want that she's alive, but they won't believe me. Then it hits me. The real reason my sister is giving me this information. Anything she does is going to tie back to me. If she kills more people, it will look like I did it. 25. Fleur, Saturday evening. Lourdes runs off, but I barely register her leaving. We're identical twins? I always knew we bore a strong resemblance, but I never would have guessed that. Why would I have? Twins aren't born at different times. Not usually, anyway. Apparently, we're the exception. Now she can hold me captive without physical bars. All she has to do is threaten to spread her DNA somewhere that could get me in trouble. And voila, I have to do what she says. I'm the only living sister. And who would believe we're twins anyway? Our DNA would be indistinguishable on typical tests. They would need specialists to spot any tiny difference in our gene sequences. In other words, I would have to convince someone that we're identical for anyone to take a close enough look to find the evidence needed to exonerate me. My phone buzzes in my pocket, pulling me back to reality. I pull it out, and the time on the screen jolts me. How long was I standing here, shivering and caked in mud? Shane and Mia want to know what's going on. I went into the woods without waiting for them to arrive because I was so distracted and forgot that part of the plan. They're probably wandering the forest with no idea where I went. I tell them to meet me at my car, then hurry in that direction, splashing more mud all over myself. At this rate, it's going to be easier to throw my clothes away rather than trying to clean them. I'm gasping for air by the time I reach the parking lot. Shane's car is next to mine, but they aren't here. I lean against my car and text them again. No response. They must be on their way. Snap. My head turns in the direction of the noise. I reach for a weapon, grab a knife, fumble for my key fob. My heart races. Can't see anything. Move toward the side of my car, kneel lower. Can't unlock the door without bringing attention. Snap. That definitely isn't my imagination. Someone or something is close. Voices. I hold my breath. Listen. A man and a woman. Shane and Mia? Staying pressed against my car, I inch closer. Peek around the sedans. 2 figures emerge from the trees. I pull out my knife and scoot closer for a better look. The cloudy night makes it nearly impossible to see. There are no overhead lights. Gravel crunches as they near me. Their voices are low, making it impossible to tell who they are. The pounding of my heart doesn't help anything. I'm ready either way. Her car is still here. That's Mia. My knees turn to rubber as relief washes through me. It looks like she texted, Shane says. Somehow, I find my footing and rise, step out from between the cars. They both speak at once. I'm fine, I say. Let's go back home. What did she do? Shane's tone holds a growl. She told me something. That's it? Mia exclaims. It's something she can use against me. I'll tell you about it at home. All I want to do is get out of here and then throw away these clothes. Come to think of it, I don't want to wear them in the car. Don't worry about the car, Shane says. I'll clean it myself. Let's just get you home. Maybe I have something in the trunk. I pop the trunk and find an emergency blanket. Perfect. I'll sit on this. Then I glance at them. No mud. How'd you two manage to stay so clean? We must have gone a different way, Mia says. We couldn't find you anywhere. I probably didn't give good directions. Shane rubs my shoulders. It was pitch black in the woods. We should have followed you closer. No, it's best she thought I was by myself. You were. He sounds annoyed. I'm fine, and that's all that matters. He turns to Mia. You ride with her. I don't want her to be alone. Did you catch the part about me being fine? Humor me. He gives me a kiss. This time, I'll follow right behind you. I hand Mia my keys. Can you drive? I'm too shaken by what Lourdes said. Sure thing. Shane remote unlocks his car. Don't let her get to you. That's easier said than done. It's a quiet ride back as I take in the news that my sister and I are actually identical twins. How did I never notice? Even though we had an age gap and usually wore different types of clothes and styled our hair differently, it should have been obvious. Shouldn't it? Of course it shouldn't. She was 2 years older. No one would expect us to be twins no matter how much we favored each other. Plenty of siblings resemble each other. Since Lourdes and I are sisters, I never questioned that we looked alike. When people saw pictures of us as kids, they usually couldn't tell who was who. I'll have to take a closer look now. Look at everything in a different light. Mimi Pearl. Surely she must know about this. Unless my parents were embarrassed and never told her, like they never bothered to tell me. There also has to be medical records. I'm not sure where to begin looking, but I need to be able to prove we share the same DNA. It's the only way I can keep her from making me look guilty of crimes I didn't commit. When I moved into the murder house, I never imagined things would take a turn like this. Lourdes is alive, and we're twins. And she's determined to take me down after all these years. Now it's even more important than ever that we find a way to dismantle the cult. I'm not going to let her or anyone else ruin my life.
26. The Watcher. Feeling the pressure. My entire body shakes as I pace the living room. I've finally made it to Alpha and Omegas, and they're willing to talk to me. Or so they say. I've been waiting for over a half hour. If they're trying to wear me out so I'll leave, they'll see just how determined I really am. They might even come out and tell me they've run out of time to speak with me. That's fine. I'll stay and wait as long as I need to. It isn't like I have anyone waiting for me in my large, empty home. It isn't like I've won over Fleur or Lourdes yet. I have nothing other than time. Now that I'm inside their house, I'm not budging. Not until they talk to me. Hear me out. Give me what I want. What I deserve. The seconds on the clock tick by in slow motion. This is the dullest room in the history of dull rooms. The walls are beige, and so is the furniture. There isn't anything interesting in here. Who doesn't have pictures or art for a little visual interest? Obviously, Alpha and Omega. I stop pacing and plunk down on the couch. Check my phone. The battery is low, so I can't even distract myself with any of my apps. Not if I want my phone to have enough charge to call or text someone if I need to. These people are so annoying. They think they're better than everyone else. That's one reason I need to take their place. People shouldn't be treated like this. Creak. That has to be a door somewhere else in the house. My breath hitches. Could it finally be my time? I glance at the clock. I've been waiting for just over 40 minutes. It feels like much longer. Creak, creak, thunk. Someone is walking my way on a noisy floor. My pulse quickens and my thoughts race as I prepare for my long-awaited time with the leaders. Only it isn't Alpha or Omega who steps through the doorway. It's one of their bodyguards. I hate those guys. They're almost as stuck up as the leaders themselves. He doesn't say anything, just stares at me like some creeper. Apparently it's up to me to start the conversation. Are they ready? Actually, they need to reschedule. Not happening. He jolts, but only slightly. I might have missed it if I wasn't paying attention. Excuse me? I'm talking to them. They aren't talking to you. In that case, I'll keep waiting. No, you won't. I stare him down. You going to do something about it? Yeah, I'll remove you from the premises personally. Is that what you think? He cracks his knuckles. That's what I know. Don't test me. Alpha and Omega promised me time. I'm waiting here until I get it. You'll have to reschedule. He takes a step closer, his brows furrowing. Nope. Then I'll see you out. I rise and hold my ground. I'm not going anywhere. He balls his fists. You think I'm scared to take you outside? You can try. I'm staying. The man takes another step toward me. My insides tremble, but I remain steady on the outside. This guy is easily twice my weight, even though I'm taller by a good 4 inches. He would win any physical altercation between the two of us, but I won't let him think I know that. I can inflict damage on him, and I intend to do just that. Footsteps sound from behind him. No need for violence, Jason. Omega appears around the corner. Jason spins around, but not fully. His back is not toward me. Are you sure, ma'am? She gives me a terse smile before turning to him. Yes. Alpha and I are people of our word. He hesitates before stepping away from me. Omega motions for me to follow her down the hall. Finally. I throw Jason a smirk before following her down the corridor. It's just as boring as the living room. They must put all their effort into their personal rooms. The ones at the church building are breathtaking, but now they won't go near the place, given recent events. She stops and holds open a door, apparently for me to go through first. Reluctantly, I do. It's dark, and I can't see much. My eyes don't adjust quickly. I blink, trying to see around. What do you want? Alpha asks from somewhere on the right. I turn in that direction. There's kind of an outline of him near the wall, or I'm imagining it. Omega closes the door, making it even darker in here. What happened to the lights? I ask. Have a seat, Alpha says. That should be fun. I reach out my hand, but don't find anything. Where? Any chair will do. Makes perfect sense. I take tiny steps, feeling the air as I go. Finally, I come to a couch and manage to sit. Seriously, what's up with the dark? Omega clears her throat. Now she's on the other end of the room. You wanted to meet, so here we are. Shrouded in secrecy. I kind of like it. No way am I letting them know just how irritating I find this. It'll bother them more if they think I don't care. What do you want to talk about? Alpha's tone holds a sharpness to it, like I care. We need to talk about Lourdes. What about her? She's getting out of hand. How so? I glare at them, even though I can barely tell where either of them is. Even if you want to ignore the fact that she let Mia get away, eliminating all leverage for Fleur to take the fall for the Drake murders, now she's told Fleur about them being twins. Neither is that big of a deal, Omega says. Besides, I'd think you'd be happy Fleur isn't behind bars. My face warms. I haven't talked about my feelings for her, but clearly they've picked up on them. Again, what's the issue? Alpha demands. She's causing problems. Look at where everything is at now. You two can't even meet people in the church building. We could, Omega says. We choose not to. Because it's a risk. It's more convenient here. Is that what you're telling yourselves, or just me? Slam! I jump. Get to the point. Alpha sounds pissed now. We need to do something about her. If you don't want to, that's fine. Put me in charge. Of what exactly? Anything. She disappeared once. I'll make it happen again. It isn't like anyone will miss her. You? Omega laughs rudely. Yes, me. Why do you find that funny? You're hardly somebody who gets things done. My face flames hotter than before. What's that supposed to mean? Look at your life. One wife and you don't even have her under control. If you can't dominate your own family, how do you expect us to trust you with any kind of church leadership? I blink a few times at the insult. Seriously? Yes. Get your one wife under control, then get yourself another one, or two. Manage those things, and we can talk. A rush of cold runs through me. That's the problem. You guys pushed me out of your circle of trust because of how few wives I have. It's all about numbers. You have one wife and 2 kids. That's pathetic. She's right, Alpha says. Humiliation pulsates through me. I straighten my back to keep my tone strong. I'm hardly the only one. You're the only man who wants this type of prestige you're asking for in your position. What's your point? If you can't see that, there's your answer. I'm working on it. I don't manage to keep all of my anger out of my tone. Great. Come back to us when you're there. This is ridiculous. Everything was going great, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. There's no reason for anything to change. Omega releases a long, drawn-out sigh that I swear goes on for a full minute. You've expressed your opinions, and we've listened. You haven't changed our minds. So now it's time for you to leave. You can't do this. We very much can. Leave now, before we have Jason throw you out. I thought we were going to have a discussion. And what's with the darkness and... Fingers wrap around my arm, squeeze tightly. I fail to hold back a gasp. Are you going to leave on your own? Alpha asks. Yes. Once he lets go of me. Give him a chance, Alpha says. I yank my arm away. The hold releases, then I rise and storm out of the room as best I can, given I can't see anything. Once I finally open the door and step into the hallway, the light blinds me after being in the darkness. To make a point, I slam the door as hard as I can. Unfortunately, it doesn't so much as crack. No point in trying to show them I'm mature or obedient. What's the point? They don't want me anyway. I'll make sure they regret that decision.
27. Fleur, Saturday, late evening. The post office is going to start sending me mail to this interrogation room if I spend any more time in here. This time, I'm here under my own free will, at least. Nobody is holding me, but I'm still waiting just as long as if they were. Vince has already advised me what to say and, more importantly, not say. The man is busy and can't rush over here at this hour if I'm not under arrest. At least he was available to talk over the phone. Not that he really had any insights that I hadn't already thought about. This isn't about the murders. Not directly. I need to convince the authorities that my sister is alive. Then I can worry about convincing them of her guilt. One thing at a time. How long is this going to take? Mia taps the table next to me. This is worse than a doctor's waiting room. You two can go back home if you want, I tell her. I'm fine with doing this on my own. Shane squeezes my hand. No way. All three of us have seen Lourdes alive. They need to hear from all of us. You don't think they'll believe me? The problem is, we don't have any proof. They have her on that doorbell camera footage. But they think she's you. I sigh. As always, my sister has thought of everything ahead of time. It's how she was able to pull off the stunt of the century, making everyone believe she was dead for the last 15 years. Knock, knock. Finally, Mia mutters. One officer enters. Not two, just one. And I'm pretty sure he isn't even a detective, given his uniform. The detectives are usually in plain clothes. Not only that, he looks even more exhausted than the three of us. Not a great start. He introduces himself as Deputy Chimera and sits directly across from me. You three have something to report. My sister is alive, I blurt out. He turns his attention to me and studies me. You're Lourdes Bardot's sister? Right. She was declared legally dead years ago. I remember hearing that on the news. But she tricked everyone. She's alive. We've all seen her. Deputy Chimera glances from me to Shane to Mia. Did you get a picture? Mia scowls. I was a little busy, being held captive. He turns to Shane and me. What about you two? Shane squares his shoulders. She had a gun to me. The officer sighs deeply as he turns to me. What about you? I didn't get the chance, but she was, you people are going to need to get proof. The word of three people isn't good enough? I stare him down. Not to change someone's status from legally dead to alive. Deputy Chimera eyes the door, clearly having somewhere better to be. You just have to look at the footage from the doorbell cameras. The ones of you? He yawns. They look like me because my sister bears such a strong resemblance to me. There's no way I'm getting into the complications of us being twins, aged 2 years apart with this guy. He studies me. My breath hitches. She's right, Shane says. They could be taken for twins. Deputy Chimera perks up slightly at that. Did you think Lourdes was her sister when you first saw her? He hesitates. Just what I thought. The officer scribbles a note on his pad of paper. I turn to Mia and plead with my eyes for her to say something brilliant. I think the problem with you asking us that question is we know Fleur too well. It's easy for us to see the differences between the sisters, whereas someone less familiar wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Deputy Chimera doesn't look impressed. I'm going to open a case, but in order for it to move anywhere, you people need to bring in actual proof of Lourdes being alive, not some random picture or video of her by herself. Either bring the woman in, or a picture of her with Fleur. And don't even think of doctoring it. We have experts who will be able to spot a fake from a mile away. I press my palms on the table. Will you please look at that video footage? I might be able to find a difference in her that would prove it isn't me on there. His mouth forms a straight line. We've already had our detectives spend hours on that footage. Before I knew my sister was alive. I haven't been able to look at it since then. Deputy Chimera glances at the time. I'll humor you on this one thing. We'll take 5 minutes to look at it. If you don't convince me then, you leave. Don't come back until you have proof that your sister is alive. Got it? I nod. It's better than nothing. He rises. Thank you, I say. His only response is to throw me an exasperated look before exiting. Shane wraps his arms around me. You're really convincing. I'm desperate. How else am I supposed to prove Lourdes isn't dead? She probably isn't going to contact me again. She might, Mia says. If she gets word of you being here, she might think you're turning yourself in. Why would she contact me if she thinks I'm in jail? That's right where she wants me. Mia shrugs. Or she might reach out to Shane or me. It's something. We can use that to lure her to us. Then we get a picture of her with you. Maybe. Shane nods. It's a good idea. I can't find words. My optimism ran away long ago. It can work, Mia says. We can try. I do have the number she called me from. You need to tell that cop. Mia's eyes widen with excitement. That's proof. For all we know, she was using a burner phone. It's something, Shane says with equal enthusiasm. Try it now, before he gets back. I glance over at the two-way mirror. If someone is watching us, it might be worth a try. However, if nobody's on the other side, what's the point? They might not even care. It isn't like we're here because we're under arrest. Mia reaches for my purse. Where's your phone? I pull it away. I'm trying to decide if this is even a good idea. It can't hurt anything. Shane reaches for my purse. I think she's right. Would you two stop? I pull it into my lap. Deputy Chimera returns. I'll have you know this footage has already been looked over by an expert, and she said this hasn't been doctored. That's not surprising, I say. Now that I know about Lourdes, I don't think it was. You were the one who insisted we have it analyzed, weren't you? Because I didn't know about my sister. He sets everything up, and we watch the video that I thought was of me the first time I saw it. Lourdes must have been wearing a wig for this because her hair was shorter in person. It's astounding the effort she's willing to take so she can attempt sending me to prison for life. That's dedication. Detective Chimera looks directly at me after the video ends. Well, I need to look at it again. No, I said you get one chance. You said I have 5 minutes. I check the clock on the wall. I still have time. He mutters something under his breath and restarts the video. Shane throws me a pleased glance. The video starts again, and I pay close attention to my sister. It isn't the greatest footage, as it was picked up from somebody's porch, and she's walking down the sidewalk. Detective Chimera reaches over and turns it off. Hey! I glower at him. Your 5 minutes are up. I groan. Can I at least get a copy of that to study at home? No. Why not? It's part of an active investigation. You let me watch it here? What's the difference? The difference is, if I send it to you, there's no stopping you from posting it for the world to see. I'm sure you could give me an NDA or something like that. Threaten me with arrest if I upload it, or play it anywhere public. He shrugs, a bored expression on his face. In other words, you could, but you won't. Pretty much. Shane, Mia, and I exchange glances. Deputy Chimera turns off the tablet screen and pulls it toward him, clearly ready to leave. Wait! I leap to my feet. What? He couldn't possibly look more annoyed if he tried. Imagine the accolades you'd get if you solved the Lourdes Bardot case. It's this town's most famous cold case. People all over the world know about it. Your name could be everywhere. He hesitates. I hold my breath. Do I have him? The detective waves me off. Come back when you have actual proof. Dang it. 28. Fleur. Saturday, late evening. My mind keeps wandering away from the conversation. Not only am I tired and still trying to take in the news about my long-distance twin, what else am I supposed to call her? Is there even a term for twins in our situation? I feel like I should be on some bad talk show from the 90s. My life could easily fill several episodes. Fleur. It takes me a moment to pull myself from my thoughts. Shane cocks a brow. Were you listening? I need more coffee. I pick up my mug and head back into the kitchen while the discussion continues on without me, much the same as it was going when I was in the room. I take my time refilling my mug and adding copious amounts of flavored creamer. Despite having just downed coffee, I could fall right to sleep if I went to bed. While I'm busy, I pick up enough of the conversation to realize everyone is brainstorming ideas to sneak into the cult. Darby is already a member, so she could easily call just about anyone. Mia and Shane both have connections, but I don't like the idea of either of them trying to sneak in. Those psychopaths have already successfully kidnapped both of them. That leaves Mimi, another hard no. And me. I'm about the last person anyone in the ranks would trust. I'm very publicly speaking out against them. My heart sinks at the thought. Perhaps I'd been rash in speaking out against them. It had seemed like the right thing at the time, but now it leaves us with little opportunity to get on the inside safely. It should be me. I'm the one who wants to talk to my sister. Maybe I should go in guns blazing. They already don't trust me, so why bother acting like they should? I should march in, make it clear I don't trust them, and demanding they give up my sister. I could offer to take back what I said about them. It's leverage, weak as it may be. I'm not sure how eager they'll be to have me clear their name. It's a gamble, but I'm willing to risk it. When I return to the living room, everyone is quiet. What I miss? I plop back on the couch between Shane and Mimi Pearl. Darby looks at me from the screen. In her background, the girls appear to be wrestling with rainbow ponies. I'm going to reach out to some of my friends and see what I can find out. At this point, I don't know if anyone will trust me after I turned in those clothes. You're speaking for the truth, I point out. What's not to trust? A woman who doesn't obey her husband is the worst kind of person. Right. Okay, well, don't do anything that will put you in more danger than you're already in. You're all putting your lives on the line as much as I am. I'll be in touch soon. The call ends. I should do something, Mimi says. You can keep watching social media. I'm pretty sure Richard is involved somehow. He doesn't know I suspect anything. So it could be our best option. Shane lifts a brow. I'm not sure he's part of things. I never saw him before. It seems different people have different levels of involvement. Not everyone shows their faces. Am I right? Sometimes, he admits. And you haven't been around for 2 years. But nearly everyone shows up for the Sunday services. I didn't see him when we went. To one service? Yeah. See? You can't say one way or another whether he attends. I guess I can't. Ding dong. We all turn toward the door. I'll get it. I leap up and peek out to see who's there. Troy. Let me handle this. I open the door. What do you want, Troy? Mia gasps. Shane rises from the couch and moves closer to me. Troy looks around. I want to talk to you. Talk? Not like this. What then? He gestures toward the swinging bench, probably because not much light reaches it, not to mention it's out of view of the doorbell camera. Why? Because this is important. It can help Darby. What do you care about helping her? I stare him down. Troy licks his lips before glancing around again. I want to take down the church leaders. I'm going to need help. And I'm the obvious choice. Clearly. At least I have a reputation for something good. Hold on. I close the door and turn to Shane. I'm going to talk to Troy on the porch. Are you crazy? No. And I don't appreciate the name-calling. He apologizes. I just mean that I don't want to see you get hurt. I want to hear him out, and it sounds like he only wants to talk to me. Mia's expression tightens. Be careful. I will, and I'll be right outside. Shane tightens his fists. I don't like it. I'll knock on the wall if anything starts to go sideways. He only shakes his head. If I'm still out there after 5 minutes, come and check on me. I really don't like this. So you've said. I give him a quick kiss. This could be the end we need. He starts to say something, but I step outside, not wanting to waste another moment. This better not be a trap. This close to your house? Troy glances toward the doorbell. And all of the cameras Shane installed? You were watching him. I can see where they are. Good. So you know not to try anything. Correct. He sits on the far end of the swing. I sit on the opposite end, leaving a good amount of space between us. Tell me what's going on with the church. Calling the cult a church is like eating something rotten. It feels wrong. He shifts in his spot. It's a long story, but essentially they're trying to push me out. Of a church. From the leadership circle. Interesting. Why's that? I'm not living up to their ridiculous standards. Things need to change, and I want to take down the leaders. Alpha and Omega. Yes. Why do you want my help? I try to study him, though it's not easy in the dim lighting. You're outspoken about your feelings against the group. Right. Not just the leaders, but the entire organization, which means you and I are not a good fit. He takes a deep breath. I'm pretty sure we're close enough that working together will benefit us both. How? I want to remove Alpha and Omega from the top spot in the church, and so do you. What do you plan to do after that? I ask. Troy hesitates. That doesn't matter. It does if you want my help. The group needs entirely new leadership, a new focus. The things they've been doing aren't good for anyone. I'm not sure I like where this is going, but he might be right about one thing. We might need each other, even if I don't like what he plans to do once Alpha and Omega are out of the picture. Once the leaders are gone, it'll be easier to dismantle the cult. Though if Troy thinks he's going to replace the leaders, that could add a major wrench to my plan. Although if I know what he's doing, that could also give me an advantage once we get to that point. Troy takes a deep breath. Look, let me level with you. Please do. I reposition myself so I'm staring right at him. I've been watching you for some time. My skin crawls. That sounds creepy. It isn't. Nobody trusted you when you moved into this house. I remembered you from high school and was more curious than suspicious. We didn't go to school together. Your freshman year was my second senior year. Second senior year? It's a long story, he says. My point is, I noticed you back then, even if you didn't see me. Everyone noticed the Bardot sisters. That's true, but all I'm saying is I was there. I wanted to get to know you, but never had the chance. Not if you were that much older than me. At that age, a gap like that is huge. You'd have been closer to Lourdes's age. She never noticed me either. What does this have to do with anything? A tap sounds on the wall. Time must be going faster than it seems. Troy doesn't seem to notice. All I'm saying is I remembered you from school, and I started out curious when you moved back. I was watching from a distance. You're married. Yeah? He doesn't seem concerned that his creepiness factor shot up exponentially. I think you and I can work together to get what we both want. Which is... You want to take down the people who killed Caroline and kidnapped Shane. And Mia. Right. He agrees. And I want to take out the same people, just for different reasons. Working together only makes sense. I'm not sure I agree. You want to see Alpha and Omega go down, right? Yes. So do I. It doesn't mean we have to keep working together after, But if we're both trying to ruin them, we may as well work together and not against each other. My skin is still crawling at the thought of him watching me ever since I moved in. I'll think about it. You will? Yes, but I'm not going to make a decision now. When? I don't know. You have my number, right? Yeah. He rises. Don't wait too long. Alpha and Omega have plans of their own. What do you mean? I don't know what they're planning, but I know they have something in the works. My stomach knots at the thought. Don't take too long to decide. He moves toward the steps. We need to act soon. I start to say something, but my phone buzzes with a text. It's from Lourdes. 29. Fleur. Saturday, late evening. Once I'm inside, I don't even have time to tell anyone about my conversation with Troy before Mimi announces something is dreadfully wrong. It's probably good I haven't read Lourdes's text yet, delayed because I hurried inside to get as far away from Troy as possible. He's been watching me this whole time? And I let him into my house. I glance around for any signs that he was up to no good. Maybe he was behind the hexes. No, Lourdes admitted to those. I need more sleep. These late nights are starting to catch up with me. My grandma looks at me with deep intensity. What's the matter, Mimi? I kick off my shoes, not sure I want to know. She holds up her phone. People are talking smack about you online. My shoulders relax. Is that all? I've dealt with worse. I'm not so sure. How bad is it? My stomach knots. Have you been accused of murder before? I start to say something, but words fail me. Shane's eyes widen. Why would anyone say that? Mimi hands him her phone. See for yourself. His face pales. That can't be good. I can't get my feet to budge. What does it say? Shane looks at me. They're not only saying that you killed the Drakes, but Caroline too. What? I race over and snatch the phone from him, scroll through comments on one of my podcast's social media pages. People are actually accusing me of Caroline's murder. A lot of them. The comments seem to go on forever. I try to say something, but my words come out in the wrong order, not making any sense. Things seem to have spiraled, Mimi said. It started with word getting out about your DNA at the Drake's house. Then it appears one person brought up the idea of you coming here to cover for killing Caroline. It just got worse. Mia looks up from her phone. I sit down in the nearest chair. How could it possibly get worse than that? My own fans think I'm a serial killer. What? Shane demands. Mia glances between the two of us. Someone posted a picture of you two together at the auto dealership. So? My tone holds more conviction than I feel. People know we're roommates. Her mouth forms a straight line. You're holding hands. Shane swears. We should have been more careful. Mia shakes her head. At a car dealership? Who would expect someone to be hiding to snap a picture there? You can't blame yourselves for this. I rub my temples. What are we supposed to do? She snaps her fingers. Get proof that you and Lourdes are twins. How am I supposed to do that? Kidnap her? Discreetly swab her cheek? There has to be proof of the IVF. Where did your parents go? How would I know? They never bothered to tell me any of this. Only Lourdes was important enough to mention it to. Shane gives me a sympathetic frown. Maybe they didn't want to add to your grief after losing her. Mimi Pearl nods. They were overcome with their own heartache. I'm sure they planned to tell you, but did not think it mattered after they thought she died. Do you know anything that could help us? They were pretty secretive about it. I think it embarrassed them. I still hate this, all of it. Mia gives me a hug. We'll help you get through this. I'll look up local places that do the treatment. You can call them first thing in the morning. On a Saturday? The defeat is so crushing. Plus, wouldn't they only give out information to my parents? You're the result of the treatment, and your parents are dead. Surely there's a loophole somewhere. I sigh, doubtful. The tablet rings, meaning Darby is video calling. Mia answers, but I can't focus. How can the same followers who have been supporting me all this time now turn on me? Do the people who have been listening to me for years really not know me at all? My fans are the ones who should know more than anybody that everything I do is for the victims. I'm not someone who hurts them. The thought is enough to want to give it all up, to unpublish every episode and find a new career. With this kind of press, my advertisers are sure to pull out. Just when I'm about ready to crawl into bed and never leave, a thought strikes me. What if Alpha and Omega are behind this? They would have every reason to start a horrible rumor like that. It wouldn't be hard. All they would need is a fake social media profile. I grab my phone and scroll until I find the first comment accusing me of murdering Caroline. Check the person's profile. Bingo! Less than 24 hours old. This is personal. It's about covering themselves. Finding more fake ammo to use against me. A fire burns in my chest. If they want war, that's what they'll get. 30. Fleur. Saturday, late evening. There's only one thing I need to do. Nobody else is going to like it, but the cult has left me with no other choice. Are you okay? Mia looks at me with concern in her eyes. I will be. I take my place on the couch. They're trying to take me down, and that leaves me with only one option. What's that? Shane's tone holds apprehension. I consider my words, avoiding Darby's eyes. When Troy came over, he proposed working with me to take down Alpha and Omega. There's a brief moment of silence before everyone talks over each other. Clearly, nobody likes this idea. I whistle to get their attention. Working with him is the only thing that actually makes sense. He has an end that we don't, and we both want to take them down in a big way. You can't trust him, Darby says. He's a killer. You should have seen all the blood on those clothes I found. It was horrifying. I walked into the Drake's house and slipped on some of the blood. Trust me, I have a good idea how much it was. Shane looks at me. He could be the killer. Even if he is, it's the group behind everything. We both want to take the cult down. This is a case of a mutual enemy making us on the same team. Or however that saying goes. Darby looks like she's going to be sick. Mia stumbles over her words. We can figure out another way. I've already found 2 clinics that have been around long enough. They could be the one your parents worked with. Let's focus on that. Shane squares his shoulders. I think she's right. I check my phone. The comments and outrage against me have practically doubled. I don't have the time to wait for those clinics to open on Monday. By then, I could lose my entire listener base. Then what? My podcast is my life, my livelihood. Then I'll take care of you until you get that figured out. Between my savings and picking up new clients, I can easily cover anything we both need. Mimi Pearl, too, wherever she went. He looks around. My point is, you don't need to worry about money. I'll even help you rebuild a whole new podcast. I appreciate that. I really do. But this isn't about money. This is about the people who are bent on destroying everything I've made for myself. My own sister has been working against me all this time. Mia rests a hand on my arm. We don't know how long she's been working against you. It could be a new thing since you started speaking out against Caroline's murder. The point is, she is working against me. Sisters should be on each other's side, have each other's backs, not stabbing one another. She gives me a sympathetic glance. Few things in this world are as they should be, sweetie. Ask me how I know. I'm sorry about Donovan, and my sister posing as his sister. It's fine. I'll get over it and live my best life. But what I'm trying to say is that you don't need to work with Troy to set things right. Unfortunately, I think I do. I turned to look at Darby. He's in the inner circle, isn't he? She frowns. Yes, but nothing. I need to get in. Shane looks at me with pleading eyes. Don't do this. We can figure out something else. Like what? I don't know. We'll come up with a plan. We just need a little time. That's something I don't have. Troy has already offered me an in. Unless one of you can get me an audience with Alpha and Omega. Nobody says anything. My point exactly. Why does he want to work with you? Darby asks. It doesn't make any sense. He's already inside, and he doesn't respect any woman. I don't know why he didn't go directly to Shane. Because I'm clearly the one who wants to take them down. It's me speaking up against them. We need to work with you, Shane says. At least I do. I'm not sure he'll agree to that. I got the distinct feeling he only wants to work with me. He'll get over it. I take a deep breath. I can bring it up to him, but if he doesn't want to, I'm not going to force his hand. This is how we get to Alpha and Omega, unless any of you can think of another way. Shane frowns. I tried and couldn't get close to them. They keep a lot of people around them, including their guards. It still blows my mind that church leaders need guards. And the guys I saw at the Sunday service were no joke. It wouldn't surprise me if they have side gigs as bouncers. Mia turns to Darby. What do you think? Is Flora safe if she does this on her own? Darby hesitates. He might be okay, but if he killed the Drakes like I think he did, is anyone safe around him? I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I do. He says he was framed. Of course he does. Shane scowls. Maybe those bodyguards did it. Either one of them could have done it with one hand tied behind their backs. You think they pinned it on him? Darby looks at me in disbelief. Why not? If Alpha and Omega wanted the family dead, who else would they send to do their dirty work? Not someone like Troy. Darby frowns but doesn't argue the point. Her husband is good-sized, but the guards are bulky and threatening enough to intimidate anyone. If that's the case, Mia says, and Troy is taking the fall for them, why would he be so eager to be in their inner circle? If that's the way they treat their people, then who would want to be part of that? Shane tenses. Because Alpha and Omega test those closest to them. Troy holding on to the bloody clothes would be the perfect way for him to show his allegiance to them. Darby looks away. You don't think I falsely accused him, do you? I don't think it matters, I say. The police didn't even arrest him, so aside from being questioned, he isn't being punished for something he didn't do. Aside from that, after everything he put you through, he deserves to be put under police scrutiny. She doesn't look so sure. You made the right choice. Now you and the girls are safe. If he didn't commit the murders, then great. He hasn't been arrested for it, but I know what I need to do. I rise. Shane stops me. You're going to tell him we're a package deal, right? I'm going to see if he's willing to work with all of us. That isn't the same thing. No, but Troy is our only option to get close to Alpha and Omega. If he's only willing to work with me, then I'll take that chance. Shane tenses. Then we need a plan that includes keeping us in the loop and close. I'm not going to sit around here while you go into the den with Troy, Alpha, and Omega. Sure, sounds good. But let me see if Troy is willing to work with all of us. Nobody looks happy about the plan. Neither am I. But what other option do we have? Everything is falling apart, and I could still be arrested for the Drake murders, considering Lorda spread our identical DNA all over the crime scene. I have nothing to lose at this point. 31. Chasing the Forgotten Ones podcast. Murder House Series, Part 12. I've seen the comments on social media and need to take a moment to respond, whether anyone believes me or not. the record needs to be set straight. Since episode 1, I've been nothing but upfront and honest. The reason I started this podcast was to shine a light on my sister's case. I truly believed her to be dead after being missing for so many years. There was no reason for me to think otherwise. She'd even been declared legally dead. Both of our parents are now gone, either directly or indirectly because of Lourdes' disappearance. The entire second half of my life has been without my older sister, the one person I always looked up to before that. Lourdes was my rock and my guiding star. I followed her wherever she went, and I trusted her wholly. When she went missing, my entire world fell apart. Nothing has ever shaken me to the core like that, though her recent return comes close. I never imagined moving back to my hometown to look into the practically ignored murder of Caroline Porter would lead to my sister. I'm not one to believe in coincidences, but the fact that the two cases are connected and that I chose to cover both seems to be one. Maybe Lourdes planned it all out, and that's the connection. I may never know. But one thing I am sure of, and always will be, is my motivation. I only ever meant this podcast to be a source of good things. I wanted to stand up for those who have no more voice. I advocate for the victims. Period. End of story. My sister may still be a victim. I don't know, as I've hardly had an opportunity to speak with her. But I do know that she is also guilty. She was involved in my friend Mia's disappearance, and she recently held a gun to Shane Porter. Lourdes is also involved with the Beacon of Truth Fellowship, the cult behind Shane Porter's 2-year nightmare, the same people who killed his wife Caroline. It's all connected. The group is even behind the rumors that are flourishing on social media. I found the original comment that started this flurry of accusations, and the account is less than a day old. If you've spent more than a few days online, you know what that means. Trolls. People who start a new account to destroy another person. Obviously, I can't prove that commenter was someone from the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. But who else has the motive to try to destroy me? Before I came back to town looking for answers, they still had Shane captive against his will. Nobody was looking into Caroline's murder. It had quietly been forgotten. Then I came along with my podcast, shining a spotlight onto all of this. I discovered the group's involvement. My episodes that his captor listened to gave Shane the strength to keep fighting, and he eventually freed himself. As you might imagine, his will to keep going was waning. At the start of his entrapment, he saw his wife killed before his very eyes. They held him back from being able to do anything except watch it happen. Then Emmett Wycliffe kept him in a soundproof room for 2 years. 2 years. Imagine that. I can hardly comprehend it, yet he lived it. He saw his wife killed and was forced to see her blood every single day. Then I discovered that my best friend, Mia, who I met shortly after Lourdes disappeared, had been pulled into the same circle. Her boyfriend, Donovan, was actually a member of the cult, taking over our town. But she didn't know it because he concocted a lie. My sister was even involved with that, pretending to be his sister. How messed up is that? But as you know from my last episode, that wasn't the end of it, or even the worst of it. They abducted her, too. Thankfully, she was able to get away on her own, like Shane, but much sooner. Now they're turning to me and trying to ruin my credibility. That's something I can handle. I'm fine with having my name tarnished. And I'll even stop adding episodes to this podcast if that's the price I must pay to bring the truth to light. However, before I make that decision, I have an ask. If you've listened to any of my previous episodes, then please stop and consider what you know about me. Do I try to serve myself, Or have I always been a voice advocating for the ones who can't speak for themselves? I'm not saying to ignore the haters, but really think about what they're saying and who they are. Take a few minutes to find the first comment that started all of the rage and look at the profile. See if what I'm saying is true. Is the profile brand new? Is what they're saying troll-like? Then, if so, stop and consider who really should be heard. What are they doing to help the victims? I will listen to what you, my listeners, want. If you disagree with all the online shouting, be louder. Speak up for what you believe. Standing for me and this podcast is speaking up for those who no longer have a voice of their own. However, if the consensus is for me to stop, I will. At this moment, the vitriolic voices are the loudest. Until that changes, this will be my last episode. I won't update anything on Lourdes, Caroline, or any other case. I definitely hope to return and share more on not only those cases, but many others. It's up to you. You can make a difference. Until next time, if there is a next time, stay safe and hug your loved ones tightly. You never know when one of you might go missing.
32. The Watcher. Impatient. How much more of this am I supposed to take? I haven't seen any shadows move in the windows for what feels like hours. It's probably been half an hour. I forgot to check the time. Why is it taking her so long to make up her mind? She doesn't have another option to get close to Alpha and Omega. Not that I can get near them anymore, but she doesn't know that. Nobody does, aside from them, Jason, and me. At least my car is warm while I wait. It's ridiculously cold outside, already starting to frost. This type of chill usually staves off until December, sometimes not even then. I check my phone again to make sure I haven't accidentally turned off my notifications or ringer. Everything is still on. She just isn't getting back to me. Someone must have talked her out of it. I thought for sure I had her. Our conversation went so well. Maybe I'm too much of an optimist. Shane has never liked me, and she's friends with Darby. Who knows what Darby's thinking now? The problem with her hiding is that I can't explain myself to her. All I need is for her to listen, then she'll understand. She'll return to being the supportive spouse she's always been. It will even be a lightening of her load when I take on my new wives. The three of them can share the household duties, including taking care of all the babies. If one is tired, then another can step in. Meanwhile, I'll be spreading my seed and adding to our numbers. Our family will grow exponentially. That's how it's supposed to be. A man can literally have hundreds of babies a year, while a woman can only have one. Alpha and Omega are right on that much, even though they don't follow their own rules about multiple wives and growing our numbers. Not only does Alpha only have one partner, but they don't even have a single child together. How can nobody else see the hypocrisy behind that? They demand everyone else have multiple wives, but it isn't a tenet they follow. It has to be Omega. She not only wants to co-lead with Alpha, but she won't share his affections, even though she isn't giving him any offspring. This is why I'm the one who should be leading this group. I follow the rules. When I'm in charge, I'm not going to have separate rules for me and my family than everyone else has. They're asking for people to rebel. Nobody wants to put up with that kind of hypocrisy. Those two have this coming. Once Fleur finally gets back to me, she'll join me. I know she will, especially since I've added pressure by getting people riled up online. I'm no social media wizard, but I know enough. My phone dings with a notification, causing my heart to leap into my throat. Is it a text from her saying she's ready to jump into action? No, just a new podcast. Wait a minute, is that... It is. It's hers. This is interesting. Is she sending me her answer in that way? Fingers shaking, I open the app and play her episode. My mouth practically salivates at the thought of what she might say. Will she mention me by name? Someday, after we're married, she'll sing my praises on there. I'll see to that. I listen, my heart sinking further into disappointment with each passing minute. The closest she comes to mentioning me is talking about the church leaders. She doesn't say a word about our plan, not even a secret clue that she's saying yes. She doesn't send me a message saying no, either. I'm going to have to stop waiting and call her. If that doesn't work, then I'll have to go back to the door. Time is not on our side. Doesn't she realize she needs me? I need her too, and that's the frustrating part. If I can bring her to Alpha and Omega, that will give me an in to see them again. They'll listen to me if I bring them our number one enemy. Once I'm alone with them, I'll convince them to send Jason away. Then I can make my move. Remove them from the equation and declare myself the new leader. It's much like a wolf pack. I take out the alpha to become the new one. I'm so close. If only Fleur would contact me. What's taking her so long? Can't she make up her mind? Doesn't she see how we can help each other? Is she having a hard time convincing the others inside? I thought she was a strong, modern woman. It seems like she'd make her own decisions. My phone dings with a text. I freeze, hardly able to move. Could that actually be her? I don't know who else it would be. Darby has gone radio silent. Alpha and Omega have stopped talking to me. Nobody else texts now that I'm out of the leader's good graces. My breath hitches and I can barely make the effort to check my phone. It has to be her. Is it nearly go time? Flora's name shows on my screen. It is her. Time to take down my leaders and capture my next wife.
33. Fleur, Sunday, very early morning. My eyelids are heavy because of the hour. I'm awake super late again, but my pulse is also drumming in my ears. Maybe I have the wrong number for Troy. He isn't answering. Everyone is staring at me. Not even Mimi has gone to bed, and it's well past midnight. I'm about to end the call when silence breaks the ring, mid-tone. Is he finally answering? I hate having all these eyes on me while I'm about to have a conversation. But they all need to know what's going on. Need to be able to give me input. All of this will be over soon. The cult will go down. My sister will be exposed for the fraud she really is, and Emmett will pay for his crimes against Shane and Caroline. Then all of us can return to our normal lives, though I'm not sure what normal will look like for me. It will be all new with Shane in my life again, and Mimi living with us. I might have to start a new podcast after this. My chest tightens at the thought, so I focus on the task at hand. There is still only silence on the other end of the phone. Everyone in the room and on the screen looks at me with eager expectation. I clear my throat. Troy? I'm here, he says on the speaker. Have you decided? Yes. Yes, you've decided, or yes, you'll work with me. He sounds as stressed as I feel. Both. He sighs in relief. That's great news. Shane opens his mouth, but I hold up a finger to silence him. Troy needs to think he's working with me alone. Are you still there? He asks. I'm here. Do you have a plan? Still working on it. I can pick you up. Shane leaps up, his eyes full of fire. I motion for him to stay quiet before answering Troy. In the morning, my boyfriend looks like he's going to explode. No, Troy says. Now. This late? I exclaim. Yeah, they'll be up. Don't they rest? They have that crazy long church service coming up. Trust me, they're like vampires. They don't need any sleep. Well, I do. Maybe we should wait until after the service. I need my rest. The best idea is if we take care of this tonight. Why? I demand. Shane is pacing the room and at this point wearing a path in the floor. Because, Troy says slowly, I need to make the announcement at the service in the morning about them, stepping down. Then I'll be able to step into their role. Darby's mouth falls open on the screen. It seems sudden, I say. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. We don't even have a plan. Sure we do. We're going to take them out. Out? I exclaim. You mean down. Same difference. That isn't the same at all. I don't want to kill anyone. How else do you suggest we convince them to step down? I'm all ears. They're such big fans of abductions. Why don't we hold them against their will somewhere? And how do you propose we get them out of the building? He snaps. What's your plan to get their bodies out of there? I counter. We won't have to. I'll say we found them that way. Their bodyguards can deal with it. It takes me a moment to find my voice. You call that a plan? And do you really expect those guys to believe we just found them dead? I can't imagine being able to get to Alpha and Omega without getting by those buffoons in the process. Killing them will be a lot easier than kidnapping them. We'd both have to get one out. You ready for that? More than taking one of their lives? It isn't so hard. My gaze locks with Darby's. Did her husband just admit to having killed the Drakes? You there? Troy snaps. Have you killed before? It doesn't matter. Of course it does. Beads of sweat break out on my hairline. I can't believe I'm actually having this conversation. I'm talking with a potential killer about possibly killing 2 people. How did my life devolve into this? So, you don't want to do this after all? His voice drips with disdain. Have you been toying with me all this time? Just trying to see what I would admit to? No, wait. I get it. You're working with Darby to see if you could get me to confess to the Drake murders. It all makes sense now. I should have seen this coming. You and Darby have been yucking it up ever since you 2 met. I should have put a stop to that the moment I sensed something was wrong. You shut up! It takes all of my self-control not to hang up or throw the phone across the room. I have no idea how Darby puts up with being married to this man. You don't agree? No. If you want to work with me, you have to treat me with respect. Darby snorts, then covers her mouth. She throws me an apologetic glance. What was that? Troy demands. I think quickly. What? I coughed. You don't allow that either? He ignores that question. Are you going to work with me or not? I'm not killing anyone. That's out of the question. Even your sister. Why would I kill Lourdes? Don't you want her dead? Look at everything she's done. I consider my words carefully. I'm not sure what kind of people you spend time with, but normal people don't go around committing murders. Are you accusing me of something? He demands. Does it sound like I did? It seems to me, Troy says, that you have to learn about the ordering of things and following ranks. I blink a few times, taking in his words. Are you saying you expect me to treat you like a superior? That's the natural order of things. If we're going to work together, we're going to work together. I'm not playing by any misogynistic nonsense. Got it? Darby looks like she's trying to hold back a laugh. Troy makes a noise that sounds like a choke. You still there? I ask, my tone dripping with my profound annoyance. I'm not sure this is going to work after all. Not if you want me to kill them. Don't you see? That's the only way. I take a deep breath. Actually, it isn't. How do you imagine this going down? We can get them to admit to their crimes while secretly recording them. Then we take those to the police. They get arrested, everyone stays alive, and we don't have to live with guilty consciences. He makes a scoffing noise. That won't ever work. I'm not killing anyone. The police already have you for the Drake murders. If you're going to go down for those, you may as well actually commit a crime. That's some twisted thinking. We both admit they need to go down. Who cares how it happens? I think I've made it clear I care. A beat of silence passes before Troy speaks. You aren't willing to budge. Not on this. Your sister won't stop until she sees you in jail. Do you realize that? If she can't get you for the Drake murders, then she'll try something else and won't stop until she gets what she wants. It sounds like you know her pretty well. I do. If we work together, then we can both get what we want. I'll be able to take over the fellowship, and then Lourdes will have to obey me. You'll have your life. Only if I agree to murder. It's the only way. I end the call. Everyone starts talking at once over each other. My mind spins in circles, and I collapse onto the couch. Zorro jumps on my lap and licks my hand. I pet him absent-mindedly. Now what? Nobody hears me, as they're all speaking and also trying to make sense of what just happened. We aren't any closer to a resolution now than before. The room settles into a silence. Darby is the first to speak. I can't believe you did that. Nobody's ever stood up to him like that. Well, I am sure not agreeing to kill anyone. She shudders. He seems all too comfortable with the idea. Those bloody clothes had to be his. It's clear. He'll do anything to get what he wants. Hold on. I'm getting a call from someone in the church. It must be important at this hour. I'll call you back. The tablet screen goes blank. I rub my temples, hoping to relieve the headache starting behind them. Shane sits next to me. What are we going to do now? Get some sleep. I'm too tired to think at this point. Mia turns to me. Do you think Troy will call you back? I don't care if he does. I'm not answering. I turn my phone sound off and head for the bedroom. Good night. By the time I step out of the bathroom, Shane is waiting for me. Are you okay? I will be after a full night's sleep. He frowns. You're really going to bed? What else would I do? Join a deranged murderer and give the police more reason to throw me into prison? We need to do something. These people are doing everything in their power to ruin you. You don't have to tell me. I've been arrested twice, and now my own listeners are speaking out against me. And that doesn't even touch on the madness with my sister. Exactly. They have to be stopped. Zorro trots over and nudges my leg. I sit on the bed and pet his ears. Shane sits next to me and wraps his arm around my shoulders. We really need to do something. You already said that, and I told you I'm getting some sleep. I'm sure everything will be clearer in the morning. After we wake, we'll be refreshed and able to come up with a plan that doesn't involve killing anyone. Like what? I have no idea. But we know Alpha and Omega will be leaving their church service in the early afternoon. We can make our move then, when we're all rested. I pull back the covers and climb into bed. Shane throws me a doubtful glance. In the daylight? Yep. I rest my head on my pillow and close my eyes. We'll figure everything out tomorrow.
34. The Watcher. Fuming. She actually hung up on me. I stare at my phone, showing the ended call, then look over at the house across the street. After only a few minutes, the windows go dark. Apparently, she was serious about going to sleep. At a time like this? Or maybe she only wants me to think she went to bed. She could be playing me to see what I'll do. I don't know her well enough to guess her motives. One thing I can do is call her, show her I'm not going to back down. I call her back. Voicemail. I resist the urge to scream at her. She and her sister aren't all that dissimilar. I want to rip them both apart for their insolence. They both treat me like I'm nothing. Some things never change. I'll show them. Once they're both my wives, they'll see they have to obey me. The consequences will be too harsh for them to ignore. They'll have to honor me. That day will be sweet victory. I revel in the image for a few minutes, imagining how glorious that will be. But I can't get lost in my thoughts. Too much is at stake. It's going to take work and effort to make those two my wives. I call Fleur again. Voicemail. Oh, she's going to pay for this. Severely. But for now, I have to play the game. I can't get caught up in this battle. It's the war I'm going to win. That's my focus. I press call again. Get her message for the third time. Fine. Point taken. I'm going to need an entirely different game plan. The previous one clearly went south. Where did I go wrong? Was I not strong enough? Perhaps I was too strong. She's a modern woman who's used to calling the shots. I can't expect her to fold easily. It's going to take time and effort for her to see the goodness of the true order of things, of men being in charge and women bowing to that. It's high time she, and every other woman, figure that out. If she won't fall into line, then I'll have to make her. It's that simple. I tap the steering wheel and glance across the street. The house is still dark. I may as well get some shut-eye, too. But I also have to be prepared in case all of this is just for show. Should she decide to leave and try something on her own, I need to be aware of it. So I open the window a crack. If a door closes or opens, I'll hear it. It'll wake me. Then I'll jump into action. Fleur won't even reach her flashy new car. I'll stop her first. Drag her away before she knows what's happening. I slide my wool face mask over my head. I'm going to be ready to leap into action at a moment's notice. That's probably all I'll have. She won't be expecting it. And I've mapped out where I can walk and not be picked up on anyone's doorbell cameras. Once I grab her and silence her, we'll be back in my truck. Then we'll head over to Alpha and Omega. Fleur will have no other choice but to go along with my plan. I'll make her understand that bending to my will is in her best interest. Tonight, and for always, she'll see. Eventually.
35. Fleur. Sunday, nearly late morning. I turn off the alarm, grateful it woke me. I set the volume so low I wasn't sure I'd actually hear it, but I did. Shane is still sleeping next to me. I'm glad he's finally starting to sleep normally. I was worried he'd always have trouble sleeping after returning from his abduction. Good. I can do this alone. Nobody would like this plan, so it's best if I can get out without waking anyone. One of the benefits of going to bed so late. I do feel more rested and awake than I did last night. My plan is to wait outside the church building and see who comes out when the ridiculously long service finally ends. Then I plan on talking with Troy. Maybe talk some sense into him so we can work together. Though if his only plan is for me to be his accomplice in killing people, we won't be able to agree on anything. I quickly get some clothes on and throw my hair in a bun. I'd rather get a shower, but it isn't like I'm trying to win a beauty pageant. When I make my way down the hall, I check on Mimi. She's also sound asleep. Perfect. Now I only need to get past Mia. Holding my breath, I approach the living room. My friend is also out like a light. Zorro is curled up at her side. He looks up and lifts an ear as I near the door. I tiptoe over and scratch his head. He licks my hand, but thankfully doesn't move to get up, even as I put on my coat, an inconspicuous black one this time. This is no time for the distinguishing red one. I leave a note on the table letting whoever sees it to know I'll be back soon. I don't specify what I'm doing. No need to worry anyone when I'm only talking to Troy. I'm not going to do anything once I'm at the church. As I open the front door, I'm hit with a blast of icy air. It's gearing up to be a brutal winter if we're already getting such cold weather. I close the door quietly behind me, then make my way to my car. Sunday mornings in the neighborhood always look like workdays with so many cars gone. It's crazy how many people attend the long service every week. One was more than enough for me. I pull up the zipper as high as it will go. The chill is crazy. Sometimes we still have temperatures reach the 70s this time of year. Those years are the best. Just as I'm reaching for my keys, leaves rustle nearby. I freeze in place. There isn't any wind to cause that. I glance around, don't see anything. No moving leaves, nothing. Maybe it was just a neighbor out and about like me. Another rustle. My breath hitches. I whip around, still not seeing anything. That was not my imagination. Troy steps out from behind a tree. I gasp, while simultaneously feeling relief. "What are you doing here?" His face remains emotionless. "We need to talk." I agree, but why aren't you at church? "This is more important." I step closer, noticing dark circles under his eyes. "Did you get any sleep?" "It doesn't matter. We need to take care of Alpha and Omega." "I'm not participating in murder." I reach for my phone, just in case. He whips out a gun and points it at me. "Hands where I can see them." I stumble over my words. Put it away!" Troy waves it around like a lunatic. "Your hands!" Heart pounding, I pull my hands from my pockets. Some crumbled papers fall to the ground. He doesn't seem to notice. "Come with me." "Are you serious?" Do I look like I'm joking? He steps closer, keeping the weapon focused on me. "Okay, I'll go with you. Stop waving that around." "I'm not playing." Clearly, my mind races to find a way out of this. Unfortunately, he leads me to the sidewalk and toward his truck, which is parked next to bushes and trees, probably hidden from all home cameras. "Where are we going?" "To see Alpha and Omega." "I'm still not going to kill anyone." "Then you have a death wish." He shoves the gun against my back. "Hey, don't mouth off to me." Mouth off? If he didn't have a gun to me, I'd probably roll my eyes. What am I, 12? I look around for an escape, not that I could outrun a bullet. Even if I could, he picked a place that would be impossible for me to get away. The bushes couldn't be any thicker. A mouse couldn't fit between them. "What do you want from me?" "Shut your trap." He flings open the passenger door, then pushes me inside. My head bumps the shifter, and a belt buckle scrapes my chin as I slide across the bench seat. "Sit up!" I bite back a comment and adjust myself, looking around for anything I can use against him. Troy grabs my hands and ties them with a rope. So much for that idea. Then he ties my ankles. "Don't try anything." Before I can respond, he slams the door shut, then walks around the front. I reach for the handle, but he flings open the driver's side in a huff, so I return my hands to my lap. He glares at me. "I'm done playing nice." "This is nice?" I hold up my tied wrists. "I told you to shut up." He starts the engine. A million things run through my head, but none of them would help me get out of this situation. I'm going to have to pretend to go along with whatever he has planned. That's the only way he'll relax enough to give me space to find an escape. Troy races out of the neighborhood like he's running from a fire. Since I'm not buckled in, I slide around and bump against the door and him. He elbows me hard. "Quit it." "I could, if you'd let me use the seat belt." His only response is to blare his horn at a lady walking her dog across the street as he slams on the brakes. I nearly collide with the dashboard. She responds with an unfriendly gesture and says something I can't hear but would undoubtedly agree with before hurrying to the other side. Troy mutters something sexist. If I weren't tied up, I'd have a good comeback for him. Instead, I try to buckle myself in. It isn't easy given the ties, but I actually manage to secure it into place. At least it's something. "What are you doing?" He snaps. "Don't try to get out. I've got the child locks engaged." I buckled myself in. "It's necessary the way you're driving." "Watch it." "If you don't want criticism, don't kidnap people." "Just keep your trap shut so I can focus." "Whatever." He mumbles something. I'm about to respond when a police siren sounds from behind and lights flash into the cab. Are they going to pull Troy over or rush past us for something else? Please pull him over. He releases a string of profanities and pulls to a stop. The cop car follows suit. From the side and rearview mirrors, I watch as the officer gets out. I can't wait for him to see me tied up. This whole mess will be over, at least this part of it. I still need to deal with my sister and the cult leaders. Troy rolls down his window. Did I do something wrong, Melvin? My heart sinks. He knows the cop. Melvin must be one of the few remaining cult officers. Speeding? Swerving? The officer stands, his hands on his hips. Why aren't you in service? I could ask you the same thing. Troy sits up straighter. On duty. You? Got my cousin in town. He gestures toward me. I hold up my tied hands, but it doesn't appear Melvin notices. Why are you driving like that? Sorry, I didn't notice. I'm tired. Late night, you know. With Troy's back still to me, I wave my arms around. A police officer should be able to recognize what's going on here. Maybe you should consider going to bed earlier before church. Troy shrugs. Probably. You gonna let me go now? What's the deal with your cousin? He nods toward me. I lower my hands. We're just going for a drive. Can we return to it? Melvin glances back and forth between Troy and me. I raise my hands again, but he's looking at Troy now. This is your only warning. If I catch you driving erratically again, I'm giving you a ticket. The man is clearly holding me against my will, and he's getting off with a warning? Anger roils in my gut. The cult is definitely going down. I'll see to that. 36. Fleur. Sunday, late morning. My mind races as Troy pulls away from the curb slowly, waving at the officer who is now back in his car. I cannot believe this is happening. I'm going to remember Melvin's name and make sure he gets fired. There's no way he didn't see the ties on my wrists. None. The only reason he let Troy get away with abducting a woman is because they're both in the same club. It's infuriating. Actually, I'm kind of glad for the incident. Now I'm even more ready to fight than before. Bring it on. I welcome it. Troy turns to me, a maddening grin on his face. We still run the town, even if there are fewer of us on the force. Us? I didn't realize you were a cop. You know what I mean. I turn away, unable to look at him or his boastful grin. He turns up the music, classic rock. Could definitely be worse. The rope irritates my skin. I toy with it, but he tied it tightly. After only a few minutes, he pulls to another curb. I don't see any cops. But then I notice why he stopped. The church building is across the street, and people are filing out. This feels earlier than when it let out last week. What are we doing? I demand. I thought I told you to shut your trap. You did, but I didn't agree to that plan. He chuckles. Your options are limited. I've never wanted to hit someone so badly in my life. What are we doing here? Just wait. I don't want to. Tell me why you kidnapped me and brought me here. Kidnapped? That's a strong word. Why are we here? He mutters something about taming someone. When the parking lot clears, Troy opens his door. Don't budge. I don't. Not yet. I need to see what he's going to do. If he goes across the street and leaves me here, I'll find a way to loosen my ties and run. Though I'm sure he expects that. No way it's going to be that easy. I unbuckle myself, so I'll be ready for anything. Troy closes his door and stands in front of it, squinting to see across the street. Probably waiting for Alpha and Omega. I'm sure they want me and have put up some kind of reward to any member who brings me to them. I can only imagine what they're offering. He likely wants to be their right-hand man, or to usurp them entirely. If I've put everything together properly, time will apparently tell. He whips open his door, climbs into the driver's seat, then leans over and grabs for me. I scoot back. Don't touch me! You're coming with me. Fine, but keep your hands off me. Didn't I tell you not to backtalk me? I'm an adult, not one of your children. His brow knits together and his mouth forms a straight line. At least he got rid of that obnoxious grin. Get over here and come across the street. That's going to be fun with my ankles tied together. Troy mutters something. I'll fix that, but you better not show anyone your wrists. Got it? Fine. He clearly didn't think this through, and I'm sure not going to help make anything easier on him. I move my feet around as he works to untie my ankles. He glowers at me. Hold still. I am. No, you aren't. It isn't my fault you decided to tie me up. I can't wait to see the day you learn your place. Excuse me? Troy looks up at me, his nostrils flaring. You heard me. You think you're going to put me in my place? He waves his hands at both ropes. Looks like I already have. It's your mouth that's the problem. I bite back a comment about his personality being a bigger problem. No sense in pissing him off while I can't properly defend myself. I return to trying to untie the rope around my wrists. You finally shut your trap. He gives a stronger tug on my ankle ties, and the rope falls loose. I kick him in the teeth, hard. He backs up, covering his mouth and calling me several colorful names I'm sure his
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
church wouldn't approve of him saying. This time I aim for his stomach, getting an even stronger hit in. I scoot closer to his side to make my escape. Troy gasps, then pulls his hand away from his mouth. Both are covered in bright red blood. His eyes narrow, and he has more choice words for me. I scoot close enough that I can jump out. He grabs my arm, and I shove my weight against him. Troy barely stumbles, grips me tighter. I bite his arm. The yelp he makes is so high-pitched, every dog within a mile radius must hear it. He loosens his hold on me. Seizing my chance, I run. It's awkward with my wrists still bound, but at least I'm away from him. Something hits me hard in the back. I stumble, lose my balance, fall. Troy crashes on top of me, knocking the wind from my lungs. He shoves my face into the cement. You will walk across the street with me, and you will do everything I say. Understand? I struggle against him. He presses my cheek harder into the ground, scraping the skin. Say you understand. Yes. I can't hear you. Yes. I'm going to do more than kick his teeth when I get the chance. Good. He lets go of my face and stands. Get up. It takes me a minute to move. Then I pull myself up from the ground. Troy shoves me. We're going to walk across the street, and you're going to act like everything is fine. Got it? Yep. I glare at him so he knows how much I want to retaliate. I'm serious. He's so close I can smell his sour breath. I try not to gag. Fine. You will obey me. Sure thing. He glares at me. Don't try anything. I said I'd play along. Troy's expression tenses even more. You'd better. Walk across the street. Act like everything is normal. Resisting the urge to kick him again, I spin around and step off the curb. There are only 2 cars left in the church parking lot. My guess is they belong to the leaders and at least 1 bodyguard. At least I don't have to sit through another one of their church services. I think that was more torturous than this. I had to sit silently then, but at least this time I was able to make Troy bleed. He grabs my shoulder, but in a way that makes it appear he has his arm around me, like we're some couple in love or something. The urge to kick him resurfaces stronger than before. Get your hands off me. Play along or suffer the consequences. I cannot wait to see this man behind bars. Him and everyone else in the cult who has killed or abducted anyone. Seems like that's more members than not from everything I've learned. Troy marches me toward the entrance. Those 2 burly guards are still at their post, even though nobody else is here. One of them steps in front of us and glares at Troy. What are you doing back here? My ears perk up at that. Has Troy been banned from his cult? I'm here to see Alpha and Omega. He shoves me toward the door. I have someone they want. The 2 giants exchange a look. One of them heads down the hall. Come on, Jason, Troy says. Let me in. He snorts. After last night, not happening. You know they want to get their hands on Fleur Bardot. I'm the one who captured her. Like I'm some wild animal. The other guard returns. They'll see him. Jason doesn't budge for a moment. You give them an ounce of trouble, and I'll kick you out again. Troy glowers at him. There won't be any trouble. Better not be. They stare each other down before Troy grabs my arm and yanks me. I pull away. I can walk on my own. If not, you'll have to fight not only me, but them too. Jason laughs. Looks like she already got one on you. Troy holds up a fist. They both move toward him. He lowers his hand and turns to me. Come on. Your fate is about to be decided. I see no way this could go wrong. Hopefully Shane saw the items that spilled out of my pocket and knows where to look for me. Otherwise, this is all on me. 37. Fleur. Sunday, probably early afternoon at this point. The building is just as dull as it was last weekend, but this time it seems all the more ominous. especially since I didn't see any other exits, aside from the door blocked by Tweedledee-Dum and Tweedledee-Dee. Troy moves to grab me again, but I step aside and glare at him. Where exactly do you think I'm going to go? We're almost to Alpha's office. Fantastic. Don't touch me. You don't call the shots in here. And you do? It seems like they kicked you out. How many times do I have to tell you to shut your trap? As many as you want, because I'm not going to stop talking. He shoves me against the wall and stares me down. You'll learn obedience, woman. Get your hands off me. No. I spit in his face. Unfortunately, I miss his eyes. He wipes his cheek and calls me a name. Keep your hands off me. I move out of his way. I'm here, and I'll go talk with the leaders for you, but don't touch me. You'll learn. Let's get this over with. He smirks. You're that eager to die. A cold chill runs through me, but I manage to keep my expression steady. I'm not dying today. That's yet to be seen. Hurry up. He motions down the hallway and thankfully doesn't touch me. I walk in the direction he pointed, staying in front of him and continuing to work on the knot. It's still tight. Might have to cut it somehow. Stop, he says as I step in front of a closed door. Because I have no other choice, I do as I'm told. For now. He knocks. Who is it? Alpha's voice comes from the other side. I roll my eyes. Who else does the man expect? His bodyguard just told him Troy is here with me. Troy Wilson. A long silence passes before Alpha speaks again. Enter. Fingers squeeze my arm as Troy opens the door. He shoves me inside. Look what I brought you. Alpha glances between me and Troy before responding. You tied her up? Troy grunts. Had to. Cut her loose. His mouth falls open. She's wild. Obviously, you can't control her. Nice fat lip you have there. Pink colors his cheeks. Sure you want me to free her? Sure you want to question me? Troy's face darkens even more as he whips out a pocket knife. He cuts the rope, grazing my skin. If I hadn't already injured him, I'd sock him in the eye. Alpha motions for us to sit on the couch across from his own chair. Troy forces me onto one of the cushions. No need for that, Alpha says, his tone patronizing. Sit yourself down, Wilson. He mutters something I can't make out. What was that? Alpha asks, a smirk on his lips. Nothing. Just as I thought. Alpha leans back in his chair and turns his attention to me. What brings you in? This lowlife? I rub my wrists. I take it you didn't come in on your own volition? I just stare at him. Tell me what happened. Alpha rests his chin on his palm. Troy attacked me while I was trying to get into my car. He tied me up and threw me in his truck like a bag of trash. Alpha turns to Troy. That's not very nice. It had to be done. So, what's your plan? Troy swallows. What do you mean? She's the one who's calling us a cult on her stupid little podcast. Alpha only blinks. You promised a reward to the person who would bring her to you. Troy's face is practically crimson now. She's here. I brought her. And you think you're going to receive something for this? After your insolence? Now I'm curious, despite everything. Knock, knock. We all turn toward the door. Come in, Alpha calls. The door slowly opens. Omega steps inside. My heart sinks. The more of these people who come, the more I'm outnumbered. We have company, Alpha says, as if the fact wasn't obvious. She barely glances toward Troy and me. We have more. Alpha starts to say something, but doesn't even get out a full word before Omega stumbles forward, crying out. Lourdes steps around her, gun in hand. She points it toward Omega. How did you get that in here? Alpha leaps to his feet. My sister looks him square in the eyes. Your precious bodyguards are dead. It's Pretty messy out there. Is she lying? How was it possible we didn't hear anything? The only thing that makes sense is if this room is soundproofed. Come to think of it, that actually wouldn't surprise me. Alpha stumbles over his words. Don't aim that at Omega. I think I will. She doesn't budge as she glances around the room. Her gaze lands on me, and her mouth curls up into a twisted grin. You brought me my twin sister. I study her, trying to tell if her story about us being identical is true. Her hair is styled differently than mine, the cut designed to frame a face in a way mine doesn't. Her skin is more worn, as if she spent more time in the harsh sun, or perhaps from years of smoking or drug use. But despite the differences, I could be looking into a mirror. We probably do share the same DNA. Our similarities run far deeper than just average family resemblance. Given our 2-year age gap, I never would have guessed the truth. But now it seems glaringly obvious. Alpha clears his throat, pulling me from my thoughts. Lourdes, hand me the gun. No. You can't rise in the ranks if you don't follow orders. My sister shrugs. I don't really care anymore. Alpha flinches as though struck in the face. Excuse me? She turns the weapon toward him. This is a freaking joke. Omega slips out of the room. Alpha holds up his arms. What's a joke? This church. You and your wife have rules for yourselves that don't apply to anyone else. The rest of us are expected to do all your dirty work while you two live cushy lives. Troy nods along. She's right. The rest of us are expected to have multiple wives and heaps of kids. What about you guys? No kids. You only have one wife. Alpha turns to him, fury in his eyes. Do you think we could run all of this if we were busy chasing after a gaggle of brats? We need you all to add to our numbers and train those little goblins. It takes all of our time to wrangle the adults. You have no clue. Clearly, Troy mutters. With these three arguing, I could possibly make a getaway. Omega got out without anyone else noticing. My pulse quickens at the thought. I have to try, so I scoot closer to the edge of the couch. Nobody so much as glances my way. You have no idea how hard it is to find obedient wives in this social climate, Troy rants. The competition is intense within the church, where women actually know their place. And outsiders are worse. I'm glad I don't have anything in my stomach, or I might just throw it all up. I inch a little more until I'm pressed firmly against the arm. It's not our fault you're a weak and unimpressive man who expects respect just because you exist, Alpha yells. Lourdes laughs as the two men verbally brawl. This is my chance. While nobody is paying me any attention, I'm going to have to be quick. Troy jumps to his feet and stomps over to the desk, hollering at his leader. He towers over the other man. Lourdes leans a hand on the desk and watches them, her head bouncing back and forth as if watching a tennis match. My breath catches in my throat. It's now or never. I run. 38. Fleur, Sunday, early afternoon. Shouting and thunderous footsteps sound behind me. The hall only goes one way, and there aren't many doors. They'll probably catch me, but that won't stop me from trying to get away. My sister's voice grows louder, Troy's too. I turn a corner, come to a door, fling it open. Utility closet. Better than nothing. I leap in, then close myself inside as quickly and quietly as possible. Footsteps race past. Safe for now. I press my ear to the door while holding the knob. If anyone tries to turn it, I'll resist. Make them think it's locked. More feet sound. My breath hitches. This spot is temporary at best. I need to get out of this building. It only has one exit that I know of, and from the sounds of it, There are dead bodies blocking that way. The last thing I need is to get more blood on me. Not that it matters. If Lourdes really did kill those two brutes, then my DNA is all over that crime scene. I really need to do something about her. But what? I'm crouched in a dark utility closet. With one hand on the knob, I whip out my phone and manage to turn on the light. There are things in here I could potentially use as a weapon. A mop, industrial strength cleaner, buckets. Not ideal, obviously, but useful with a little creativity. I press my ear against the door again. Silence. Could be a trap. I need to be prepared when I step out. The mop's handle is too long to be useful in here, and the mop end is going to make it awkward. Voices sound. I turn off my light. Listen. Put away my phone. Feel around for a container of cleaner. Grab it. Twist off the cap. Hold it at the ready. My heartbeat is loud enough to wake the dead. Can't hear anything else. Jiggle. I heard that. Instinctively, my fingers grasp the container's handle. My elbows bend, ready to throw the liquid on whoever opens the door. Jiggle, jiggle. Light shines in as the door opens. I don't wait. Can't wait. Just shove the open end of the container forward. Liquid sloshes out. A strong ammonia odor burns my nostrils. Someone screams. Lourdes. She hollers and swipes at her face, coughing and spitting. I throw the container at her head and race past her. My sister calls me a string of horrible names. Something hits me from behind. I lunge forward. Fingers wrap around my arm, squeezing tight. I crash to the ground, land with a hard thud. Gasp for air. Someone lands on top of me, elbows me in the back, pulls on my hair, yanking my head back. Crying out, I reach around and scratch skin, manage to flip myself over and knock the person off me. Lourdes. She throws herself on me again, shrieking like a mad woman. Her ammonia-soaked clothes irritate my eyes. Troy rounds a corner. Stop! I don't know if he's talking to me or her. My sister tells him where he can shove his opinions. He kneels down and gets between us, bellowing. Everything is a blur of hands and arms and shouts. I try to get away, but they both pin me to a wall. As they argue, I attempt to pull free. Then Troy says something that stops me cold. You two need to stop. How will you ever get along when you're both my wives? I stare at him, dumbfounded. Lourdes bursts out laughing. You really think you're going to marry me? His face reddens. Both of you. My sister turns to me. Can you believe this loser? Troy punches her across the face. Lourdes flies off me and bangs her head on the wall. She hits with a sickening thud. That'll learn you. Troy lunges for her. I take advantage of their distraction and run. I've already rounded a corner when my sister shrieks my name, followed by Troy releasing a string of profanities. My breathing grows more labored as I race down another corridor. I sniff the air. Is that smoke? It grows stronger as I hurry closer to the entrance. Now I can see it. Large, bright flames block the one exit, licking the walls on both sides. I'm trapped. Can't run through that. Don't know another way out. Was there a window in Alpha's office? Can't remember. Was too distracted by everything else. Need to think. My phone. I pull it out and dial 911. I'm about to press send when someone knocks it out of my grasp. It flies down the hall and bounces toward the fire. I turn to see Lourdes. She looks terrible. Her face is red and puffy, her hair a wreck, and her clothes soaked with cleaner. That gives me an idea. I grab her and shove her toward the flames. What are you doing? She hits and kicks me, but I keep my focus and drag her and her flammable clothes along. You're crazy. Me? I laugh, struggling to pull her. You're the one who faked your death for 15 years. Not like you cared. She swings at me. I duck, barely missing the swipe. Continue squeezing her shirt as I force her toward the fire. You really are clueless, aren't you? Lourdes grunts, grabs my arm. tries to loosen my hold on her clothes. "You've benefited. How?" We continue struggling against one another, inching toward the flames. My forehead is starting to perspire. It's getting harder to breathe normally. She coughs. "You're making a nice living off that podcast, off my tragedy." "Tragedy?" I balk. "Your death would have been one." Now we're close enough to the flames that I could throw my sister into them and get away. I can't. Even after everything, she's my sister, the person I adored most growing up. I never gave up on her. She was the catalyst for me becoming an advocate for the missing. Our parents couldn't keep going, thinking she was dead. This liar with my own face is my flesh and blood. We not only shared a room at one point, we shared a womb. Or at least a petri dish. Our DNA is the same. Even though this woman is legally dead, and most people believe her to be long gone, I can't hurt her. I simply can't do it. I pull myself away from her and back up, gasping for air. She steps away from me, covers her mouth with her arm. The smoke is getting thicker. I bring my elbow to my face. "We need to get out of here. Do you know another exit?" "This way." She points down the hall in the opposite direction. "Come on." Unsure, I follow. Trusting her is a gamble, but I don't have any other option. She could be leading me into a trap, but at least we're moving away from the fire and smoke. The air becomes easier to breathe down this way. It's still smoky, but I can lower my arm. I keep my distance from Lourdes. For all I know, she's taking me back to Troy or the cult leaders. Suddenly, she stops at a door, opens it, and motions for me to go in. Like that's happening. I hold back. "You first." "You don't trust me?" She actually sounds offended. "Not after you just tried to kill me." "Hurry up." She motions wildly. "The smoke is coming this way." "After you. You were born first. May as well go first here, too." She doesn't budge. That tells me all I need to know. I race past her, now noticing how strained my lungs are from the smoke. But I have enough energy to knock her out of the way. She stumbles, yells something. I don't stop or look back.
39. Shane. Sunday, early afternoon. Black smoke billows in the distance. I stare in disbelief. It's coming from the direction of the church building, where Fleur had to have been taken. When I found her things scattered around her car, I knew what happened. I don't know who took her, but someone did. Just about any member of the church could be the abductor. It seems like nearly everyone has kidnapped somebody. Lourdes and Troy are at the top of my list, but Alpha and Omega aren't out of the question, not considering how outspoken Fleur has been on her podcast against the group. Mia gasps next to me. "Is that a fire?" "It has to be." "Hurry!" I press the gas pedal harder and make my way around the back streets. The thick smoke grows more visible the closer we get to the building. Mia whimpers. "What if they locked her up in there and set it on fire?" "Then I'll kill every last one of them myself." I squeeze the steering wheel. If anything happens to Flora, my life mission will be to get rid of every single person involved. "I don't hear any sirens. I'm calling for help." Good thinking. I turn a corner. The first thing I see is the enormous orange flames. Terror rips through me. I slam on the brakes, cut the engine, fling open the door. Run. "Fleur!" I scream as loud as I can. From nearly a block away, the smoke burns my eyes. The smell is awful, like a campfire, but far worse. Almost like death. No, I can't think like that. Even if they conspired to lock Fleur in there, she's smart, capable. But then so am I, and Emmett held me for 2 years. I shove those thoughts aside and focus on the task at hand, running. By the time I reach the church parking lot, tears are streaming down my face and my throat is scratchy. Smoke billows through the air, and flames cover half the building. There are so few exits. I don't know how it wasn't shut down for code violations before this. Fleur! My voice cracks from the smoke. I cough, sputter. Fleur! Where are you? All I can hear is the snapping of the flames. Yelling sounds from the other side of the building. Can't tell who it is. Not even sure if the voice is male or female. Must stay strong. I'm going to have to be at the top of my game to help Fleur. I pull my arms inside my hoodie, twist it around, and use the hood as a mask. Then I race toward the shouting. As I round the corner, I crash into someone tall and solid. We both stumble. Neither of us falls. He turns around. Emmett. My blood runs cold despite the heat from the fire. The man who held me captive for 2 years, who killed Caroline in front of my eyes. His eyes narrow when he steps toward me. My fist hits his jaw before I realize I've clenched it. Emmett blinks, holds his face, lunges for me. I throw myself against him, pummeling him with everything in me. This may be my only chance to make him pay for everything he did. He shoves me against the building. Sure you want to mess with me when Fleur's inside? My stomach crashes down. You know that for certain. Saw her myself. He smirks. She doesn't know about the secret escape, and the main entrance is impassable. I hit him in the nose. Blood gushes out. He wipes at it. Guess you don't care about her so much after all. Anger surges through me, and I knee him in the groin. Emmett doubles over, grunting. I throw him to the ground, leap over him, then race along the building, ignoring the strain on my lungs. Fleur! Sirens sound in the distance. Finally. Not that I have time to relax. Fleur is inside the inferno. When I reach the back, I see it. The trapdoor in the ground. Open. I don't have to fiddle with trying to unlatch it. Why didn't I tell her about this when we were at the church service? All the members know about it. Alpha and Omega made it in case the authorities ever tried to shut down the group during a worship session. Then we could all get out free and clear. That was the idea, though I doubt everybody in the congregation would escape. I need to get inside and find Fleur. They could be holding her anywhere. Something hits me in the head, hard. Stars dance before my eyes. Everything spins. Another strike. I turn. Emmett's foot is heading straight for my face. I'm watching it, but can't get my body to move. Pain sears through my nose. Warm blood gushes down into my mouth. Everything goes black.
40, Fleur, Sunday, mid-afternoon. It's getting harder to breathe, even covering my mouth with my arm. The walls grow hot, and I can't get out of this room. There aren't any windows, and the door won't budge. I've started kicking the outer walls, seeing if there are any weak areas. Unfortunately, it seems to be the inner walls affected by the rapidly approaching fire. The flames weren't at this end of the building when Troy shoved me in this room and slammed the door behind me. But judging by the heat and smoke, that's changed by now. I move to another wall and kick. Nothing breaks, not even a little crack. If I'm going to survive, I need to get out of here. Back to the door. I pound on it, yell as much as my throat will allow. Into the void. This has to be the most dangerous building around with as few exit points as it has. I press all my weight onto the door. It's my best option, being thinner than the walls. I throw myself against it, pound, kick, lunge. Nothing. What I need is more force. I back up, gather my strength, focus on the wood. Charge. Just as I'm about to make contact, I only crash into air. It takes me a moment to realize the door moved, opened. By the time everything makes sense, I'm already crashing into another person. 2 people. Emmett. He's holding someone. I recognize that jacket. My heart plummets as I realize it's Shane, unconscious. I glare at Emmett. What have you done? He pushes past me and drops Shane, waves me off. You're not leaving. I leap toward him and throw all of my weight against him. Emmett barely budges. He shoves me into the room, closes the door. I put my foot in the gap. The door slams with such force, the searing pain makes my eyes water even more. I cry out and push with what little energy I have left. Shane groans. He's alive. Relief washes through me. The door flings open. Emmett glowers at me. "Move your foot!" "No." I move it more into the way of the door. He balls his fists, swings. I duck, punch him in the stomach. A swoosh sounds from somewhere. Emmett lunges for me. I dart into the hallway, look around. The noise seems to be coming from the direction of the entrance. I step closer, cup my ear. Something brushes against my ear. Emmett, swinging a baseball bat. I glance down the hall, then back to him. The bat arcs toward me again, barely misses as I leap out of the way. His nostrils flare as he gears up to try again. If Shane wasn't in the room injured, I'd run, or at least try. Not sure I could get enough oxygen to race like that. Instead, I start to move in the opposite direction. Then I switch. Emmett swings again and misses by a long shot. I kick his knee. He cries out, falling and swearing at me. Rolls into the hall. Shane says something, and I hurry over. He reaches for me, and I wrap his arm around my shoulders, help him up. "Emmett hit me over the head," he mumbles. "I know." I start to walk. Shane stumbles, but manages to stay upright and keep pace. "We just have to make it out of here. Do you know of any exits?" I cover my mouth with my free hand. "Alpha's office." "You sure? I didn't see anything." "It's hidden." "Of course it is." "This way." He points down the hall. "I know where it is. Just focus on walking. I don't mention that I'm not sure we can get all the way over there with the flames all around." The odd swooshing gets louder as we near the front of the building. The smoke is also thicker, which is kind of a good thing, since it will make it harder for Emmett to see us. I'm about to turn around when I see something that gives me hope. Firefighters. I can hardly believe my eyes. We're almost there. I tug on Shane, bringing him closer to our escape. 41. Fleur, Sunday evening. Shane and I are in the same hospital room, under observation and being treated for smoke inhalation. I keep thinking the doctor's going to release us, but apparently it could be a while. Hopefully we can go home soon. I was inside the longest, and I haven't coughed in a while. He reaches across the gap between us and takes my hand in his. "I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea how worried I was when I saw the building in flames." I squeeze his hand. "I have an idea, since this is about the 50th time you've told me." Shane gives me a sheepish grin. Even with the oxygen tube in his nose and with bruises on his face, he steals my breath. It takes me a moment to find my voice. "But I do appreciate it. I was horrified when Emmett brought you in to where I was." "I still don't remember that." "You were out. Let's not think about it." I shudder. It kills me that I wasn't there for you this morning. I would have been awake, and if I had been, Troy never would have taken you. Don't blame yourself. I went out on my own. That's on me. Knock, knock. Shane and I exchange a concerned glance. What if it's someone from the cult out for revenge? Given the number of cop cars at the fire, hopefully many of the leaders and members have been arrested. But it only takes one. "It's Mimi and Mia." Mia's voice comes from the other side of the curtain. Relief washes through me. "Come in." I've never been so happy to see them. We exchange hugs, and Mimi makes a humorous comment about the matching nose tubes. Mia plops down on a chair. "I can't believe the entire nightmare is over." "Did they arrest everyone?" Shane asks. "It sounds like it. Alpha, Omega, Emmett, Troy, Donovan, and..." Mia hesitates to continue. I look at her eagerly. "And?" My friend glances at Mimi. She waves Mia on. "Go ahead. We all know who you're going to say." Mia clears her throat. They arrested Lourdes. My grandma scowls. Don't give me those pitying looks. At least we know she's alive. That's good news. She turns her attention to me. How are you doing? It sounds like you went through a terrible ordeal. I'm tired and sore, but I think I'll be fine. I can't wait to get out of here and go home. After petting Zorro, I'm going to sleep for a week. Shane yawns. You and me both. Mimi Pearl shakes her head. I can't believe what you kids have been through. Once we get home, I'm going to make you a big dinner. You cook? Shane asks. Yes, but I'm rusty, so don't expect much. Knock, knock. A nurse steps inside, and he smiles at everyone. I have good news. The doctor wants to give you one more check. If all is well, he said you two will be free to go. I sit up. How long will that take? As soon as he finishes his rounds. I'm guessing about an hour. Disappointment washes through me. That long? At least we can start the checkout process. He turns to Mia. Will you be driving them home? She turns to Shane. Your car is still at the church? He nods. Unfortunately. The nurse asks her a couple more questions. Mia says she'll take Mimi home, then return for us. I'll start cooking when I get there. Don't worry. I won't burn the place down. She hesitates. Too soon? Shane and I exchange an amused glance before he speaks. We wouldn't expect anything less from you. Good. She and Mia leave. The nurse helps us through discharge paperwork, but I have a hard time focusing. It hardly seems possible that the cult leaders and Inner Circle have been arrested. They've gotten away with so much for so long. It was starting to feel like they'd never be held accountable. But after the fire and everything they put Shane and me through, there isn't any doubt where they deserve to be. Even Lourdes, who everyone now knows without a doubt is actually alive. We'll have to wait for the DNA results, but I'm certain they'll show we're biological twins born 2 years apart. Why learning that fact made her jealous of me instead of feeling closer is beyond me. It makes the ache of everything all the more painful. My identical twin fled and let us think she was dead for all these years. She tried to kill me. If I didn't need therapy before, I definitely do now. It's a lot to process, and I'm not sure what to do with all of that. My twin wanted me dead when we were teenagers, and Shane cared enough to protect me that he thought he killed her. He wasn't trying to take her life. He only wanted to send a message. Instead, everything imploded, and he had to deal with that on his own. He even thought he'd killed a person and had to live with that for all these years. Before Mia and Mimi arrived, he admitted to me that his captivity felt like his penance for what he'd done to Lourdes. I'm definitely dragging him to therapy with me if he doesn't go on his own. After the nurse leaves, Shane sits up and pulls the oxygen tube from his nose. Are you supposed to do that? He shrugs, slides onto the bed next to me, then wraps an arm around me. Can you believe all of that is finally behind us? At long last, we can be together in peace. I scoot over, giving him more room. It's hard to process. What should we do to celebrate? Celebrate? You mean beyond Mimi's questionable cooking? He chuckles. I'm thinking a tropical vacation. I close my eyes, imagining it. That sounds like a dream. Perfect. We'll start planning that after we sleep for a full day. You mean a week? I nudge him playfully. Even better. He gives me that heart-melting smile of his. I lean over and press my lips on his. I don't know how I ever moved across the country from you. What was I thinking? He returns the kiss. Must have been the same thing I was thinking when I didn't follow you out there. But at least we came to our senses and are together now. But we lost 12 years that we could have been together. We can't blame ourselves for what we didn't know. All we can do now is move forward. That's true. Speaking of that, he scoots off the bed and walks over to his pile of clothes. What? Hold on a second. He digs into the pocket of his jeans. My curiosity grows stronger as I try to see around him. Shane turns and walks slowly toward the bed, one hand behind his back. "What do you have?" His mouth curves into a smile, but he doesn't answer. "You're killing me." "It's something I've been wanting to give you for a very long time." The pieces start to fall into place. "Wait, you don't mean—" I can't bring myself to say the word. I'm probably jumping to conclusions. He can't have what I think he has. Shane sits on the edge of the bed, takes my hand into his, and gazes into my eyes. "I've loved you since we were just kids in high school. When everyone else was worried about popularity and experiencing puppy love, I knew what we had was the real thing. I just didn't realize how much we would have to fight for it." My voice catches in my throat. He presses a finger to my lips. "Ever since back then, you've always been more than I ever thought possible. The only thing I've ever wanted was for you to be happy, even if that meant we weren't together." Tears sting my eyes. "It nearly killed me watching you date other guys across the country through social media posts, but I figured that was what was best for you. I tried to move on, but my heart never forgot you. It couldn't. You're unforgettable." I blink, and a tear escapes down my face. Shane kisses it away. "We've been through so much together and apart, and even more since reuniting. I don't want to waste another moment." He brings his hand from behind him, holding up a beautiful diamond ring. "I know this isn't the most romantic setting, but I couldn't live with myself if I didn't ask you to marry me right now. I love you, Fleur. You're my everything. Will you be my wife?" It takes me a second to find my voice, and a few more tears fall. "Nothing would make me happier." His eyes light up, and he slides the ring on my finger. It's a perfect fit. Then he gently presses his lips on mine. I deepen the kiss and cling to him. Despite everything we've been through, we're going to be okay. Better than okay. We'll have each other. Finally. 42. Fleur. 1 year later. Shane pours champagne as I sign the last book. My arm feels like it's going to fall off after scribbling my signature on hundreds of title pages. And my mouth could possibly do the same from smiling for all the pictures. But the good news is, the last happy reader just walked away beaming. My job is done, for the moment. This is only one stop on a big book tour. Thousands more people want me to autograph their copies of my new release. I take my flute of champagne and tap it against Shane's. After emptying our glasses, my husband pulls me into his embrace and kisses me deeply. This never gets old. 10 years from now, being this close to him will be just as exciting. He steps back, his gaze lingering. "Are you ready for the party?" All I want is to collapse into bed and sleep. I'm not sure what I was thinking when I agreed to a party celebrating another major milestone for the podcast, right after an hours-long book signing. Shane threads his fingers through mine. "Dinner first. We have reservations at that new French place on 3rd Avenue that everyone's raving about." I give him a double take. "Isn't there a 3-month wait list?" "They made an exception when I told them your name." "Stop!" "I'm serious. Everyone loves you. It isn't just me." He gives me another mind-melting kiss. I wouldn't say everyone, but I keep that thought to myself. He doesn't know that Lourdes has been sending me hateful letters every month. Since I work at home, I'm always the one to get the mail from the box. Shane would be furious if he knew the things she writes to me, and I don't want to upset him. He's already been through enough. We manage to untangle ourselves from each other and thank the manager and employees at the chain bookstore before heading out. In his car, he holds my hand the entire drive to the restaurant and only lets go so we can step out into the night air. The valet takes the keys and directs us to the main entrance. We don't have to wait once inside, as they have the table ready. When we reach it, it isn't the spectacular view of the city that stops me in my tracks. It's the full chairs. Darby leaps up from her seat and squeezes me. "How'd the signing go? I'm so happy for you." Mia rushes over to join the embrace. Then they both give me some space and return to the table, each sitting next to their respective new beaux. Mimi, Pearl, and Richard both give me warm smiles from their places. Even Aunt Blaze and Uncle Zane are here to celebrate. Shane holds a chair for me, and after scooting me in, he takes the seat next to me. He picks up a glass in front of him and says, "I want to toast to my beautiful wife. Not only is her podcast #1 on most of the apps again, but her book is a bestseller for the 5th week in a row." Everyone else raises their glasses, so I follow suit. We tap them together, and everyone offers me congratulations. "Thank you, but I'd rather hear updates on you all. I've been so busy with all of this stuff, I've lost touch. I want to know how you're doing." Mia holds up a hand, showing off a giant sparkling diamond. "Guess who just got engaged?" Darby and I shrill in delight, then share another round of hugs before returning to our seats. I turn to Darby. "What about you? How are things going? I've missed having you in the neighborhood." "Me too, but I adore the new apartment. It feels amazing being on my own and taking care of myself, not having a man taking care of me." She turns to Roman, her boyfriend. "No offense." "None taken." He kisses the back of her hand. "I love your independence." The server takes our orders, then retreats. I turn my attention to Mimi and Richard. "And how are the newlyweds?" "Meh." Mimi shrugs. His mouth falls open. "What?" "Kidding." She kisses him on the mouth. "We're doing great." I chuckle. Clearly, you still need time to adjust to her humor. He nods. "Sometimes she throws me for a loop." "Get used to that," Aunt Blaze says, clearly relieved not to be in charge of her mother anymore. Although something in her eyes makes me think maybe she knows something I don't. I push that thought from my mind, not wanting to think about anything but the best right now. Everyone laughs. We talk and joke, enjoying our time together. I nearly forgot how exhausted I was after the book signing. Good food with great friends and family was all I needed to renew my energy. When Shane and I are back in the car, heading for the party venue, a piece of news on the radio catches my attention. I turn up the volume. Earlier today, 12 jurors decided the fate of Anna and Charles McIntosh, also known as Alpha and Omega. They were found guilty of multiple charges, including murder and kidnapping. Both were sentenced to life in prison without the opportunity for parole. At a stoplight, Shane and I exchange a high five. The radio host continues. The McIntoshes received a stricter sentence than the others, whose trials all occurred within the last 12 months. The shortest sentence any of them incurred is 20 years, except for Lourdes Bardot. Charges levied against her included faking her own death, wasting police resources, kidnapping, and 2 murders. She was found guilty on all counts and received 2 life sentences. Shane pulls into our destination driveway and holds my hand. The news about Alpha and Omega couldn't have come at a better time. It's the perfect ending for the perfect day. I lean over and kiss him. I couldn't agree more. 43. Mimi Pearl. Visiting hours. The seconds tick by especially slow as I wait at the cold metal table while sitting in an equally cold metal chair. In this stuffy room that smells like cigarettes and old cheese. They sure don't want anyone to feel comfortable in prison, not even non-inmates. I play with my visitor tag absent-mindedly as the large, noisy door opens and closes several times. Each time, some other prisoner steps inside. It seems like forever before Lourdes finally walks in. She glances around, heads my way, then takes a seat across from me. There's a pink mark on her jawline. Been waiting long? Yes. Someone started a fight and I got held up. She glances around. Have you found me another lawyer? One who can get me a new trial? They all say the same thing. She bounces. It's the exact same expression she made as a toddler. But you said you'd find one.
I can't change the facts. It seems your sentence is solid. You have no grounds for appeal. Lourdes sighs dramatically.
So, in other words, I'm not getting out unless I break out.
Don't say that. I lean closer. You want to get into more trouble? She rolls her eyes and flips her limp hair.
You seriously think I could actually break out of this place?
You should not joke about it. Lourdes glances at the time.
I guess I'll get going. It's almost lunch, and I don't want to miss it today. You haven't lived until you've tried prison beef stroganoff.
I'm sure I have not. I reach across the table and touch her hand. She pulls it away.
No touching.
You've gotten worse since being incarcerated.
Well, you'd know.
I don't deny that. Have you spoken to Jacques recently?
Why would I talk to the lumberjack?
Lourdes gives me a blank stare. Maybe because he nursed you back to health after you were almost killed?
You never give up on that, do you?
I narrow my eyes at her. How could I? For years, I could only contact you through him. We got to know each other fairly well over the years.
You should just be happy that you even knew I was alive. Nobody else did.
It's my turn to glare at her. Because you wouldn't let me tell anybody. I lost my daughter, your own mother. You never so much as shed a tear over your parents.
Don't you think if I had any good feelings toward them, I would have let them know I was alive?
It was a terrible position you put me in. Now, you're paying for it. She glances at the time again.
No, I'm paying for killing Tweedledee-Dum and Tweedledee-Dee. That and kidnapping Mia.
You're lucky they never found out your role in Caroline's death. Lourdes slams her hand on the table.
Now who's talking too loudly?
Anger roils in my chest. You aren't the only one with secrets to hold over others. She shrugs.
It's only fair.
Fair, I exclaim. I've been held hostage by my own granddaughter for the last 15 years. Lourdes tilts her head.
Granddaughter? Don't you mean daughter? You're the one who donated the eggs when Mom found out hers were garbage.
Don't speak about her like that.
Have you told your precious Fleur about her true parentage yet?
No, and I never will. That poor girl has been through enough. Lourdes snorts.
She's gotten everything I ever wanted, including Shane.
Is that why you are behind Caroline's death? She rose from the table. The guards escorted her away. It is hard to believe we're related at all, much less that she is my biological child. Too many secrets in our family. But I'll do everything in my power to keep Fleur from finding out the truth. No good can come from revealing the details now. Not that I'm her mother. Not that I knew her sister was alive this whole time. She will see me as a traitor, when really I've been protecting her, keeping her safe. And I'll never stop. Not until my last breath.
This concludes No Safe Place by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by John Solo and Jennifer Walden. Copyright 2024 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.